Here we do not want to learn how to think historiographically, nor biologically, nor physically, nor even scientifically, economically, nor artistically. Here we only want to learn how to think. Only thinking? What are we thinking when we are only thinking? Only thinking, is this somehow less than thinking factually, because it is lacking a matter? Or is only thinking more than all factual thinking? Because it is freed of all objects, is it pure thinking? But what does thinking think, and in what direction does it think, when it is only thinking? Logic, as the doctrine of correct thinking, surely refrains from references to specific subject matters. It only deals with thinking itself. Only thinking and only learning to think is what we would like to learn here. That is the matter of concern here and now, and indeed exclusively, namely, that we must first make an effort to learn this learning to think. Thereby, the question of what logic is capable of, and what logic is, becomes inescapable. What in the world does logic have to do with thinking? 2. Return to the Greek context at work in the naming of the words epistemi logiki, epistemi and tini. The name logic, i.e., the matter and the contours of its essence, originates with the ancient Greeks. If indeed there is something within Occidental history that was present to the ancient Greeks and still remains present to us, it is logic, even if we do not yet recognize this. Logic is the shortened term for logiki, logica, that which pertains to logos. Before logiki is epistemi, we translate that phrase as the science of logos. We know other, corresponding terms, epistemi physiki, i.e., the science of physis and that which belongs to physis, and epistemi tyche, i.e., the science of ethos and that which concerns the ethos. 200 Before we elucidate what the word logos means in the term epistemi logiki, we will first designate the meaning of the general term epistemi. Epstastai means to place oneself before something, to stand before it in such a way that through and for this standing before, something shows itself, and does so specifically to us, as medium. To stand before something means, to allow something to be shown to oneself, to be able to stand before that which shows itself in a manner that accords with what, and how, that which shows itself is. To be able to stand before a matter means to understand it. Accordingly, epstastai comes to mean to understand something. If we are within our rights in translating epistemi as science, and we are indeed permitted to do this, then the reason for this is that what we have come to know as science is in the ground of its essence designated and determined by epistemi, i.e., the understanding of something. Although modern science seems distant from the Greek epistemi in time, scope, and in the manner of its organization, execution, and validity, the core of modern science is epistemi, and in such an originary way that what lies as a dormant seed within epistemi only begins to see the light of day in the form of modern science. This is what we call the essentially technical character of modern science. So, does that mean that the Greek epistemi already has a connection to technology? Certainly, however, not to modern machine technology, but to what is named by the Greek word tini. But what does tini mean? 1 Holderlin, Werke, 4, 129. 2 Ibid, 4, 185. 2. Logic, epistemi, tini. The related meanings of epistemi and tini. An analysis regarding the questionable relationship between thinking and logic. A. Tini, physis, and epistemi. Tini, to bring forth, to place forth, and physis, to emerge from out of itself, in their relation to unconcealment. 201 A rejection of the interpretation of tini and epistemi in terms of the differentiation between theory and practice. What does tini, which we say has the most intimate relation to epistemi, mean? Tini is related to the root word teiko/tikto, commonly translated as to create. What is created is te teknon, the child. Tikto means to create indeed, it means to beget as well as to bear, but for the most part it means the latter. In our mother tongue, This bearing creating is expressed by the beautiful and not yet fully comprehended turn of phrase to bring into the world. The proper and most concealed Greek meaning of teiko is not making or manufacturing, but is rather the bringing forth of something into the unconcealed by the human so that it may presence there in the unconcealed as something that has been thus brought forth, so that it may shine out of the unconcealed and be in the sense that the Greeks understood it. Tekton is the one who brings forth, the one who places forth and sets forth something in the unconcealed and sets it into the open. This setting forth in the manner of bringing forth is carried out by the human, for example, in building, hewing, and molding. Tekton lies in the word architect. Something issues and projects forth from the architect, who is the area of a tekane and who guides it, as in, for example, the bringing forth of a temple. All bringing forth in this larger and richer sense of setting forth into the unconcealed, properly understood, moves and persists in the realm of unconcealment, which is the realm of all possible realms and is that in which the human stands and falls, walks and rests, climbs and plunges, erects and destroys. This bringing forth is essentially different from what is brought forth by nature. To be sure, we say that nature brings forth plants and animals. But this bringing forth is not the characteristically human activity of setting forth and setting into the unconcealed. Nature, especially if we think it in the Greek way as physis, is the self-emerging and self-occluding. Given that this is so, we can easily see that physis 202 as emerging and occluding stands in relation to unconcealment and concealing, and in a certain sense is unconcealment and concealing themselves, so long as by physis we think, as is necessary, nature in a more originary sense than we are used to, i.e., only as a special realm to be differentiated from history. These connections between physis as emerging into the unconcealed, and unconcealment itself, never became clear and grounded in Greek thinking itself. Indeed, they are still not fully thought through today. The relationship between physis and tini and the connection of both to unconcealment has yet to be illuminated. But, rooted in this connection is the uncanny enigma that for the modern human there is a fate concealed within modern technology, one to which he will never be able to respond properly through the merely purported mastery of technology. But what, now, is tini in relation to tekane, to bringing forth? Tini is what pertains intimately to all bringing forth in the sense of human setting forth. If bringing forth, tekane, is a setting into the unconcealed, i.e., the world, then tini means the knowledge of the unconcealed and the ways of attaining, obtaining, and implementing it. The essential feature of bringing forth is tini, and the essential feature of tini is to be the relation with unconcealment and to unfold that relatedness. Thus, tini does not mean a type of activity in the sense of an effecting of bringing forth, but rather a preparing beforehand and keeping ready of the respective realm of the unconcealed into which something is brought forth and set forth, namely, what is to be set forth. This preparing beforehand and keeping ready of the unconcealed, alives, that is, of the true is tini. If we call this particular residing within the true by the name knowledge, taken here in a far-ranging and rich sense, then tini is a form of knowledge in the broad sense of illuminating, of making light. The conventional translation of tini as art is wrong and misleading, especially when we understand art 203 in the way it is meant in the common pairing and differentiation art and science. But even if we take art in the broadest sense of skill, the essentially knowledge-based, and thus Greek, dimension of tini is thereby still not expressed, and the sense of proficiency and dexterity predominate. How exclusively the Greeks think a dimension of knowledge within the word tini is exhibited by the fact that it often means something like cunning, which in our language originally meant something like knowledge and wisdom, without the additional connotations of the deceitful and the calculating. On the other hand, it would be erroneous if we were to think that epistimi, tini, as a type of knowledge, were to account for, as is commonly said, the theoretical side of practical doing, making, and executing. One may see how crooked and confused the thinking of this view is if one looks to the fact that, for the Greeks, the theoretical, i.e., theorein, is the highest form of action itself. Of what use, then, is our thoughtless and groundless differentiation between the theoretical and the practical. The still-veiled essential feature of the essence of episteme and tene consists in their relation to the unconcealment of what is and what can be. Episteme, the understanding of something, and tene, the knowledge of something, are so near to one another in essence that very often one word stands in for the other. This was already the case in the ancient Greek world. Indeed, it is through ancient Greece that an essential connection between all knowledge and tene is founded. The fact that now, at a turning point of occidental fate, if not the occidentally determined fate of the earth as a whole, tene in the form of modern mechanized technology is becoming the admitted, or the not yet fully admitted, fundamental form of knowledge as a calculating ordering, is a sign whose immediate interpretation cannot be dared by any mortal. The philosophies of technology now running wild are all only the spawn of technological thinking itself, or, at best, mere reactions against it, which amounts to the same. 204 At the moment, we can only make a supposition regarding what surely gives more than enough to think about, namely, that the fate of humanity and of peoples is intimately rooted in the particular relation of the human toward the respective appearing or self-withholding essence of unconcealment, that is, of truth. Whether and how the true is faithfully sent is grounded in whether and how the truth itself shows itself in its essence. If we consider that the essence of truth first opened itself for the Occident in general, and then decisively for the ancient Greek world, we then recognize to what extent the fate that unfolded in the ancient Greek world is nothing bygone or antiquated, and also nothing ancient, but is rather something still undecided and still approaching us, toward which we the Germans preeminently and, for a long time also, probably alone can and must direct our thinking. I say thinking, this is why it is necessary to learn how to think. Does logic help in this regard? Once again we ask, what does logic have to do with thinking? Why does thinking find itself subject to the laws of logic? We are in the process of elucidating this term in its totality. b. Logic as episteme logiki in connection with episteme physiki and episteme tyche. On the dominance of reflection. Logic is the shortened expression for episteme logiki, and now means, having an understanding of what pertains to logos. And what does logos now mean? We let the question stand once more and linger first with the historical fact that the name and matter of episteme logiki arises in connection with two other names and matters, episteme physiki and episteme tyche, and in a manner that becomes historical. Episteme physiki is the understanding of what belongs to physis, or, more precisely, to the occidental. These are those particular beings that, emerging and submerging on their own accord, safeguard arising and vanishing, heaven and earth, the stars, the ocean, the mountains, rocks and waters, plants and animals. 205 If we thus understand the emerging and the emerged as what presences and appears in the broadest sense, then even humans and gods belong to occidental, insofar as they appear and presence, decay and disappear, peer into the unconcealed and withdraw themselves. Episteme physiki, that is, physics thus understood, is the knowledge of beings as a whole, in all of their guises and stages, in terms of their first and simplest connections. This physics is not only substantially wider in scope than what we think of as physics today, i.e., the mathematical, experimental knowledge pertaining to the laws of motion of material points of mass in space and time. Episteme physiki also thinks in a completely different way than the modern science of physics, indeed, in a completely different way than all science. Episteme physiki thinks beings as a whole, and thereby also beings in general, with an eye toward what is common to every being insofar as it is, can be, must be, or is none of these. What is common, proper, and ownmost to all beings is being. Being the emptiest word which, it would appear, makes us initially not think much at all. Being the word from out of which we nevertheless think and experience everything, and the word through which we are. When will we finally have the courage, for once, to think genuinely and tenaciously what would come to be if we, i.e., humans, could not think and say being and to be? The epistemiphysike of the ancient Greeks is a way and an attempt to understand beings as a whole with an eye toward being, an attempt to place themselves before beings and stand before them so that these beings may show themselves in their being. The entirety of Occidental thinking has not moved beyond this attempt at most, perhaps, it has deviated from it. The third term, epistemiphysike, designates the understanding of what belongs to the ethos. The word ethos originally means dwelling, sojourn. Here, in the term epistemiphysike, ethos is meant in a simple way. So understood, it means 206 the sojourn of the human, the residing, the dwelling of the human in the midst of beings as a whole. The essential feature of ethos, of this sojourning, is the way in which the human holds fast to beings, and thereby holds himself, keeps himself, and allows himself to be held. The understanding of ethos, the knowledge of it, is ethics. Here we take this word in a very broad and essential sense. The conventional meaning of ethics as a moral doctrine, a theory of virtue, or even a doctrine of values, is only a consequence, mutation, and aberration of the concealed, original meaning. Moreover, whereas physics thinks about beings as a whole, ethics only regards one being, namely, the human set apart from the others. However, the human is here not regarded as a separate solitary being, cut off from beings as a whole, but rather precisely in view of the fact that he, and he alone, abides in beings as a whole, relates to them, and thereby consummates and maintains this relation from either a particular grounding or groundlessness. Ethos is the comportment of the human sojourn in the midst of beings as a whole. In this sense, even the knowledge of ethics, although surely in a different way and approach, is oriented toward beings as a whole. In this case, the human is in one respect the center, though in another respect, not. Hidden within these connections is the essence that is both proper to, and characteristic of, the human, an essence which we could call eccentric. The human is, dwelling in the midst of beings as a whole, without, however, being its center in the sense of a ground that mediates and upholds it. The human is in the center of beings but is not that center itself. Epistemiphysike and epistemiphysike are an understanding of beings as a whole which shows itself to the human, and to which the human relates by holding himself to it and sojourning in it. From these short references to physics and ethics we may surmise that now the aforementioned 207 logic, the epistemiphysike, in some sense also connects to beings as a whole. Here, also, the remarked upon essential feature, i.e., the understanding that it somehow concerns beings as whole, is grounded in that on which epistemiphysike draws, namely, logos. Review. 1. Logic as the reflection about reflection without an attachment to things. On the power of the self-reflection of subjectivity and pure thinking, Rilke, Hölderlin. In this lecture on logic, we would like to set out to learn how to think. However, so that right at the beginning of our efforts a certain illumination already brightens this path, we must at least have provisional knowledge of what, through its traditional transmission, to which we are all knowingly or unknowingly subject, we understand as logic. What is logic? What is it that is signified by this Greek name? What does it mean for the fate and course of thinking itself that, from long ago, although not from the inception, logic appears in Occidental thinking as the doctrine of correct thinking? Early on, logic is regarded as the organon, the tool, and the equipment, as it were, with which thinking is handled. Since then, one finds it proper that thinking belongs under the province of logic, as though this belonging together of thinking and logic had been eternally written in the stars. Nevertheless, one is not entirely certain about the authoritative role accorded to logic. Occasionally a suspicion regarding logic arises, even if it is only a suspicion regarding its usefulness, which, admittedly, remains only a superficial suspicion, for something can be without usefulness, thus being useless, and can nevertheless 208 still have being. Indeed, it can even be the case that the useless has infinitely more being than all that is useful combined. Behind the suspicion that logic is, in a practical sense, useless, owing to the fact that we always only learn correct thinking through contact with things and never through an abstract logic. Behind this fear of the uselessness of logic there nevertheless remains a more serious concern. The concern is this, that logic, as the doctrine of proper thinking, is itself a form of thinking. To study logic therefore means to think about thinking. Hereby thinking bends back toward itself and becomes reflection. Since logic thinks about thinking and thinks about it in general, and since the thinking which is the object of this thought has no reference to an object determined in terms of its content, and thereby remains a pure thinking that dissolves into itself, logic as the thinking about pure thinking is not only reflection, but is rather the reflection about reflection, a reflection that whirls away into emptiness like a hollow vortex without an object or a connection to things. Logic, a thinking about thinking, i.e., reflection, a detour into utter entanglement. If already within the context of dealing with things a thinking about them easily hampers action and decisiveness, what then would be the consequences of a thinking about thinking? Reflection, the bending back toward oneself, is, as one says, egocentric, self-centered, self-absorbed, individualistic. But is this due to reflection? It is possible for a group of people to be focused upon itself as a group, as an association, as a coalition, i.e., reflection. A people can be focused on itself and only itself, i.e., reflection. Indeed, even all of humanity on earth could be focused back upon itself, i.e., reflection. Does reflection cease to be reflective, reflected, and self-absorbed when many people reflect together instead of alone or only by himself reflecting about himself and his I? But how could this be, if in fact the totality of humanity on this earth reflecting upon itself constitutes the most monstrous case of reflection, and if, 209 in this reflection, the abstract and abstraction have become the uncanny itself? Has the human already escaped reflection when, for example, as a Christian he thinks of his God? Or is he thereby only concerned with his own salvation? But how could this be, if only with and through this type of self-concern and this form of self-encounter the power of subjectivity's self-reflection has been released into modern world history and has become hardened in it? Then Christianity, with its belief in, and teaching of, the teeny-like notion of creation, regarded metaphysically, is an essential reason for the rise of modern technology, and also plays an essential role in the formation of the dominance of the self-reflection of subjectivity. As a result, it is precisely Christianity that is unable to overcome this reflection. What else could be the cause of the historical bankruptcy of Christianity and its church in the modern era of world history? Is a third world war needed in order to prove this? The matter of reflection is a peculiar one, and it is not settled with the simple suspicion that reflection is allegedly only a solipsistic circling of the individual around itself. Through such a suspicion, the essence of reflection is not recognized, nor are the distortions of its essence averted. Perhaps reflection belongs to the essence of the human. Perhaps the harm of reflection does not lie in the bending back as such, but rather in what is being bent back toward, and in that toward which the essence of the human is inclined. But perhaps it is not only that the essence of the human is essentially turned towards something. Perhaps it is even the case that the essence of the human is in itself reflection, an originary turning toward that is a return that also entails within itself that the reversal and the inverted become stronger and gain the upper hand. Then what one would otherwise call and understand as reflection would only be a particular variation of reflection, namely, the reflection of subjectivity in which the human conducts 210 himself as the self-regarded subject, accepting all beings only as objects and as the merely objective. This kind of reflection, thought as the essence of the modern human, i.e., as the inner structure of the subjectivity of the subject, is consummately articulated poetically, and at the same time experienced in regard to its metaphysical dimension, in Rilke's Eighth Duino elegy. From this elegy it becomes clear that Rilke's poetry, notwithstanding other differences, still belongs in the same realm of the same stage of occidental metaphysics as what is given voice by Nietzsche's philosophy. That Rilke was both able and compelled to speak the eighth Duino elegy also bears witness to the greatness of his inner tact in regard to the boundary set for the poet. That he was able to stay within the limits of this boundary and bear the room to maneuver afforded by his position is more essential than any overly effortful and purely deliberate breaking of these boundaries. If there is to be at all a kind of overcoming of modern forms of reflection, i.e., the reflection of subjectivity, then it is only possible through another type of reflection, even though it may initially appear that this is the very height of madness, namely, to attempt to reflect oneself out of reflection by way of reflection. But if reflection is always a manner of thinking, then the proper reflection belonging to the essence of the human could only consist of a corresponding thinking. Then we would have to learn to think, even if we thereby run the risk of creating the impression that when we think after thinking, this thinking is simply circling around itself with neither goal nor ground. Mindful of this danger, we nonetheless attempt to learn how to think. Every meditation on every sentence is already that attempt at learning, one that does not only begin, for example, once we have moved beyond these apparently only introductory lectures. Learning how to think only thinking and nothing else besides. What are we thinking when we are only thinking? When we are only thinking, we embark down the path toward what, for thinking, is the to be thought. 211 This shows itself to us when we are only, and that means, purely thinking. This means that, as long as we are thinking about particular matters and within the confines of a particular subject matter, we remain on one level, i.e., we remain merely on the surface. In thinking about specific matters, we do not proceed toward what opens itself in and to pure thinking, opening itself to it because it is intended for thinking and only for thinking. For then pure thinking inclines itself toward, and opens itself to, its own depth, and finds within this depth enough of the to be thought and only there finds, inclined toward this depth, what is deepest. Thinking would thus not at all be an occupation that immanently circles itself, an occupation for the benefit of which a matter must be identified and offered up to it as an object so that thinking may have a hold and a ground. In this case, all of these solid foundations that present the objective to subjects would be merely surface aspects and superficial levels that hide from the human the profound depth into which thinking itself, as thinking, opens itself, for, as the thinking that it is in itself, and not retroactively, oriented toward what is deepest, and is attracted by it and taken up into a relation with it. In one of his short odes that serves as a prelude to his hymnal and elegiac poetry, Hölderlin says the following: "Whosoever has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive." Socrates and Alcibiades. We are tempted to think that what is deepest allows itself to be identified, so that we may then use thinking, among other things, in order to make it an object of understanding. But what is deepest only comes about when we have already thought, and simply only thought. However, he who has already thought has also already ceased to think. How shall the deepest then still open itself? The Greek thinkers already knew all of this, albeit differently and better. Whosoever has thought is not at the end of thinking and finished with it, rather, whosoever has thought is only beginning 212 to think, and only to think. The more purely the human has thought, the more decisively has he arrived on the path of thinking and remains one who thinks, in the very same manner that someone who has seen the right way has only just begun to see. Strange, how here the end is actually only the beginning. Whosoever has thought and thus has only first begun to think, and is thus in thinking and operating from out of it, has in this way, and only in this way, already thought what is deepest, which never exists somewhere apart. Whosoever has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive. This makes it sound as though the love for what is most alive is a consequence of thinking, as though this love activates itself once thinking has been consummated. Yet, the truth is otherwise. It is rather the case that thinking is itself the love for what is most alive, for that in which all that is alive has gathered itself in life. Love a kind of thinking? Or, indeed, is thinking a kind of love? We are told that love is a feeling and that thinking is without feeling. Psychology clearly differentiates between thinking, feeling, desire, and classifies these as psychical phenomena. One also thinks and, from a certain perspective, justifiably that thinking is cleaner and more precise the less it is affected, i.e., polluted, by moods and feelings. If, however, thinking is ever able to lead to love, then it would surely have to be a thinking in the proper mood and therefore an emotive thinking, a thinking with emotions, i.e., emotional thinking. However, how can this be if what is deepest is only reachable in thinking and if it only opens itself to thinking? Does everything not then depend upon only thinking, upon thinking purely, in order to assure that the to-be thought approaches thinking? We now say Holderlin's saying aloud with the emphasis suggested by the structure and rhythm of the verse itself. Whosoever has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive. However, given the mysterious inexhaustibility of such lines, which always speak above and beyond the poet, it is good if we also occasionally emphasize it thusly. 213 Whosoever has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive. Thought and loves are in such immediate proximity that they are effectively the same, though not, of course, as an indistinct monotony, but rather as a conjoined simplicity whose unity as thinking and life is named but nevertheless remains unsaid. 2. Epistimi logici, epistimi physici, epistimi tychi. The thinking named here, and perhaps only provisionally intuited, is that thinking which we are trying to learn by learning thinking as such. Can this be accomplished through logic? What is logic? It is the epistimi logici, the science of logos and what pertains to logos. Epistimi means, the understanding of something. At the time of the formation and development of logic in ancient Greece, the word epistimi had the same meaning, or was closely related to, tini. We translate tini as knowledge of something. This mention of the kinship, and perhaps even sameness, of the meaning of the two Greek words epistimi and tini does not yet amount to much. But if we consider that epistimi is the historical origin of Occidental science and of the Occidental forms of knowledge in general, and that in its modern guise it has become entirely ubiquitous, then the reference to the kinship between epistimi and tini gains in importance. Behind this fact, which bears upon the history of a word, there lies hidden the predestination of the technological essence of Occidental knowledge, for whose development the Judeo-Christian understanding of creation, specifically in the form of late Greek and Roman terminology, plays a decisive role. Before we now elucidate the term epistimi logici and the matter it names, we must attend to the fact that this term appears at the same time alongside two others, epistimi physici and epistimi tychi. How does this fact bear upon our understanding 214 of what epistimi means? The name means an understanding that pertains to beings as a whole. Physis, understood properly, does not only include that which, in distinction to history, we call nature, for history also belongs to physis, as do the human and the gods. Physis means beings as a whole. Epistimi physici, certainly in distinction to modern physics, is the knowledge of beings as a whole. By contrast, epistimi tychi now does appear to bring forth a separate, or in any case particular, region of beings. The word ethos means dwelling, sojourn. We say, the dwelling of the human, his sojourn amidst beings as a whole. Epistimi tychi, ethics, thought essentially and expansively, seeks to understand how the human abides in this sojourn amidst beings, thereby upholding himself and abiding. The word ethos refers to the bearing of all conduct obtaining to the sojourning amidst beings. Ethics does not concern the human as a separate matter among other matters, rather, it regards the human in view of the relation of beings as a whole to the human, and of the human to beings as a whole. The human is thus, in a certain sense, in the middle of beings as a whole, but not, however, in the sense that he is the middle itself of beings such that he would be their sustaining ground. In any case, ethics, even though, like epistimi physici, it deals with the human, albeit from a different perspective and in a different way, is concerned with beings as a whole. Now, How do matters stand with regard to the third episteme that is named next to physics and ethics, namely, episteme logici, i.e., logic? 215c, logos and ethos. The universal role of logos as ratio and reason in the determinations of the human essence and its consequential consummation in the will to power, Nietzsche. In the term episteme logici, the word logos means something akin to assertion, legain ti katatinos, to claim something about something, and at the same time to hold fast to it, thereby establishing it and showing it. The essential feature of logos, of making an assertion, lies in saying, in the sense of a making apparent of something that each time allows a particular being to be seen and grasped in the manner that it is. Saying brings and places what is said, and what is shown through the saying, before us, presenting and delivering it to us. The essential feature of logos, of the assertion, is not, therefore, a saying in the sense of a speaking and of making a verbal statement. This is already implied by the fact that the Greek word logos, and what it actually means, does not have anything directly to do with language and discourse. What this means for the essence of logos, the insight into its essence, and also for the misapprehension of its essence, and consequently for the origin of logic and its role and limitations, will reveal itself to us in what follows. Above all, we will have to consider when and how the words legain and logos arrived at the undeniable meaning of saying and asserting, even though the original meaning did not include a connection to saying and language. However, first it is still necessary to bring the designation of logic as episteme logici, the knowledge pertaining to that which belongs to asserting, into its correct connection with the given designations of physics and ethics. Physics and ethics both have, albeit in different ways, the fundamental feature of an understanding about beings as a whole. They are oriented toward this one whole. They are versus unum, universal in the simplest sense of the word. Physics and ethics are each an understanding of beings as a whole. Does this also apply to logic? If so, in what sense? 216 As a human activity, logos assertion, judgment only appears in one particular region of beings, namely, in the region of the human, but not, for example, in that of plants, stones, or even animals. Assertion is thereby not like what may be encountered everywhere in every being, and thus also continuously and universally in beings. This statement applies also to ethos, which, as the abiding of the human sojourn amidst beings, only pertains to the human. However, ethos pertains to the human in just such a way that he, in ethos and through it, stands in relation to beings as a whole, and in such a manner that, reciprocally, the whole of beings addresses itself to him alone. Could not something similar apply also to logos, since as assertion it is a behavior of the human that can relate itself to all beings and somehow also always beings as a whole, especially and particularly when the assertion hits upon the unsayable? For the unsayable and unutterable is what it is, as the no longer sayable and the no longer utterable, owing to its relation to asserting. However, logos does seem to be constituted differently than ethos. Asserting can perhaps relate itself to all beings, but asserting, taken strictly for itself, is only a particular and isolated activity among the totality of activities that comprise the bearing of the human sojourn amidst beings. Seen from this perspective, logos is only a special case among the other possible human activities. Logos, as the activity of asserting, belongs to ethos, which is the bearing that pervades all behavior. Hence ethics, as the knowledge of human behavior in relation to this bearing, is the more expansive knowledge that includes logic within itself. Logic is, as it were, a particular kind of ethics, that of assertoric behavior. Logic is the ethics of logos, the ethics of asserting. If this is the case, then any justification for equating logic with the other forms of knowledge, i.e., physics and ethics, or even placing it above them, falls away. The human, insofar as he is seen and thought with regard to his universal relations and modes of behavior 217 toward beings as a whole, is determined by ethos. That is why we would be justified in saying that the human is that particular being amidst beings as a whole whose essence is characterized by ethos. However, in light of the form of the human essence just now delineated, we come upon something strange, namely, that in the Greek world, and throughout the entirety of Occidental history following upon it, the human is defined as zoon lgon, that living being who has as its defining characteristic both saying and asserting. This determination of the human essence with an eye toward logos gets its character through the differentiation of the human from the animal, and thereby within the context of the life of living beings in general. The animal is, with respect to logos, zoon logon, the living being without logos. However, i.e., without, does not mean here an absence, a lack, and a going without. Indeed, going without is only present where the absent as such has become recognizable through a desire for it. The animal is entirely excluded from logos, no matter how intelligent animals may be, and no matter how eager modern psychology is, in a strange misapprehension of the simplest connections, to research the intelligence of animals. The human is characterized by logos, it is the human's most essential possession. Following what was elucidated above, one might rather expect a characterization of the human essence that reads thusly: Anthropozoon ethos eon, the human is that living being whose own most distinguishing characteristic is ethos. However, instead of this, logos is now seen to have the undeniable primacy over ethos. The essence of the Occidental human finds itself being imprinted upon by the character of zoon lgon eon. The Roman re-articulation of this, which is something more than just a translation into Latin, reads, Homo est animal rationale, the human is the rational living being. If we pay attention to the relation of ratio and logos to thinking, and the equating of both, then we could also say, 218 the human is the thinking animal. If we understand thinking to be the form through which knowledge, i.e., epistemi and tini, carries itself out, then the human is the cunning, clever animal. With an eye toward this essence of the human, and from within the perspective of modern metaphysics, the young Nietzsche precociously caught sight of and verbalized an outline of his later metaphysics of the will to power. In the summer of 1873, the 29-year-old Nietzsche wrote an essay entitled On Truth and Lie in an Extra-Moral Sense. This essay would be published for the first time only later, in 1903, as a part of his literary estate. Point 1. The essay begins with the following excerpt. In some remote corner of the universe, poured out into countless flickering solar systems, there was once a star on which some clever animals invented knowledge. It was the most arrogant and dishonest minute of world history, but, still, it was only a minute. Once nature had drawn in a few breaths, the star solidified, and the clever animals had to die. To what extent Nietzsche, in his later metaphysics, holds fast to this conception of the human, while at the same time radicalizing his thoughts regarding the overhuman, cannot be elucidated presently. It is enough if we can initially and approximately see that, from the beginning of Occidental metaphysics on through its consummation, the essence of the human is understood in relation to logos, and logos is interpreted as thinking. In what sense this characteristic of logos is to be understood, to what extent logos thereby remains ambiguous, what all of this means for history and the essence of the Occidental human and for the manner in which he exists historically, all of this can only be alluded to here in an inquiring way. Logic forms itself and its history in accordance with the fate from out of which logos unfolds, and does not unfold, its essence in the history of the Occident and of the world. 219 Review 3. On the dominance of reflection and subjectivity. The question concerning the depth of pure thinking and the return, Rilke, Holderlin. The prior session attempted to discuss three things, two relating to thinking, and the third on the doctrine of thinking, i.e., logic as epistemi logici. Thinking was characterized, on the one hand, with regard to reflection, and on the other hand in relation to its own depth. We today only know reflection in the form of the reflection belonging to subjectivity. That is why we fear, with the equally common equating of subjectivity with the I-hood of the singular I, that reflection is the breeding ground of individualism and egoism. However, An argument against this is the fact that not only individual people may be carried away by, and entangled up in, this essence of reflection as a form of selfish obstinacy, but also entire groups, federations, nations, peoples, indeed, even all of humanity on earth. Reflective self-referentiality need not necessarily hit upon a singular, separate I, but it does always hit upon a self. But the I and the self are not the same. Not only is there an I self, but also a you self du selbst, as well as a we self and the you self ihr selbst. For each particular essence of reflection, what is decisive is how the selfhood of the self is determined, and vice versa. To be sure, every thinking thinks its thoughts in such a way that thinking itself is thereby also thought, and that what is thought about, and thought with, refers back to the one who is thinking. How else could it be that what is thought about is also what is intended for us to be thought about? But the question remains how what is thought about is being thought about if, for example, only as a thing or an object. The question also remains how the one thinking knows himself in this as only, for example, an I or a subject. If it is only as such, then all reference back to what is representationally set before 220 ends already with a subject oriented toward itself, and then it is indeed the case that all representation, imagining, and bringing before oneself resemble a capturing of objects in snares that have been set out. And then Rilke, in whom the age of consummate subjectivity poetizes its own end, can say the following in these strangely fitting yet nevertheless profoundly errant lines at the beginning of the 8th Duino elegy. With full gaze, the animal sees the open. Only our eyes are, as if reversed, entirely like snares, set around it, blocking the freedom of its outgoing. What is outside, we know only from the animal's face. Let us reflect on what announces itself in these words: what is outside, we know only from the animal's face. The creature that is, in this case, the animal, and in no way the creation of God as conceived of by Christianity alone, sees the open. The human, however, gathers knowledge of the open from the animal. This thought is not only mentioned in passing within this elegy. Rather, it everywhere bears Rilke's true poetry. It contains a decision concerning the thinking of the human as subject, whose essence is now being made true in a world historical sense. Those of the contemporary era, instead of ceaselessly blathering about this poet, should for once earnestly think after such a thought as the above, in order to recognize in it a consummation, finally brought to word, of an approaching errancy whose origin lies in a misapprehension of the essence of reflection and, thus, of thinking. When determining the essence of reflection, we must first ask from where and back to where and in what way thinking is bent back into itself, so that it carries within itself the fundamental feature of a return. So that we may nevertheless find the proper perspective regarding all of these questions concerning the character of reflection, it is necessary first to pay some attention to the dimension into which thinking as thinking reaches, and within 221 which, and through which, it wields itself. It is necessary to consider the depth proper to pure thinking, from which thinking itself first receives the seal of its essence. We usually only think depth in contrast to height, and therefore in the direction of downward and the below. But the essence of depth is otherwise. For example, we speak of the deep woods. Depth is the self-opening concealing expanse that continually points to an ever more lightened concealment and gathers itself therein. The quoted words of Hölderlin should only be a hint, and not the answer, to the question concerning the depth proper to pure thinking. He who has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive. The exegesis of this line can be briefly summarized in the resonant, albeit different, intonation. He who has thought what is deepest, loves what is most alive. Whosoever has thought is thinking for the first time, in the very same way that whosoever has seen sees for the first time. The perfect case is the proper present, and the proper present is the future. Authentic thinking is true loving and the coming to be at home in the essential ground of all relations, return. Only when thinking has thought what is deepest, that is, only when it has begun to think and continues to think the essential and singular to be thought does the return proper to thinking, i.e., the originary reflection, come to itself and come into play originarily. 4. Logic as the doctrine of the assertion, concept, judgment, inference. Logos, ratio, reason, on the universal meaning of logic in the determination of the human essence. The equating of thinking and logic as the origin of occidental fate. Do we now experience something of the depth allotted to thinking and about the reflection originally proper to it, 222, or anything essential about the essence of thinking, through logic, which since antiquity has been known as the doctrine of thinking? What is logic? We find the doctrine of thinking under the name of epistemi logici, the understanding of logos. This name is no mere label, behind which something other than what it says is concealed. Through this name logic, it is decided that thinking is thought as logos, with logos being understood in a very particular way. But this is not at all self-evident. In this equating of thinking and logos, the origin of an occidental fate conceals itself. It conceals itself there inconspicuously, without noise, fanfare or hawkers, so that it appears and for millennia has appeared as though there is nothing remarkable there. Moreover, epistemi logici, i.e., logic is also named in connection with two other manners of epistemi physici and epistemi tychi. Each of these are, albeit in different ways, oriented toward beings as a whole. Physics and ethics unfold a knowledge directed toward the universal. Does this also apply to that particular understanding that deals with logos? Logos is for logic the legain ti katatenos, that is, the asserting of something about something. Logos is understood in Roman and medieval terms as enunciatio, assertion. At the same time, it is understood as propositio, a placing before, a statement, i.e., recta determination iustorum, the correct determination of what is right, iudicium, judgment. Logos is assertion, judgment. The elements of a judgment are concepts. Judgments themselves are related to one another in the form of inferences, deductions. Logic, as the doctrine of the assertion, that is, of judgment, is at the same time the doctrine of the concept and the inference. Judging/asserting is certainly not a special mode of human behavior, it is only one among many possible others. Ethics, however, elucidates the modes of human behavior, all of which arise out of the unity of the human abiding in the sense of his sojourning amidst 223 beings, in short, the ethos of the human. It is in this way that we can understand logic as a branch of ethics. It is the ethics of the behavior of asserting. Thus, in distinction to ethics and physics, logic is missing the feature of the universal. According to the above-mentioned determination of the human essence from out of ethos, the definition of the human should be anthropozoon ethos, and the human is that living being that has ethics and is distinguished by it. However, the determination of the human essence, according to the Greeks, is otherwise. Anthropozoon logon, and the human is that living being that has logos and is distinguished by it. According to this, should not logic, as the science of logos, have a distinguished character, one that is equal to that of ethics and perhaps even above it? The definition of the human essence is as follows: the human is that living being that has logos, as pronounced by the character of the human whose fate is the occidental and occidentally determined world history of humanity. We know the Greek definition in later formulations: homo est animal rationale, the human is the rational living being. Logos becomes ratio, and ratio becomes reason. The defining characteristic of the ability to reason is thinking. As the animal rationale, the human is the thinking animal. In Rilke's words, the animal that sets snares for things, lying in wait for them. We could say that the above-named definition is the metaphysical determination of the human essence. In it the human, who is subject to the sway of metaphysics, speaks its essence. In recent times, Nietzsche, the last thinker of metaphysics, has taken up this determination of the human essence: the human is the clever, discerning animal. A treatise by the 29-year-old Nietzsche, first written in Basel in 1873 but not published until 1903 after his death, begins this way. 224 In some remote corner of the universe, poured out into countless flickering solar systems, there was once a star on which some clever animals invented knowledge. It was the most arrogant and dishonest minute of world history, but, still, it was only a minute. Once nature had drawn in a few breaths, the star solidified, and the clever animals had to die. But this interpretation of the human was, for the later and authentic Nietzsche, only a half measure. Later he would oppose it with his doctrine of the eternal recurrence of the same. Around the time that Nietzsche was writing his Zarathustra and getting closer to his one, unique thought of the will to power, every thinker only thinks one thought. Around this time Nietzsche recognized that the human up to this point, the animal rationale, was indeed an animal, but the animal whose essence has not yet been established. The task is therefore to understand decisively the essence of the ratio that determines the animal human, and according to the direction already set out step by step in contemporary thought. The essence of reason, and that means, subjectivity, is not mere thinking and reason, but rather the will, for in the will as self-willing, the positioning of the self toward itself first consummates itself as subjectivity. According to Nietzsche, however, the will is a will to power. The human is that animal who is determined through the thinking will to power, and is only thereby established in its metaphysical essence. This willing animal the human is, according to Nietzsche, the animal of prey. How close this is to Rilke's snare-setting, ambushing animal. The human thus conceived, and therefore willed and also self-willing, goes beyond the prior human, the merely clever animal. As he who goes beyond the prior human, the future human of metaphysics is the overhuman, the human as the human of the will to power. 225 When logos has turned into ratio, and ratio into reason, and reason into a thinking will, and when this will as the will to power determines the essence of the human and even beings as such and as a whole, then logic as the doctrine of logos has a universal meaning equal to that of physics and ethics. 3. Logic and logos. The discipline and the matter. Logic and Occidental metaphysics. A. The origin of the threefold division of logic, physics, and ethics as the scientific disciplines comprising philosophy, and the fate of Occidental metaphysics. The three terms logic, physics, and ethics name three manners and directions of understanding beings as a whole. Did these three directions of universal knowledge come together by happenstance, or do they originate in a concealed togetherness that entrusts them to one another? We intuit something of this togetherness, even if we do not yet see clearly where it originates or on what it is grounded, i.e., where the unity of these three directions of knowledge has its starting point, its principle. If these three terms, and most importantly, what they name, belong together in a unity, then this unity contains a structure and an arrangement. Only with this structure and arrangement in mind can the tripartite division be executed. Regarding the provenance of this tripartite division, we have the report of Sextus Empiricus, a philosophical writer who lived around 200 AD. In his work, Adversus Mathematicos, Book 7, 16, he states the following. Entelasteron de logoisen ta meri tis philosophas, o epns tis philosophas t menti iena physicen t de thicen t de logion and dyname men Platon eston erigs, per pilon men 226 physicen per pilon de thicen oklgon de logicen dialethes idida de o per t en xenocratin ka o aptu peripatoi eti de o aptis stoas eontitis tis diari seos. However, more thorough, i.e., accomplished, are those who say in regard to philosophy, naming the parts of it, that the one part, i.e., what comprises it, is that which belongs to physis, the other part, however, that which concerns ethos, and the other part, ultimately that which concerns logos. Among those who speak this way, Plato is the one through whom the possibility actually arises, i.e., to look in a unifying way toward all three of these aspects, insofar as he fostered discussion of many things pertaining to physis, but also much pertaining to ethos, and not least of all of that which pertains to logos. However, the above-mentioned classification is most explicitly apparent, i.e., named in terms and defined and codified in the followers of Xenocrates, and those who come from the Peripatetics, and in addition but less so, also those who come from the Stoa. As a threefold division, the three terms logic, physics, and ethics comprise the decisive division of philosophy, and have done so since Plato. According to the account cited above, Plato himself did not establish this trichotomy, but his thinking with regard to logos, physis, and ethos opened new viewpoints and connections whose unity can best be grasped in the threefold division, and whose unity is sought to be grasped above all when the task is to make what has been thought in advance by the thinker solid and graspable for cognition and the scrutiny of science. This happens each time the thinking of a thinker is granted the highly ambiguous fate of being processed scholastically in a so-called school, and being passed on in the state of concretion and ossification. According to Sextus's account, Xenocrates, or, more precisely, his followers explicitly established the above-cited threefold division of philosophy. Following Speusippus 227, Xenocrates became the second head of the academy founded by Plato, and served as its head for 2 decades. It is difficult to say anything certain regarding the essence of this inceptual founding by Plato. At its core, it was based upon a cult of the Muses, and it cultivated philosophy through lectures and conversations, as the core of the other forms of knowledge, i.e., mathematics, astronomy, natural science. The academy was neither merely an association of scholars within an organization of scientific research, nor was it a school of wisdom. It must be said, however, that since Plato's founding of the academy, and since the corresponding founding of the Peripatetic school by Aristotle, that thinking which only now is given the distinguishing title of philosopha entered into a privileged relationship with what we call the sciences. This intertwining of philosophy with the sciences becomes, from that time on, determinative not only for philosophy itself, but also for the sciences. Since that time, the attempts to think philosophy as a kind of science, namely, as the most universal, the most stringent, or the highest science, arise again and again. In these attempts, however, lies the danger of measuring what is more originary than every kind of science, in the sense of tini, by what has first arisen from out of this origin. The curious situation that comes to pass is that the thing which is only the consequence of a prior ground and, as such, can only be a consequence of it, namely, science, overpowers the ground, namely, philosophy, thereby inverting the relationship between ground and consequence. What is dependent attempts to subdue and master that on which it depends. Concealed herein lies a strange fate, namely, that since Plato and Aristotle, the thinking called philosophy has failed to return to its own essential grounding in order to receive from it and only from it the imprint and secret of its essence. 228. This self-estrangement of philosophy has the consequence that when one wishes to avoid an equating of philosophy and science, philosophy is then characterized from a perspective foreign to it, namely, as a form of art, i.e., as a kind of poetics. One speaks of conceptual poetry and poetic philosophers. Philosophy is regarded as a kind of profession of faith or as a worldview. To think philosophy only as philosophy and to follow this thinking where it necessarily leads is too daunting and difficult for the world to attempt, for the thinking that is concealed in philosophy is set apart from everything discussed above, including science, as though separated by an abyss. It will necessitate a long journey in order to free authentic thinking, which curtly and emphatically we call thinking as such, from common misapprehensions. However, because philosophy since Plato has at the same time also been divided into disciplines and remains so divided, in the same manner as the sciences, the impression is solidified that what has been divided into disciplines is, in its essence, as concrete and unambiguous as the disciplines themselves are rigid and unquestionable. But let us not recklessly deceive ourselves about what hides itself in the validity of such a division into disciplines and the roles thereof. What is this, precisely? Namely, that through the notion of a discipline, a set of possible questions and with them directions and ways of possible exploration are determined with a certain finality. The objects of inquiry occupied by the discipline are thereby held captive by the discipline. The matters investigated by and through the discipline can only announce themselves insofar as the discipline and its methodological apparatus allows. The discipline and its validity remain the decisive authority regarding whether and how something may become a possible object of scientific inquiry, as well as its suitability for becoming an object for research. The reigning disciplines 229 are like sieves that only allow precisely determined aspects of things through. What belongs to a matter is decided not so much by the matters in question, their ground, and their truth, but rather by the discipline into which they remain committed as an object of that discipline. The shackling of questions and directions of inquiry by disciplines, and the division into disciplines, also applies to the sciences and Occidental philosophy, owing to their constant proximity, and this not only in cases where such philosophy is conveyed as a doctrine in a scholastic manner, but also, and in particular, when it unfolds and consummates its fate as metaphysics in the originary thinking of thinkers. Even Kant was fond of invoking the threefold division of philosophy. He thus begins the preface to the groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals, published in 1785, with the following sentences. Ancient Greek philosophy was divided into three branches of knowledge: physics, ethics, and logic. This classification fits the nature of this manner of inquiry perfectly, and one cannot improve upon it, except perhaps to add the principle upon which it is based, in order to, on the one hand, thereby assure oneself of its comprehensiveness, and, on the other hand, in order to be able to determine the necessary subdivisions correctly. Point 1. Now, surely that which, according to Kant, still needs to be added to this classification, namely, the principle of classification, i.e., that from which it proceeds and in its necessity is shaped and sustained, is the most difficult. Whether and in what way Kant himself found this principle, and whether and in what way this principle was exhibited in the metaphysical systems of German idealism, cannot be expounded upon here, for something else is more pressing. 230. b. Logic and the inhibiting of the unfolding of the essence of the Logos. In order to attain the correct insight into the essence and meaning of logic, we must consider that the revolution of thinking brought into philosophy by Kant was carried out in the realm of logic. Before even diving into the matter, we can already see this in the titles of his three main works: Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, and Critique of Judgment. At issue in each case is reason, i.e., ratio, i.e., the faculty of judgment, i.e., thinking, i.e., a doctrine of reason, i.e., logic. The decisive step in thinking undertaken by Kant, a thinking about whose essence and scope he also possessed a clear knowledge, is the step away from a prior logic toward a new logic that he named transcendental logic. Logic, in various extended forms and permutations, thus becomes the core of thinking immediately following Kant, specifically in the metaphysics of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Indeed, the entirety of thinking between 1790 and 1830 is deeply determined by Kant's new logic. The meaning of Kant's thinking for Heinrich von Kleist, both in a positive and a negative sense, is well known. Even Goethe's thinking, in those occasional moments when it brushes up against philosophy, in odd ways, only attains its proper lucidity and sharpness from Kant's critique of judgment. One can say this also of Schiller's thought. The 26-year-old Hölderlin, under the sway of Kant's and Fichte's philosophies, on account of having attended their lectures in Jena, writes the following to his brother on October 13, 1796, "You must study philosophy, even if you don't have any more money than what is needed to buy a lamp and oil, and no more time than those hours between midnight and the cock's crow too." 231. In the age of this kind of thinking, the matter, and even the term logic, attained a new dignity. This is made apparent by the fact that Hegel changes the name of the highest level of his thinking, and that of Occidental thinking in general, from metaphysics to logic, more precisely, to science of logic. In the logic thought by Hegel, absolute reason, i.e., pure consciousness, attains its own, pure essence. Prepared by Leibniz, established by Kant, fueled by Schelling, and developed by Hegel into an absolute and a system, this logic could be called metaphysical logic. All new thinkers who think along the lines of this new logic continue to hold fast to the memory of the old logic and its beginning in Greek thought, while also attending to the differences and distance of this new logic to that of the Greeks. Thus, Kant states the following in the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, 1787. That logic has taken this straight path, namely, that of a science, since time immemorial can be seen in the fact that since Aristotle, it has not been allowed to take one step backward. Nevertheless, it is strange that until now it has not been able to take a step forward, thereby remaining to all appearances closed and perfected. Point 3. In writing this, Kant clearly knew that this appearance was deceptive, and that logic was not only capable of taking a step beyond Aristotle, but that it had in fact already done so in his own 1781 work Critique of Pure Reason. From these observations, we can surmise that within Occidental thinking, logic was more than just an academic discipline for the scholastic training of thinking. Before all else, logic, at times explicitly and at times implicitly, is the path and dimension 232 of metaphysical thinking. It establishes and builds the fundamental bearing of the Occidental human amidst beings as a whole. And how could it be otherwise? For the human receives the imprint of his essence from the determination anthropozoon logoni, and the human is the living being that has logos. Should not logos, and with it logic, therefore remain essential for the human? But how does logic understand logos? If logic is the doctrine of thinking, and if logic sustains and directs the true authentic thinking of the thinkers, then it must surely understand logos as thinking, as the capacity for thinking, as ratio, as reason. Logic is the metaphysics of logos. As metaphysics, logic has decided in what way and how logos should be a topic and object of thinking for itself. In other words, it has made a decision regarding the essence of logos itself. However, is it ultimately self-evident that logic, although it gets its name from logos, also primordially and sufficiently experiences, captures, and grasps the essence of logos? Or is what is entitled logic only given that name because logos is here being understood in a very particular way, namely, one giving rise to the idea that through logic logos is truly understood? Could it not be the case that it is precisely logic that makes an error regarding the essence of logos? Could this error not have led to it being precisely logic, already with its name announcing itself to be the knowledge of logos, which nevertheless enacts a misapprehension of logos? And could it not be the dominance of logic that keeps every originary consideration of logos at bay, since surely any other consideration of logos other than the logical one must doubtlessly appear as unfitting? Not one reason can be marshaled that could guarantee logic as being the single fitting and originary consideration of logos. On the contrary, we have reason to believe that logic has not only inhibited the unfolding of the essence of logos, but has also prevented it and continues to do so. 233 Review. The dominance of the discipline over the matter, and logic as the grounding essence of Occidental philosophy as metaphysics. The term logic, and with it logic itself, both appear in the trinity of physics, ethics, and logic. This trinity is neither an arbitrary listing of a certain established episteme in connection with others, nor did it rise to power at an arbitrary time in the history of thinking. The trinity points to a threefold division. Fundamental to classification is an orientation toward a totality. That is why the concept of classification arose at a time when thinking began to think the to be thought in accordance with a single, all-dominant perspective. This happened when Plato, while reflecting on beings as a whole, began to think what one now calls the theory of the ideas. Here is certainly not the place to elucidate what this expression means. It is presently only important to grasp that Plato is the thinker who thinks beings as a whole from the perspective of ideas, and that it was in his academy that, according to the report by Sextus Empiricus, the threefold classification was established. Logic has only existed since Plato. At first glance, this sentence sounds like a purely historiographical statement concerning the provenance and age of logic. However, this sentence says something about our own history and, accordingly, our still unassailable relationship to what most concerns logic, namely, logos. In order to understand this, it is necessary to first remember a process that conceals itself in the dominance of Occidental science. With the classification of philosophy into physics, ethics, and logic, a division into disciplines is performed. With that begins a process whose consummation is the mastery of the discipline over its own content. What belongs to the matter of the discipline is not so much decided by the object of inquiry itself and the law of its 234 essence, or even its own concealed essential ground. What belongs to the matter of a discipline is decided by precisely those perspectives and directions of inquiry that the discipline prescribes, for the purpose of its own furtherance, as the only possible way of objectifying the matter in question. What does this say about logic and its concern, logos? For one thing, it means that logic is constantly practiced from out of a distinction to other disciplines, and through this interdependence is itself no longer free in the scope and manner of its inquiry. It also means that logic itself only allows logos to enter the picture in a way that is consistent with the procedural dictates of logic. For logic, logos is legain as assertion, judgment, it is the operation of ratio, the activity of reason, logic is the doctrine of reason. The mastery of the discipline over the matter elucidated by the discipline reinforces itself not only in the sciences, but foremost in philosophy itself, which is exclusively sought and developed from out of proximity to the sciences, and as a science itself. Since Aristotle and Plato, philosophy is epistemizotoimene, the sought-after science. This appellation is not a statement of fact, but rather the determination of an essence, to be what is sought for as that which is evolving into an absolute knowledge of metaphysics. Such knowledge must be cultivated as the first science. In that lies the task of modern thinking, to elevate philosophy to the level of an absolute science capable of departing from its former name of philosophy, in the sense of a love for knowledge, by becoming the absolute scientific knowledge. The primacy of the disciplines within philosophy also remains intact when thinkers of the highest ranks, in simple amazement at the self-evident, ponder matters outside the norm and thereby go against the common opinions held in the discipline. It is in this light that Kant begins the preface to his 235 groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, published in 1785, with the following sentences: ancient Greek philosophy was divided into three branches of knowledge, physics, ethics, and logic. This classification fits the nature of this manner of inquiry perfectly. These sentences of Kant's make it clear that he sees the nature of this manner of inquiry pertaining to philosophy in the same way as the two Greek thinkers through whom the threefold classification was prepared, and in whose schools it was established, namely, Plato and Aristotle. Through them, thinking becomes metaphysics. However, since it was created later, neither Plato nor Aristotle knew or used the term metaphysics, even though it expresses the essence of their thinking and all that comes after it. The exact wording of the term metaphysics already indicates that it concerns a type of physics in the previously elucidated sense. Physics is thereby the understanding of beings as such and as a whole. In its later meaning, the term metaphysics thus elucidates what physics, in its essence, is. Meta can and does mean here, beyond something, for example, stepping beyond something, executing a stepping beyond. Physics executes the stepping beyond of a given being to what determines beings as such and as a whole, namely, being. Because physics in its original intent thinks of being from out of beings, thereby thinking over to what is distinct from beings, physics as such is metaphysics. Conversely, all metaphysics is in its essence physics, for beings, beyond which metaphysics inquires as to their grounding essence, are determined from out of physis, which leaves open to what extent the essence of physis is experienced in this process. If physics is essentially metaphysics, and if the ethics that is achieved and developed through the above-mentioned classification is just as universally oriented toward 236 the whole of beings, only from a different perspective, then ethics also thinks metaphysically, for, it inquires about the being of that particular being, the human, insofar as the human sojourns amidst beings and comports himself in relation to beings as a whole. This comportment is later called morals. It concerns itself with moral customs, which are governed by the moral law. This is why Kant, when he is reflecting upon the essence of ethics, i.e., moral philosophy, at times calls it simply the metaphysics of morals. All of this allows us to presume that logic, which springs from the same classification as physics and ethics, also belongs to such a metaphysics, namely, the metaphysics of the assertion, of making a judgment, of the faculty of judgment, that is, of reason. Indeed, Occidental logic achieves its consummation in the system of metaphysics, specifically, in that of Hegel's. And not only that. Hegel even names the foundation and core of the system of metaphysics logic, and understands it as the absolute, self-knowing science of reason. Metaphysics is, in the very core of its essence, logic. Because Occidental thinking as metaphysical thinking is in its ground the unfolding of logic, it, particularly that of the current era, executes its most essential steps in the realm of logic, which in turn thereby evolves and molds itself into its predetermined essence. However, the consummation of metaphysics as absolute logic in Hegel's system only became possible with the philosophy of Kant. Nevertheless, the decisive moment of Kantian thinking remains the step away from a prior logic and its role in philosophy toward a new logic, one that Kant calls transcendental logic, but which we could also call metaphysical logic. That Kant's metaphysical thinking is everywhere logic, that is, the doctrine of reason, of thinking, and of judgment, is signaled by the titles of his three main works: Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, and Critique of Judgment, that is, of aesthetic and teleological reason. The word critique 237 in these titles does not mean to find fault with. Here the word critique means something along the lines of the original meaning of the Greek verb chronein, from which it originates. Chronein means, to draw out, to bring out, to distinguish and draw out the contours of what encloses something in its essence and dignity. In the titles of Kant's works, the word critique means the drawing out, the defining and distinguishing, of the essence of reason. 238 Second section. The reclusiveness of the originary logos and the paths to approaching it. 4. Preparation for the listening to the logos. A. On the meaning of logos as speech, saying, and assertion. The necessity of a renewed questioning concerning the inceptual meaning of the logos. We ask, what does logos mean? This oft-used word, and also that which it names, remain obscure. Nevertheless, logic already emerged with the Greeks. Aristotle is called the father of logic, and with some justification. The previously cited words of Kant also come to the same conclusion. But if logic is itself mistaken in how it understands the essence of logos, then must the Greek thinkers themselves already have been mistaken in their understanding of the essence of logos. Are we even justified in suspecting this? Are we latecomers now going to presume that we ourselves are more knowledgeable than the Greek thinkers who, in thinking through and from out of their language, should, after all, be those who alone know what logos is? Plato and Aristotle are indeed the thinkers through whom the thinking of the Greeks consummated itself, and they are the thinkers whose thinking has become the symbol for Greek thinking as such and for Occidental thinking more generally. However, the Greeks had already thought before Plato and Aristotle, and one of these pre-Platonic thinkers had even already thought about logos. However, even this does not guarantee that logos was being experienced in its true essence. The more originary a thinker thinks, the more distant he is from what remains for thinking the 239 to be thought, and the more he knows himself to be at such a distance. But suppose that the distance that opens itself here in such thinking were precisely that deepness in which what is deepest could suddenly be thought after all. These considerations attest to only one thing, that the essence of logic and its demand to grasp logos are questionable. This is true, however, because the essence of logos remains obscure. In fact, it could even be the case that logos itself, from out of itself and on its own accord, casts obscurity around its essence. If so, the common determination of the human as zoonlganian would evince a strange constitution, and we would have to seriously doubt the privilege of logic. It would no longer be enough to appeal to Aristotle as the father of logic. Now, after 2000 years, the time would finally have arrived to ask about the mother of logic. She seems forgotten and unknown. But perhaps the origin of logic lies neither with the father, nor with the mother, nor with them both. What is logos itself? To what extent do the essence of thinking, and the doctrine of thinking, derive their determination from it? What is logos, such that thinking, and only thinking, properly belongs to it? For that matter, what is thinking? For logic, logos is assertion; as assertion, it belongs to saying; saying is speech and language; logos is an occurrence of language; logos is, thereby, the word. All of this is already familiar enough to occidental thinking. Nevertheless, we must impress upon ourselves that logos neither means word, nor speech, nor indeed language. This is already evident in the fact that the fundamental meaning of the Greek word logos can in no way mean the same as speech and language, and in fact does not even point toward anything linguistic or language-like. At the same time, it is equally certain that logos and its attendant verb legein already meant something akin to speaking and saying very early on for the Greeks. These are two inarguable facts that we must face. In their coexistence, these two facts conceal something enigmatic. 240 unnoticed for 2,500 years, this enigma is situated in a strange historical background. Supposing, however, that precisely in these millennia a peculiar imprinting of the essence of logos is the concealed ground of the occidental history of this time period, then a consideration wishing to inquire about a turning point of this history of logic as the doctrine of logos must first recognize and acknowledge the enigma as such. We present the riveting nature of this enigma once more. Logos and legein mean speech, word, and saying. At the same time, the meaning of logos and legein is not at all related to anything language-like or to any linguistic activity. How do logos and legein then come to mean speech and saying? To what extent, and why, is the originary essence of the word logos lost in this meaning? What is at stake in this disappearance of the originary meaning? Wherein lies its ground? Is this reclusiveness of the originary meaning of the logos, i.e., the reclusiveness of what is named by it, permanent, or is it rather the inconspicuous portent of a long-awaited return? So long as we only begin to ask a small number of these questions and we cannot even speak yet of an adequate answer, we can never achieve an understanding of the logos from which logic gets its name, but which since the onset of logic has also been in its ward. Without asking these questions, we will never attain knowledge of the fact that the Greeks themselves struggled in their thinking with what they called logos, nor of how that struggle occurred. Without such knowledge, we will never recognize what remained unthought in the Greek thinking of logos and why it had to remain unthought, nor to what extent what is unthought is still preeminently the to-be thought remaining for Occidental thinking. Thus, the next question is as follows: what is the inceptual meaning of the Greek word logos? With this question, we are already asking another, namely, what is logos? To answer this question, we will limit 241 ourselves to the consideration of three references that may give us important information about the history of the word logos. These references have been chosen so that they primarily reveal the vibrancy of the word. At the same time, we will thereby also come to know the difficulty of bringing something essential of what is named by the word logos into view. The questioning directed towards such foundational words must prepare itself for the strange eventuality that, through the course of questioning, the relationships posited at the outset will change. At first it appears as though information about the word is being sought. Those who are seeking this information alter and control this word and the history of its meaning. In this case, it is we who are thus manipulating the word. But suddenly it is revealed that, in fact, we are the ones being manipulated by the word and that which it names, and that we were being manipulated even before we began on our present course of elucidation. Because it is the case that, in the guise of an apparently merely historiographic consideration, the history of a word can become something entirely other, and I say explicitly that it can become so, not that it does become so. An interjection to clarify our present undertaking and its limits is necessary. It remains outside the task of this lecture to present a historiographical summary of all the various meanings of the word logos. And, of course, there will be differing opinions regarding the import and value of such investigations into the history of words and the history of concepts, all depending upon what one expects from a historiographical survey of the past and the representation of what has been handed down. In any case, the productivity and compactness of any investigation into the history of a concept depends upon whether the one investigating orients his thinking toward what is named by the word being addressed, and whether or not he is adequately prepared for the thinking through of the thing in question and its thingness. Of what does such preparation consist? It consists of experiencing the essential realm from out of which the word, now being taken on its own, is spoken. At the same time, to this preparation also belongs 242 the realization that everything depends upon whether or not the one investigating directs his thinking into the essential realm of the word and picks up a directive from within it, or whether he only lexicographically collects the places in which this word appears in order to bring these places together, as if an understanding of the word, its meaning, and the thing meant by it results on its own accord from the mere conglomeration of these places. Behind a history of such foundational words, a history which, notwithstanding historiographical recalculation, is only known in a few respects, another history conceals itself, one that cannot be reached by any historiographical inquiry and that no human thinking can reach on its own if it is not first offered to the human. But, even then, the human can and will err in the reception of this offering. b. Access to the hearing of the logos. The hearkening, listening to the logos as an entryway into authentic knowledge. Fragment 50. The question concerning the originary concordance, Malaga. References to fragments 32 and 112. What does logos mean? We can gather the first clue from a few sayings of the thinker Heraclitus, who also bears the epithet the obscure. What Heraclitus calls the logos, and what he thinks with this word, is the most obscure of all that is obscure pertaining to this thinker. One often thinks that the obscurity belonging to a thinking only lies in the fact that conceptual clarity has not yet been achieved and has yet to be consistently mastered. But, regarding the to be thought, the obscurity lies within this itself. However, considered in this way, the essence of obscurity remains, for the most part, misunderstood. In an everyday sense, the obscure is the absence of light, the obscure hardly exists. In fact, the obscure is always something other, and always something more. The obscure can be the light that drives toward darkness. But the obscure can also be the brightness that keeps to itself. The obscure can also vacillate between 243 these two ways of being. If this vacillation calcifies into indecision, then the obscure is always the obscurity of confusion. However, the authentically obscure is all of this together in such a way that the inner gravity of its essence is suspended in the very obscurity that is also the brightness that keeps to itself. The thinking of Heraclitus is authentically obscure in such a way. Given this, how can the saying mentioned here presume to give illumination and to offer up a straightforward enlightenment? The first of the sayings that we are choosing to assist us in elucidating the word logos in Heraclitus is fragment 50, which says, Okema, alatul goiakosantas malagin sophnestin and pantaina. In a provisional but already clarifying translation, this means, if you have listened not merely to me, but rather have listened to the logos, in obedience to it, hearkening to it, then knowledge, which subsists therein, is to say the same as the logos, one is all. We will attempt to elucidate this saying by making reference to other sayings in which the same is thought, though from other perspectives, and in which, most importantly, the word legain is used. We will initially leave the word logos, which bears the weight of fragment 50, untranslated. In considering the saying, we will for now only focus upon the relations named within it, so that our considerations may not wander in the realm of indeterminacy. Stated plainly, logos is, Logos, the logos, at stake here is a kind of listening echoine, more precisely, a kind of having listened to before, namely, to the logos. Therefore, the logos, which is heard and which can be heard, is a form of saying, an utterance, for the listening of the human that is meant by the saying is directed towards sounds and voices. However, the saying of Heraclitus begins with a sharp oak, with a knot that 244 rejects something, namely, something concerning human listening. Okema, you should not listen to me, to this particular human being and my speeches, simply in order to then report that you have heard Heraclitus. Okema, you should not listen to me, says Heraclitus. It is also strange that the thinker begins with a not and a no. Perhaps it is the lot of thinkers to always be forced to begin that way, with a rejection and with resistance, so that the yes they perhaps say does not immediately fall into the category of that to which the human listens in his everyday life, example in idle talk, in cinema, and on the radio. However, the not and no with which the saying of Heraclitus begins is, strictly speaking, not really so negative, and is not an utterance of mere resistance, it is perhaps rather a pointing toward a detaching and a jumping off. Okema, alla tulgoi acosantas. Have you not merely listened to me, but rather, alla, listened to the logos? According to this, the logos is something audible, a kind of speech and a voice, but clearly not the voice of a human, which speaks through audible noises. Who is speaking as the logos? The logos, what kind of voice is that? If not a human one and therefore not an audible one, is it then an inaudible voice? Does such a thing exist? Moreover, can one listen to such a thing? Wanting to listen to what does not make a sound, is that not like wanting to build castles in the sky? To listen, that means to apprehend something by means of the ear. For example, we listen to the noise that enters the ear. But, distinct from such an effortless and will-less hearing is the hearing in the manner of an attending to something whereby we, as the saying has it, are all ears. Or, does language, whose veiling is more enigmatic than its revealing, say that we are all ears precisely because we have now forgotten about being all ears and have forgotten about our actual ears, and are purely engaged in attending to, in which the mere apprehending of something is no longer what is essential? Rather, does the essential lie in the process whereby that which we are apprehending takes us along with it and accepts us? Attending to does not depend 245 upon what is presently in the ear. What has just been heard and what can be heard are already passed over by the attending to. Attending to even exists, indeed exists in its purest form, when nothing that could be heard approaches us, i.e., when nothing is audible. This attending to that does not yet hear anything we call hearkening. It appears that in this hearkening we are putting particular strain on our ears and our hearing. And yet, what would all of this hearkening be were we not already able to hearken to an appeal that is still preserved for us and sustains itself? What would such hearkening and hearkening toward be, and how would it awaken, if we were not already obedient to what is able to, and indeed does, come forward to meet us? What would all human listening in the sense of a perceptual apprehension of noises, tones, and sounds be without a listening in the sense of an obedient relation to what can be encountered, and without that listening mentioned in the adage which says, "He who does not wish to listen, must feel"? But how can anything at all approach us within an obedient relation to what is to be encountered, without what is approaching us already having us, insofar as we somehow already belong to it? Would then a listening, i.e., a hearkening, be an obedience to something to which we already belong by virtue of our listening to it, an obedience that has nothing in common with subjugation, since this originary listening is nothing other than the being open to the open, in other words, freedom itself? But, if this is the case, who are we? Who is the human? The human is the essence that is alone open to the open, and only because of this openness can the human also close himself off from the open in a certain way, namely, by allowing what is to be encountered in it only to be an object, an objectified thing, and thereby through his calculating and planning lie in wait to ambush it. Who is the human if an originary obedience belonging to his essence determines him as vigilant, and if all discord stems from a lack of such vigilance? This question besets us here. Nevertheless, even more important than this question, and even more important than answering it quickly, is that we first experience 246 and learn to think through something as simple as the difference between listening as the sensual perception of acoustic sound and noise by the ear, and attending to as hearkening, and this latter as a hearkening vigilance and obedience. This hearkening listening is the authentic listening, which is not missing from other types of listening, even mere acoustic listening, but is instead simply forgotten by us. That is why, when we proceed to understand the acoustic physiologically and psychologically from a technical and scientific perspective, the whole matter gets turned upside down, for then we erroneously think that listening by means of the corporeal listening apparatus is authentic listening, and that listening in the sense of obedience is naturally only a transposition into the spiritual and naturally can only be taken metaphorically. In the realm of technical research, one can find much, and much of use. For example, one can state and demonstrate that periodic fluctuations of air pressure at a certain frequency are perceived as tones, without these fluctuations ever achieving a pure sine curve in their form. Proceeding from such discoveries regarding hearing, a program of research can be built up and established which eventually becomes the sole purview of specialists in the physiology of the senses. There is, by contrast, perhaps little that can be said about essential listening. However, what can be said directly concerns every human. It is not important here to engage in research, but rather to be thoughtfully vigilant to what little can be said, most importantly because the consideration of the hearkening listening must immediately recognize that to authentic listening also belongs the following, that the human can err in listening and often does not hear what is essential. But even this is only possible for the human because he, as obedient in the manner elucidated above, already belongs to something else and never belongs to himself. If the ears do not directly belong to hearing, in the sense of hearkening, and to obedience, then the relationship between hearing and the ears is indeed a peculiar one. 247 We do not listen because we have ears, rather, we have and can have ears because we listen. However, we humans are only able to listen, for example, to the thunder of the heavens, to the rustling of the woods, to the flowing of a spring, to the tones of the harp, to the clattering of motors, and to the noise of the city insofar we belong, or do not belong, to all of this. We have ears because we can listen in a hearkening way, and through such hearkening are allowed to listen to the song of the earth, its shudders and shakes, a song that nevertheless remains untouched by the colossal noise that the human is now causing upon earth's battered surface. Being able to listen to the song of the earth demands that our listening be a sensual one dependent upon tools of sensual perception, i.e., the ears. Listening and listening are therefore not the same. Mere acoustical listening is not echoine, neither in the sense of listening to a speech being delivered, nor in the sense of a hearkening listening to the logos. What is the logos? Heraclitus does not say anywhere in the sayings remaining for us. Presumably he never said it in the manner of an explanation and the determination of a concept. Nevertheless, Heraclitus says enough about logos, even in just the saying that we have already cited. We must only properly think after what he says. Heraclitus says, "If you have not merely listened to me, but rather have listened, hearkening, to the logos, thereby becoming and being obedient, then." What happens then? Sofn estin then, an initiation into, authentic knowledge is sofn. Originally, sofa had the same meaning as tini, to know one's way about something, to know its message, namely, the message a matter gives, and thus knowing what has been messaged to the human. Soph sits within philosophos, sophos sits within philosopha. However, in Greek, sofn is also always an echo of saphs, which means luminous, manifest, radiant. Sofn estin the knowing/knowledge is, and this means always and most importantly for the Greeks that what is to be known stands saphs, i.e., luminously manifest before us. We also attempt to elucidate sofn, 248 as understood by Heraclitus, with reference to fragments 32 and 112, about which we surely cannot provide a thorough interpretation here. Fragment 32 states: "And T soften monon legs ti ok ethelaka ethelazins anima." The one which is the soul to be known withholds itself from being said, while at the same time offering itself up as the sayable, in the name of Zeus, i.e., of life, that is, of that which emerges luminously. From this saying, we can first conclude that legs ti/legain is unambiguously related to anima, noun, name, naming. However, in order that we may properly heed the word anima, i.e., name, and not understand it in an empty and damaged way, we must ponder an aspect of its meaning that can still be seen in the expression to have a recognizable name, to have a reputation. Here, name has the sense of renown, thought in an elevated sense, and not as mere fame. To have a name for oneself, to be known for it, thus means, to stand in the light, to be illuminated by it. Naming is illuminating, a bringing into the light, a bringing into the unconcealed. It is from this meaning that anima, i.e., name, as still remains to be shown, enters into a connection with legain, i.e., a saying in which the merely linguistic and grammatical are not of primary importance. Later, of course, anima becomes a grammatical term that designates the substantive, i.e., the noun, in distinction to ima, the verb. Presently, however, we will pay attention to T soften the authentic to be known and the knowledge of it. Knowledge T soften /isopha is, to know what has been messaged, to stand within it. This knowledge is in itself already an authentic readiness to act and to do, one grounded upon an attending to. In fragment 112 it is stated: "Kasophia lithia legain kapoyin katofsin epeontas." And so authentic knowledge consists in saying and doing the unconcealed, from out of and attending to, along and in accordance with that which, in emerging from out of itself, shows itself. Knowledge is, authentically and in itself, legain kapoyin. We translate this initially as, saying and doing, i.e., word and deed. We will, however, leave it 249 open if the saying is thereby already properly thought, for we do not yet know to what degree legain means something like saying, nor do we know what saying is, and we are only beginning to ask. Most importantly, however, we are attentive to the fact that knowledge, as the standing within the message is standing that both says and does, sways and weaves within and attending to that is katofsin, i.e., that is along with, and in accordance with, what shows itself from out of a self emerging. According to this, the hearkening relation, i.e., listening, is somehow oriented toward psis. Yet, can one listen to psis? From fragment 50 we have already gleaned that if there is to be a knowledge it is necessary to listen to the logos. According to fragment 112, listening is oriented toward psis. Could it be the case, then, that the logos has more of an essential relationship with psis than with speech, language, and enunciating? In the obedient relation to the logos lies the initiation into authentic knowledge. We add the explanatory word initiation in order to indicate that this knowledge is not simply made and arranged by the human, but that it comes to him, namely, through a hearkening to the logos. But wherein does this authentic knowledge exist, when it is? Heraclitus says, "Mologin soften estin." Mologin Heraclitus places that wherein authentic knowledge exists before soften estin. Moreover, the mologin in which legain and logos are named comes, through this combination of words, into close proximity to the logos, alatulgoi acosantas mologin. What does the verb mologin mean? Literally, and essentially, it means, to say the same as what another says. This could mean, to repeat, in a simple and unreflective way, the exact wording of what someone else has said. But it is precisely this that mologin does not mean, from which fact, if we are keenly attentive to it, we can already recognize that this legain, this saying, and legain in general cannot have their essence in linguistic expression and utterance. Mologin saying the same as someone else does not only signify that one person says the same thing as another, so that 250 somewhere and at some point two identical opinions exist. Rather, Homologen means, to stand equivalent to what another has said, to admit to it, and thereby to concede and agree to what has been said. Homologen is an acknowledging in such a way that what someone else has said shows itself, by virtue of showing itself, as something requiring concession and agreement. To concede and to acknowledge what someone else has said is therefore already a concurrence with the other. Homologen is the conceding, acknowledging concordance. Concordance, therefore, does not consist in the same opinion existing in both the one and the other, but rather in the fact that one human and the other, as distinct individuals, are in agreement with each other in acknowledging that the same thing addresses them both. Homologen to say the same as another. Every sameness, and above all the sameness of homologa, is grounded in difference. Only what is different can be the same. It is by virtue of its differing from the same that the different itself remains self-same. Upon the self-same and its sameness, both the difference of the different, and the sameness of the same, depend. A sentence applies here that has barely been thought through, but must now be spoken, owing to the fact that it belongs to logic properly understood. The more originary the sameness of the self-same, the more essential is the difference within sameness, and all the more so the sameness of the same. Homologen sofnesten, authentic knowledge consists of an acknowledging, conceding concordance. However, if we are to think this concordance properly, there is still an ambiguity that must be clarified. On the one hand, there belongs to concordance that with which and that means, with whom the concordance is such, and, on the other hand, there belongs that about which the concordance is concerned. Concordance can arise concerning a myriad of things. It can be about this or that matter, this or that circumstance, this or that task, this or that behavior. A concordance that, from this perspective, already appears manifold, can at the same time also be further differentiated 251 by the fact that it is a concordance between humans who, on the basis of precisely this concordance, may stand in greater proximity or distance to one another. But perhaps the human does not only stand in concordance with other humans. Perhaps there is a concordance in which the concern in relation to which the concordance exists is the same as that through which the concordance occurs. Such a homologen would then be a distinguished one. And should not a concordance be a distinguished one precisely where it constitutes essential knowledge, i.e., t soften? With what is this homologen in concordance? Heraclitus tells us, Tulgoi accosentas in the obedient listening Tulgos lies that knowledge that is in concordance, with what? With what else but with Tulgos itself? Can there be a more originary homologa than the one with Tulgos itself? Obviously not. Here, legane is of the kind that says the same as what the logos says. But what is logos, the logos? Heraclitus does not outright say, yet, he nevertheless does say by stating that authentic concordance exists when it is a concordance with the logos. Homologen sofnesten en pantaina. Out of an obedient listening to the logos is the knowledge that consists of saying the same as the logos, one is all. Review. 1. Logos as assertion about beings by way of the idea, eidos, and the category in metaphysical thinking, Plato, Aristotle, Kant. In the previous sessions, an attempt was made to shed some light on the origin of logic from several different perspectives. This was attempted with the aim of thereby making discernible 252, at least in some provisional way, in what way logic is concerned with logos, not, however, for the sake of logic or the discipline thereof, but rather for the sake of the logos. In order that we might gain a commensurate relation to the logos, we began with considerations concerning logic. We nevertheless remain far removed from a knowledge about the essence and scope of the origin of logic. For now, we can only remark that in accordance with the origin of logic as the science of logos delineated above, logic takes up logos itself according to particular perspectives, only then to investigate logos in its various forms within the strict limitations set out by those very perspectives. The particular perspectives according to which logic thinks about logos derive from the origin of logic. For logic owes its essence and its existence to the classification of knowledge and the knowable that became necessary within the context of Platonic and Aristotelian thinking. This classification yields the three sciences of physics, ethics, and logic. Even Kant still claims that this classification is proper to the nature of the matter. If we were now to construe that particular thinking from out of which this classification had to arise as metaphysics more precisely, as the decisive beginning of metaphysics, a notion that can for now neither be fully explored nor expressly justified, then logic is, to put it succinctly, nothing more than the metaphysical consideration and explanation of logos. At first, this assertion does not say much. In fact, at first it only replaces one still unclear thing, i.e., the essence of logic, with another equally unclear thing, i.e., what is now called metaphysical consideration. This determination of logic as the metaphysics of logos does not in fact bring clarity, but passes itself off as information only from out of a place of perplexity. But this perplexity in which we now find ourselves is unavoidable, for what metaphysics is can in large part only be illuminated through a clarification of the essence of logic. At the same time, the opposite also holds true, what logic is can only be clarified from out of the essence of metaphysics. 253 We move, therefore, in a circle. As soon as thinking enters into such a circular path, it is often though not always a sign that such thinking can abide in the realm of the essential, or can at least draw nearer to its outer precincts. For the moment, we will stay with the sentence that at first may remain a mere allegation: logic is the metaphysics of logos. We take this sentence as a somewhat unmediated signpost, one that is almost forcefully erected, serving to guide our thinking toward the thought that logic considers logos from a particular perspective, namely a metaphysical one. What this means, however, must allow itself to be merely provisionally indicated without our losing ourselves in an expansive elucidation concerning metaphysics. This is indeed possible, but only with a number of reservations, and in such a way that much remains unclarified. For logic, logos is assertion legein ti katatinos, asserting something about something. In order that something may be asserted about something, the thing about which something is being asserted must already, for its part, be addressed namely, as what it is. As assertion, logos is in itself, i.e., taken in a more originary way, the addressing of something from out of an orientation toward what is addressed. Something will appear as what it is, provided that the is and being can somehow be experienced as the activity of appearing. The aspect something provides is how it appears and shows itself, the look and appearance that it gives. What appears over there, for example, that house shows itself in the aspect and look of house and houseness, and is thus a house. As another example, what appears here shows itself as the look of a book and bookness, and is thus a book. The look in terms of which something appears as what it is thus contains the what being, i.e., the being of beings of that particular being. Plato was the first to think the being of beings from out of the look of what appears, and as 254 this look. In Greek, look is eidos, dia, idea. The look wherein it is discernible what a house is not this or that particular house, but rather what a house is in general is something not at all sensory, but rather something extrasensory. To think beings from out of the idea, and thus from out of the extrasensory, is the distinguishing characteristic of the thinking that is given the name metaphysics. If we make the assertion this house is tall, then already lying at the ground of this assertion is the address to what it is, i.e., the eidos of a house. In Greek, logos does not only mean to address, i.e., legein rather, at the same time and often more importantly, it means what is being addressed by the addressee legmenon. That which is addressed is nothing other than the look, eidos, dia. In a certain sense, then, eidos and logos mean the same. In other words, the logos embodied in addressing and asserting is understood from the perspective of the dia. Logos, taken as assertion, is that particular understanding of logos that is found in the thinking that thinks beings from out of ideas, that is, that thinks them metaphysically. The logos thought by logic is thought metaphysically, logic is the metaphysics of logos. Previously, it was only superficially shown that logic, along with the other two disciplines of philosophy, physics and ethics, arose from out of the horizon of Platonic thinking. Now we recognize the meaning of this origination from out of Plato's thought for logic and logos. The determination brought about by Plato of the what being and the being of a being as eidos and dia is the preliminary step for the possibility of comprehending logos as the address of something in its what being. This determination brings itself about in such a way that beings themselves are projected onto being by way of beings, and the being of beings is thought as the most universal of all beings. To think the being of beings in such a way is the defining characteristic of all metaphysics. As long as metaphysics, in whatever form it may take, continues to rule over Occidental thinking in its ground, and this 255 is indeed still happening at the present moment, logos and every question concerning logos will be mastered, but thereby also limited, by logic. How decisively logos is circumscribed by its being thought in terms of address and assertion, both at the beginning of metaphysics and also in all later metaphysics, can be seen in one case that we have not yet sufficiently thought through, but by which today we are so dominated that it seems to be the most self-evident thing in the world. This case in question consists of the fact that those particular determinations of beings in which they show themselves according to their most universal look are, as the essential features of the being of beings, called categories. The Greek word kategoro means assertion. In fact, by virtue of its stem and composition, this word is closer to that meaning than is the word logos. Kategorin means, to attribute something to someone of which they are the cause and of which they are guilty, and to do so in public, in the marketplace or during a judicial proceeding, so that this attribution as pronouncement makes known an accusation or state of affairs. Kategora is assertion in the sense of an emphasizing, informing, disclosing pronouncement. Kategora is assertion in the preeminent sense. Logos also counts as assertion. However, logos and kategora do not quite mean the same thing. By contrast, Aristotle certainly recognizes, and we suppose Plato does as well, that in every logos in the sense of a commonplace assertion, kategora prevails. In all sorts of assertions about all manner of possible and impossible things there prevails a singular, preeminent assertion. In what way? In order to see this, we must now commit more decisively to the step already taken during the previous general identification of the idea. When we say this tree over there is healthy, then, in saying this tree over there, what is already being said, though not aloud, is this, presencing from out of itself. 256 When we say is healthy, then we are also saying, though not aloud, is constituted in such and such a way. To be constituted and presencing from out of itself are both necessarily and in advance already being said in the logos about this tree, for were this not said or, in this case, thought silently, then we could neither say this tree over there nor is healthy. Similarly, presencing from out of itself and to be constituted are also said in the assertion this house over there is tall, and so on for all similar assertions. All commonplace asserting rests and sways in such preeminent assertions in which, for example, presencing from out of itself, being constituted, being related, etc., are said. These things that are spoken about are the fundamental features of being, namely, that being from which every being has its origin, its genos. Plato calls these fundamental features of the being of beings the geni or eti, the highest ideas. Why should this preeminent saying in which a fundamental feature of being comes to appearance emphaneti, as Aristotle says, and which also bears all common asserting, not also contain the name of essential asserting, kategora? That is how kategora becomes the name for the being that is asserted in every logos about any being whatsoever. Being the fundamental feature of beings, is called assertion, i.e., that which has been asserted. Something thoroughly estranging reveals itself here. Category and logos have an essential relationship that the Greek thinkers neither illuminated nor even justified. Plato and Aristotle simply move about in the tracks of this relationship between logos and category. Why this was possible, and even necessary, is something that we will someday have to ask when an insight into the essence of logos has become a pressing necessity for us. If for now we only think after the relationship between category and logos in a provisional way, we learn to understand what is otherwise incomprehensible, namely, that the highest determinations for 257 beings are called categories, that is, assertions in the already elucidated sense. The name and the matter category later formulated itself, in part, along the lines of an inversion, so that the term category only designates a superficial schema and pigeonhole to which and in which something can be said to belong. Since Plato and Aristotle, that is, since the beginning of metaphysics as the fundamental feature of occidental thinking, it remains the task of this thinking about beings as a whole to create a doctrine of categories in accordance with which the most universal determinations of being, that is, categories, may be ordered. However, only seldom in the history of metaphysics does the relationship between category and logos in the sense of assertion and judgment become visible. It is no coincidence that in Kant's thinking, in which metaphysics undergoes its last decisive shift, this relationship between category and assertion comes to light once again. It appears Kant's choice that the logical function of the understanding in judgment, that is, logos as assertion, serve as the guiding thread for the discovery of all pure concepts of the understanding one, that is, of the categories, is arbitrary, and many of his readers and critics agree on this point. But this fact, that logos becomes the guiding thread for the establishment of the categories, only makes visible something already at work since the beginning of metaphysics, namely, that logic is the guiding thread, and in fact the authentic horizon, of metaphysical thinking. This role accorded to logic was beyond question for Kant, which is why he himself never pondered the connection between logos and category, or even the origin and reason for this connection. But logic can only be the guiding thread and the horizon for metaphysical thinking because, for its part, logic is nothing other than the metaphysics of logos, with this understood as assertion in its authentic sense, that is, as category understood as dia and eidos. 258. If one accepts metaphysics as the highest form of the deepest thinking, a conclusion that tradition has made inescapable, then the essence of logos must be thought the deepest in logic, especially if the latter is the metaphysics of logos. Seen in this way, pre-Platonic thinking becomes pre-metaphysical thinking, the kind of thinking that is still incomplete and is still on its way toward metaphysics. What the pre-Platonic thinkers said about logos can only be thought from out of later metaphysics. This is the situation that came to pass, and it is still happening now. Indeed, we even have metaphysics and its thinking about logos to thank for the fact that any sayings from the pre-Platonic thinkers, and particularly those of Heraclitus, remain for us at all. 2. The return to the pre-metaphysical logos through logos as assertion. Fragment 50. However, on the path that our attempts to think the essence of the logos traverse, another course of action is necessary. We do not take logic to be a divinely granted, definitively decided doctrine of logos that can, at most, only be modified. Our questioning through logic toward the logos is, more precisely, a questioning regarding how it has become possible that logos as assertion ascended to the role of a guiding thread for the discovery of the foundations of beings in metaphysics. We think after whether, and how, the logos was thought before the emergence of logic within metaphysics and before metaphysics itself. When we seek to understand what a pre-Platonic thinker, namely, Heraclitus, thought about the logos, then we leave aside the metaphysical understanding of logos. At first, this closing off of the horizon of metaphysical understanding is merely something negative. In addition to this negative move, we will also need a horizon in which what Heraclitus says about logos becomes visible, 259 graspable, and sayable. However, there is little that can immediately be said about this particular horizon of consideration. Within it we will surely come upon an enigma. To take hold of this enigma is alone what matters. The enigma consists of the following, namely, that from early on for the Greeks, logos meant to say and to speak, but that, at the same time, this was not the original meaning of logos. Indeed, even around the time that the metaphysical understanding of logos had already coalesced, something of the original meaning remained within the concept of logos. At the present moment, it is not important that we solve this enigma of the ambiguity of logos, rather, it is only important that we first recognize this enigma and allow ourselves to be guided by it. We will now hear a few sayings of Heraclitus's that speak of logos, and that have been placed into a specific order. The first is fragment 50, which says, Ok ima, alatul goiakosantas malagin sofn estin en pantaina. In the provisional but nevertheless already clarifying translation, we will leave the decisive word logos untranslated for now. The fact that we are translating the other word that also echoes logos, namely malagin, with to say is not meant to convey anything decisive yet about the essence of the logos. The translation is as follows. If you have not listened merely to me, but have listened, in obedience to the logos, then knowledge, which subsists therein, is to say the same as the logos, one is all. This saying speaks of a listening. This listening, in order to be a proper one, should not be directed toward the vocalizations of the thinker, but rather toward the logos. Therefore, and inarguably, logos, because it is related to a listening, i.e., to something that can be listened to, is indeed a kind of saying and a kind of word. From out of this proper listening to the logos emerges and exists rigorous 260 knowledge sofn. This rigorous knowledge exists because it is grounded upon a relation to the logos. It is grounded in malagin. We are translating this literally as to say the same as what the logos says. It would be difficult to argue that here the logos and malagin are not being thought from out of the realm of saying and listening. But what is it that one calls saying and listening? Listening is a matter concerning the ears. Whosoever has ears to hear, hears. But what are the ears? The ears, when considered solely in terms of their anatomical and physiological presence, do not perform or cause hearing, not even when we understand listening merely as the hearing of noises and sounds. Apprehending cannot be detected anatomically, nor can it be proven physiologically, or even grasped biologically. What would the ear and the entire hearing apparatus be without the ability to apprehend? Listening understood as the perception of noises always takes place on the basis of that listening, which is a listening to something in the sense of a hearkening. Our hearkening, however, is always in and of itself already in some way a hearkening to what is to be heard, either prepared for it or not, and in some way obedient to it. The ear that is necessary for proper hearing is this obedience. That which can be heard, that to which one actively listens, need not be anything akin to sound or noise. What makes up this obedience cannot easily be said. From the saying of Heraclitus we only learn that knowledge emerges from out of the hearkening listening to the logos, which in distinction to the human speech of the thinker is not an auditory phenomenon. And this knowledge consists of malagin saying the same as another, which here means, saying the same as the logos. Saying the same here does not mean simply to parrot, but rather to say something again so that the same is said in a different way, and in such a way that what is said after what is first said succeeds and follows it, that is, it is tractable, a follower, obedient. Perhaps that is how obedience subsists in malagin, namely, in a following, tractable saying after. But what is being said in the saying after, which is said to be authentic knowledge? 1 Kant, Werke, 3, 89-92. 261-5. 3 paths toward answering the question, what is the logos? A. The first path, the logos as one and all. Access to the logos, as being, through the en pantaina in fragment 50. Clearly, the logos does not say anything arbitrary or desultory. Rather, it says something about all, namely, that it is one. It is not possible to speak of anything beyond it all. And one cannot say something simpler about something than what has been said, namely, that it is one. The logos thus simultaneously says something far-reaching and something simple. How easily the sentence allows itself to be pronounced, one is all. In this dictum, the fleeting superficiality of vague opining meets the hesitating caution of questioning thinking. The attempt to explain the world hastily with a formula that is everywhere and always correct can make quick use of the sentence one is all. However, the first steps of a thinker, the steps that are decisive for the entire fate of thinking, can also be concealed in this saying. How may we now, we who are unprepared and who have grown even more clueless through the accumulation of varied historiographical knowledge, how can we approach this en pantaena, this one is all, directly, in order to wrest from it a sense that is easy for us to grasp and, in the event that such a sense does not offer itself up, to pin one onto the saying ourselves. N1. What does this mean? Numerically, it means 1 instead of 2 or 3. Or, does n not mean the numeral or the number 1, but rather the one which we think when we say, one and the same? But even here it is not readily apparent what the one means, given that it is meant to convey something different than the word the same, which has been added to it. En pantaena, one and the same is all. Does this perhaps mean, all is the same? Does one and the same, when said of all, mean the effacement of all difference? All panta would then be comprised out of 262, that which has no differentiation. But this would be the indifference that belongs to the emptiness of nullifying nothingness. Or, does n mean neither the one of the numerical one, nor the one of sameness, but perhaps rather the one in the sense of unifying, which is called such because it unifies and unites? If so, how and from what perspective can this unifying one be thought? Is the unifying of panta, a unifying that unites all, itself something separate from the all? If so, then panta, the all, would not be everything. The unifying one would then stand over against the all and would preside over it. N would be the one and panta the other, and then they would be two and not n, not one. Or, is n the one in the sense of a unifying that, as the unifying of all, unifies itself with what has been united in such a way that it cannot be said to wrap itself around it or be above it, but rather incorporates itself into, and binds itself to, what has been united? How shall we then think this unifying one? Or, does n, the one, mean something like the one, the singular, which excludes all else, but that excludes in such a way that it still precisely thereby manages to include the other, panta? In this case, a simple uniting of the manifold would not merely be a holding together of multiplicity, but rather the unity that originally retains all in its unifying. How obscure and without toehold remains the n for a thinking sufficiently conjoined to it, even though it is so easily pronounced. Perhaps we should not differentiate the various meanings of n, the numerical one, the one of sameness, the one of the unifying oneness, the one of singularity, and exclude them from one another through an either / or dynamic. Perhaps all of the above named meanings of n are thought in the n that Heraclitus thinks. But, if this is the case, the question is only intensified for us: in what oneness, and in which one, are all these different meanings of n themselves united? It is easy to see that all the questions concerning the possible meanings of n return when we attempt also to think panta in a correspondingly clear, concrete, and concise way. 263. Does panta only indicate the all in the sense of a somehow concluded summation of the possible many? Is the all only an accumulation of the various and the differing? Is the all the totality of the real and possible multiplicity of things? Is the all the whole of the many sorts of divided and divisible parts? Of what does the wholeness of the whole consist? What can we add to the determination of the recent popular conception of wholeness, if the oneness and essence of the one remain indeterminate? It is easy to say that the totality determines the parts and their divisibility in the process of classification, and that this totality is thereby not simply the result of an accumulation of pieces. It also makes some sense that the manner in which the quantity of pieces comprise a sum is different from the manner by which the totality alone predetermines the way in which its divisions and parts are joined. This difference between sum and totality, already familiar to thinking, does not offer up much help as we try to think panta, the all, in its relation to n in the midst of all this generality and indeterminateness. Given what has now been said about n and panta, we can see that these words presumably name something essential, but at the very same time remain ambiguous and hollow, and are often only enunciated as empty words. Again and again, thinking attempts to gain some clarity and grounding in regard to n and pen, in order to help with the sentence en pantaena. And, again, these attempts break apart only to find themselves in new and different iterations. It suffices here to point to the single term pantheism in order to bring to mind the various attempts to experience and to think in a way that clarifies en pantheina, and thereby to divine an explanation of the totality of the world. The strangely indistinct and futile nature of these attempts cannot be denied. However, it is now also time to inquire into the reason for this undeniable fact. 264 The reason for it is that thinking forgets and until now has forgotten that it must first seek out the mode of measure from which the dangerously innocuous words en and panta receive what is nameable and determinable in them. En and panta are named in what we hear from out of logos itself, and that is, en pantaina, one is all. In being, and as being, the one unites the all that is. The all consists of beings, the being of which has its essential feature in the en. How can we ever find our way toward a proper grasp of en and panta if we do not clearly and precisely think that within which they show and unfold? Panta, as beings as a whole, and en, as the essential feature of beings, show themselves and unfold in being. But, surely we must first ask how being, ina, is thought in en pantaina, or even how it must be thought in accordance with Heraclitus's manner of thinking. If we do not undertake to think ina, being, in accordance with the manner of Heraclitus and inceptual Greek thinking, or even just intuit the direction and breadth of this thinking, any attempt to think and thereby also experience en and panta in thinking will be in vain. Let us now be attentive to the entirety of the saying, which speaks of the proper listening to logos. Okima, ala tulgoi akosantas malagin sofn estin en pantaina. We recognize that the saying concludes with the word ina. But ina, being, which is the last in the word order of the saying, remains the first of all words in the totality of the saying, the first, that is, according to the rank and dignity and expansiveness of saying. However, the saying of Heraclitus's does not speak of being, but rather of logos and malagin. And precisely malagin, the obedient saying of which comprises authentic knowledge, says the same as what logos says. Logos says en pantaina, always presuming that logos is a saying and only that. En pantaina is heard in and from out of a hearkening listening. 265 to logos. En pantaina comes from out of logos. It is that which can be heard through a listening to logos, and is thereby what is gleaned from logos. But how can en pantaina be derived from logos, if it does not belong to it? How can en pantaina belong to logos, if logos itself does not safeguard en pantaina within itself? And how can it preserve it within itself if it itself does not measure up to, or equate to, en pantaina? But, what can logos itself still be outside of and apart from en pantaina, panta, as the whole of beings, unfolds in being? At the same time, and emphatically, en unfolds as the essential feature of all beings that are in being. Therefore, logos, which can be heard in en pantaina, cannot unfold as anything other than as being itself. However, given the exegesis up to this point, logos is, if nothing else, that which says, i.e., it is the word and the word sense of the word. By contrast, en, panta, and ina have nothing logos-like, i.e., word-like, about them, in the above specified sense. Rather, at most they are what is said in logos. However, as long as we continue to think in this way, we are only unhesitatingly delving deeper toward that particular determination of logos established by logic through its thinking of logos as assertion, and more generally as saying, with logic thereby purporting to know what saying is. Moreover, we find this determination of logos to be quite obvious, for it is indeed the case that already early on for the Greeks legein and logos meant to speak and to say. But in contrast to all of this, the fact reveals itself that, in the saying of Heraclitus's, en pantaina somehow and undeniably derives from logos itself. Logos itself must therefore let en, panta, and ina each unfold in itself and all together in their relations to one another. Logos itself must prevail in the way of their unfolding, and thereby in the unfolding of the one, the all, and of being. Perhaps the time has finally come to ponder the fact that what reveals itself from out of logos and perhaps reveals itself as logos itself is the en pantaina. Perhaps this, and only this, gives us 266 the correct clue for grasping the essence of the logos, purely based upon what it itself allows us to hear about it. Is it not perhaps time to set aside all of our customary perspectives and opinions belonging to all later and thoroughly metaphysical interpretations of logos? What, then, does en pantaina say to us when, in this audible form, the logos itself emerges and, in showing itself, makes itself heard? What, then, does en pantaina say to us about the logos itself, if we ponder this and hold fast to it? If we now attempt to glimpse the essence of logos from out of en pantaina, we will surely recall that en pantaina has remained thoroughly ambiguous. Most importantly, however, we have abstained from also including the indeterminate ambiguity of the third word, ina. Nevertheless, the following thing remains graspable even given the incomprehensibility of en panta, their relation, and the foundation thereof, namely, that which here is being called the unifying and uniting of the all, i.e., the unifying and uniting of what is, of the entirety of beings. The unifying and uniting in reference to beings as a whole, i.e., beings as such, must then also be the foundational character of the logos, provided that en pantaina, as that which can be heard, becomes audible from out of, and as, the logos. b. The second path, access to the logos through the original meaning of legain. The logos as harvest and gathering. Now, what does logos/legain properly mean if, as we contend, the word originally did not have anything to do with saying and asserting, speech and language? Legain leger in Latin is the same word as our word to read lesen, but not that particular reading which we immediately associate with script and thereby with the written word and, by extension, with speech and language. Henceforth, we will take lesen in a much broader and also more original sense as meaning 267 to harvest, such as to harvest the ears in the field, to harvest the grapes in the vineyard, and to harvest wood in the forest. Legain, to harvest, logos, the harvest. The same way that the Greek word logos means legain and legmenon, the German word die Lese means, on the one hand, the carrying out of the harvest, for example, the currently ongoing harvesting of wine grapes, but also, on the other hand, that which has been harvested in the sense of the particular yield of a harvest, such as, for example, when we speak of a variety of wine made out of grapes harvested late in the season, i.e., spadlees. Alas, if only after all perspectives and consequences the attempt to think through the essence of logos purely in accordance with the above meaning of legain would succeed in unfolding the region of thought that it indicates. Little is accomplished, and even less is gained, by merely indicating the visually verifiable root meaning of legain in its correspondence to the German word lesen in the sense of harvesting. It is much more important that we now illuminate this kind of harvesting according to its essential features. It is also important that we attempt to clarify legain and logos from within the horizons of Greek experience and thought, using harvesting thought in this way as a guide. We thus ask two things. 1. Of what does harvesting consist? 2. In what way does harvesting, properly understood as legain, give us a clue as to how the logos can be thought insofar as it discloses itself as en pantaina? Regarding the first point. What is harvesting? To harvest is to take and to pick up from the earth. It is the act of bringing together and laying together, and in such a way that it is legain, gathering. However, what has been picked up and laid together in the harvesting is not simply brought together in the sense of an accumulation that may someday be finished. Harvesting finds its end only in that very act of picking up that preserves what has been taken and brought in. Harvesting is at the same time a picking up in the sense of a taking up from the earth, a picking up in the sense of a conserving. Only in this does harvesting come to an end. But regarded properly, harvesting does not end with this picking up and bringing in that conserves. 268 In fact, proper harvesting begins from out of this picking up that conserves, insofar as harvesting is oriented from the beginning towards such a bringing in and conserving, and is constantly determined from out of it. Harvesting contains safeguarding within itself as its prevailing fundamental trait. At the same time, there is yet another feature of harvesting that must be examined. Harvesting is not a haphazard and slipshod snatching up, hastily moving from one thing to the next. Rather, the taking up and bringing in of harvesting is always a careful drawing in. But this only becomes possible on the foundation of a prior, prevailing drawing out, a drawing out whose breadth and limitedness are granted by what is in need of being conserved, and concerning which care must be taken. All of the above-named features and relations must be thought as one if we wish even to approximate a thinking of harvesting in its full sense. Instead of to harvest lesen in the sense just illuminated, we could also say, to gather sammeln. This word is even more unambiguous in relation to what is now being meant by the word lesen, for otherwise we are prone to understanding lesen as reading, thereby associating it with script. On the other hand, this talk of gathering all too easily seduces one to take harvesting in a superficial way as a mere bundling together. The harvest, however, is the drawing in/drawing out gathering, whose gathering is already being held together by what is to be conserved and has been designated as what is to be conserved. That is why all proper gathering must already have pulled itself together, that is, it must have already gathered itself and be foregathered in its determination. In the harvest, this originally gathered foregathering prevails toward what is to be conserved. Foregathering, so understood, is the originary gatheredness and gathering that already prevails in every gathering that takes up. Today, this wonderful word foregathering is only known to us in its very limited and everyday meaning. Presently, however, we are thinking it in the just elucidated sense of the harvest, and in doing so we are most attuned to gathering now not meaning a mere additive bringing together, 269, but rather the originary gatheredness of what is to be conserved, from out of which all gathering springs up and in which it remains held, i.e., foregathered, i.e., gathered from out of originary gathering and secured within it. If we think this foregathering that prevails throughout and within all gathering and harvesting, then we grant this word a unique dignity and determinateness. Foregathering is the originary retaining within a gatheredness, a retaining that first determines all drawing out and drawing in, but also is that which allows all scattering and dispersal. Foregathering, thus understood, is the essence of harvesting and of the harvest. The harvest and the gathering, thought in this way, are more originary than what is scattered and the act of dispersal. Just as all concentration is only possible from out of an already prevailing and concentrating center, so too is all typical gathering sustained and conjoined by a foregathering that thoroughly prevails in the totality of drawing out, picking up, bringing in, and drawing in, i.e., what is here being called gathering. Indeed, at first it is not so easy for us to think gathering in its fullest, originary, origin-creating sense, on account of our being accustomed to thinking when we think of it at all only of a retroactive pushing and driving together of something that has been dispersed. Regarding the second point enumerated above, when we attempt to think harvesting and the harvest, gathering and foregathering, in the sense just elucidated, then perhaps we may eventually come to intuit the originary essence of the logos, and that means to think its essence as one with what the early thinkers of the Greeks named when they used the name psis/aletheia. From the saying of Heraclitus we learn that logos unveils itself as en pantaina, as the all-uniting one. It is hardly necessary now to call special attention to the fact that the logos, thought as the originary harvest and foregathering, cannot unveil itself as anything other than 270 the all-uniting one. But, with all of this we are only at the beginning of the attempt to think the logos. Only one thing has been established thus far, namely, that the common meaning of legein and logos, that is, in the sense of assertion, saying, speech, word, and word meaning, does not allow the originary essence of the logos to appear. We can, however, already see the following as well, that the common meaning of logos as speech and assertion is not suited to making the essence of logos, which has been shown to be harvest and gathering, accessible and understandable. However, it is very possible that a way may reveal itself that allows us to see how the common meaning of lesen as a taking up and grasping of writing and the written word, speech, and the spoken word, originates from out of the originally thought legain, reading as gathering. Review. 1. Expanded reconsideration of logos within the horizon of the metaphysical doctrine of ideas and of the to-be-thought pre-metaphysical essence of the logos as the naming of being. Logic thinks logos as the assertion. In an assertion, something is being addressed as something. That in terms of which the particular thing is even capable of being addressed constitutes what is addressable about that thing. What something is, i.e., the what being of something, for example, the houseness of a house, the blooming of a blossom, is conceived of by Plato as the dia, the look, the visage, which reveals the thing in question in such a way that through this it shows itself in its what being. However, these visages of things and of particular beings are, when judged from the perspective of their visibility, not visible in a sensible manner. They are not sensible visages, but are rather supersensible. If one calls the sensible, taken in its widest sense, the physical, then the ideas, as the supersensible visages of beings, are metaphysical. To conceive of logos as address, from the perspective of the ideas, is to think logos metaphysically. Therefore, we designate 271 the logic that thinks logos in such a way the metaphysics of logos. Usually, logic is understood to be the doctrine of thinking. Logic is indeed the doctrine of thinking, in the deeper sense of it keeping open the horizon of the metaphysical that is proper to occidental thinking, for the logos of logic characterizes and sustains the differentiation of the supersensible and the sensible, thereby defining what is possible within metaphysical thinking. The addressing of something as something makes it so that I, through the addressing, take something as something, and consider it as something. I consider something to be something, in Latin, is reer. The corresponding faculty of considering something as something is ratio. One translates this word as reason, and equates reason, ratio, and logos in their meanings. If we say that the logical, the rational, and the reasonable are the same, then we are not only saying that three different sounding words are the designation for the same meaning, but also that in logos, ratio, and reason, the unfolding of fate, and the entirety of the history of occidental metaphysics, are present. To consider something as something, and to pass it off as something, is judgment. Judgment constitutes the essence of thinking, understood metaphysically. Thinking thus interpreted as logical, as logikos, and as related to logos as assertion, is the essence of ratio, i.e., of reason. According to the demonstrated connection between categora, logos, and dia, Kant still determines the essence of reason to be the faculty of ideas, i.e., the faculty that thinks the ideas and, from such thinking, governs all other thinking. In such a manner, logic becomes the doctrine of reason, just as now in all metaphysics logos is grasped as the assertion and as the faculty of reason understood in terms of the ideas. Said otherwise, all thinking from the perspective of, and as a product of, ideas is enacted according to the guiding principles of logos understood in terms of logic. That is why logic, as the doctrine of reason, is the inner core of the thinking of ideas, that is, of metaphysics. 272 However, if the innermost fate of occidental history according to its course heretofore were grounded in metaphysics, and if this fate were to hold a transformation of this history inside itself, then metaphysics, as the foundation of this history, would first have to be affected by this transformation. Were it to be necessary to help thinking bear out the fate of this transformation, both now and in the future, if solely in a way that only prepares with an eye toward this transformation of the fate of the occidental human, then a consideration of this occidental fate would first and incessantly have to ponder the innermost essence of metaphysics, that is, it would have to ponder the essence of logic. The question raised previously, what is metaphysics, became a significant predicament from which thinking could no longer hide, no matter how unprepared and almost helplessly it wrestles with the way this question can first be posed and thus become elevated to a question-worthy question. In relation to this question, it must come to pass, and the first tentative steps of this have already been taken, that somehow logic and its essence are brought to language. However, to bring the essence of logic to language means to think after what logos is. To think after what logos is does not mean to locate a concept about logos, but rather to question after the logos itself, to embark down the path toward it in order to let a relation of the logos toward us become possible. If we attempt this, then surely we cannot hold ourselves solely to what logic thinks about logos, for logic thinks it metaphysically, thereby preventing any progress toward the foundation of metaphysics, and that means any progress toward that realm in which the fate of metaphysics, and with it occidental history, decide themselves. But is logic the only and more importantly, the originary knowledge of that for which it is named, i.e., logos? Supposing that the logos did not become 273 the logos of logic overnight and without reason, we must think after what the essence of the logos has revealed of itself before the beginning of metaphysics. We thus question the thinker who thought the logos before Plato and Aristotle, and who perhaps thought it so essentially that the word logos remains the foundational word of his thinking. This thinker is Heraclitus. We will first think through fragment 50, paying attention to what the logos named in the saying of Heraclitus itself offers up to an attentive, hearkening listening. That which can be heard from out of the logos states, said in human words, and pantaina. As an aside, it is once more worth recalling that the young Hölderlin inscribed the Heraclitan logos and panta into his university friend Hegel's guestbook in the following form, and kai pen. At the same time, it must be pointed out that 1.5 decades later, the same Hegel used a saying of Heraclitus's regarding the logos as a maxim at the beginning of his work The Phenomenology of Spirit, a work that founds the absolute metaphysics of spirit and at the same time, from a certain perspective, consummates occidental metaphysics altogether. This saying will also be elucidated in what follows. According to the saying of Heraclitus's, and pantaina becomes audible from out of the logos. Approaching this from the outside, we initially attempted to grasp in a more stringent way the first two words, and panta, in their possible meanings. In doing so, each time we hit upon a strange ambiguity pertaining to n as well as to panta. However, the matter had to be put to rest with a simple enumeration of the various meanings of one and all, for these words do not provide us with any guidance as to how their respective, various meanings can be thought coherently, or even any guidance to think in what sense panta, i.e., the all, is, in effect, n, i.e., one. But it almost appears as if this strange indeterminacy 274 of n pantaina is what continually assures that this phrase becomes the guiding thought for all thinking about the entirety of beings. In the previous lecture, a step was taken whose style, path, and direction did not achieve a sufficiently clear concurrence, as was evidenced by the voicing of various concerns and questions. The main cause for this lack of clarity is surely the obscurity and remoteness of the matter itself. The indeterminacy also surely arises from various unavoidable issues of presentation. However, it arises just as much from the fact that we are unable to keep everything that has been preliminarily elucidated in the previous lectures present in a uniformly immediate way. The attempt will therefore be made once again, by way of an extended review, to clarify the step already taken, thereby recalling the entirety of the venture and running the risk of repeating what has already been said, and thus, when measured against the progress of reflections, of not moving forward. In all thinking it is more favorable if we march in place and think ever more clearly, rather than hastily moving from one unclear thing to the next just for the sake of progress. Because the goal of the thinking that is being practiced here pertains to what, at the ground of its truth, is the simple itself, this venture is in all respects difficult for us. To think and to say the simple simply would certainly be easy if the simple were the same thing as what, without much effort and at any time and in any situation, is the familiar. Perhaps, however, it is precisely the familiar that is essentially misleading and which, for all its apparent straightforwardness, is the tangled, or perhaps even the entangled. In these lectures, and under the aegis of the term logic, we are attempting a consideration. To consider means to hold oneself up to the demand of meaning and to linger under its roof. Meaning, the true in which all rests and sways. 275 To consider here is nothing other than an attempt to learn thinking through a logic. The traditional meaning of logic concerns logos. It grasps logos as assertion. In the realm of this determination, the essence of logos unfolds into ratio, into judgment, into a thinking from out of, and in accordance with, ideas. In unison with the unfolding of logos as assertion into reason, the essence of the idea also changes. The way in which Plato thinks the idea is different from the way in which Augustine grasps the idea. Descartes thinks the idea still differently, as do Leibniz, Hume, Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, and modern world consciousness in general. Nevertheless, within these differences, the same is thought. In the modern world consciousness, with which we either knowingly or unknowingly concur and which we carry with ourselves, the entire history of the idea and its changes, but also the history of logos and its changes, are present. Only when we represent the history of the idea and of logos in a merely historiographical way are Plato, Augustine, Descartes, Leibniz, Kant, and all the others mere names for something bygone on which we nevertheless wish to dwell, or to which we wish to remain connected. But if we do not think some historiographical bygone, but rather think what is, then what was thought by Plato and the thinkers who followed him is immediate presence, and not just any random one, but rather the one that right now in world history is the concealed, sending fate. In order to learn to experience this and only this, we learn to think. And in order to learn to think, we must, however, proceed from the doctrine of thinking that reigns all around us, namely, logic. This means, we must be attentive to how logic thinks logos. We say, logic thinks logos metaphysically. However, it is metaphysics that has given the historical world of the Occident and our fate its character, and it is also metaphysics that, as what shapes and joins, remains the authentically present. 276 The presence of this present does not depend upon whether we as a whole, or a single one of us occasionally or, indeed, the human at all takes notice of the presence of history. By contrast, however, the power and scope of our knowledge and ability to know depends upon whether what is present in history still approaches us, or whether it has already begun to withdraw from us. The power and scope of our knowledge of the true is perhaps only an unprepossessing, yet nevertheless integral and necessary stone or beam in the arch of the bridge into the future. The question regarding the status of metaphysics and its essential core, that is, the question regarding the status of logic and the logos as thought by it, is only yet another form of the question concerning that about which metaphysics is asking when it asks what beings are. The question what are beings, looks out toward being for the answer. How matters stand with being itself, however how it unfolds and presides in its truth, is a question never asked by metaphysics because it is incapable of asking it, and need not ask it in order to remain metaphysics. Metaphysics, in the face of the question of being itself, can only differentiate it from non-being. The question concerning being itself is, at the same time, the question concerning non-being and the nothing. However, the question concerning being itself and the nothing goes infinitely deeper, reaching essentially different realms than the question to be or not to be as it is commonly known and understood in relation to the passage from Shakespeare's Hamlet, insofar as one usually only relates being and non-being to the continuance or ending of human life. We are now asking whether or not the originary essence of the logos has come to light in metaphysics. Why do we ask the question in this way? At first glance, and initially, we ask it in this manner because, before the beginning of metaphysics, the logos was experienced and thought in a different way. The legitimacy of this must, for now, remain mere conjecture, for it is offered within the unceasing dominance of metaphysical thought, 277, with its control over the interpretation of the entire history of Occidental thought, including pre-Platonic thought. Supposing now that Heraclitus is, in truth, a pre-metaphysical thinker, and supposing that he thinks the logos differently, why are we then reaching so far back into the history of Occidental thought with our question? Why do we not simply posit a determination that is contrary to the metaphysical interpretation of logos and of thinking, given that there is the occasion, or even the necessity, for doing so? Of what concern to us is the historically far removed, pre-metaphysical essence of the logos? To these questions one should answer thusly: whether or not the pre-metaphysical essence of the Logos immediately concerns us, whether or not it already concerns us now, and whether or not it will one day again concern us remains, at present, a matter of indifference. However, it could happen that in the pre-metaphysical essence of the Logos something pushes forward into the light and becomes present, something that not only concerns us, or only some other race of humans, or only a particular realm of beings, for example, nature, or art, or perhaps the order of society, or technology, but which, rather than concerning beings, concerns being itself, from out of which every particular being receives its truth and untruth. It could then certainly also happen that because of this it no longer remains a matter of indifference how the historical human and the future human think of being and about it, nor does it remain a matter of indifference if we and they, that is, if those who will come to stand before what is to come have ever thought such a thing solely in view of the truth of being, and whether we and they will reflect upon it and are inclined to think it. If it is the case, as we began to intimate in the previous lecture, that the pre-metaphysical Logos is not an activity of human saying and asserting regarding which theories and a doctrinal system were erected in logic, theories about which hardly anyone cares, if, moreover, it is the case that the Logos 278 is somehow the same as the one being that prevails in all beings, and if, furthermore, all that has been given the name of the Logos were to shine through all historiographical masking of history and remain present and be the present as the same, i.e., as being, then perhaps there would exist also for us a sufficiently pressing reason to ask about the Logos as it was thought pre-metaphysically, for in this Logos, the to be thought for all thinking both hides itself and shows itself, presuming always that nothing higher, nothing more originary, nothing more present, but also nothing more inconspicuous and indestructible, can be thought than being itself. The Logos of what is commonly called logic is, as assertion and saying, an activity and a faculty of the human. This Logos belongs to that which, among beings, is called the human. The Logos of which Heraclitus speaks as harvesting and gathering, and as the all-uniting one, is not some quality or condition obtaining to beings. This Logos is the originary foregathering that safeguards beings as the beings that they are. This Logos is being itself, within which all beings unfold. To think after this Logos is surely no longer logic in the conventional sense. At the same time, we will hold on to the term logic, but in doing so we will now understand it to mean something more provisional, namely, a consideration of the Logos as which being inceptually announces itself, thereby revealing itself as the originary to be thought. To engage oneself with logic now means only this: to learn to experience the authentic to be thought, i.e., being itself. Indeed, even more provisionally, it now means to prepare the possibility of becoming open to this to be thought so that it, i.e., being, would perhaps at some point grace us with a configurable relation between itself and us, and grant us the furthering of this relation, thereby coming upon us as we are in the constitution of our essence, and thereby bringing about and leading into a transformation of that essence. So understood, the term logic heralds a more originary task, one that appears only to contain the inconspicuous to which we 279 will barely manage to measure up for a long time yet. For, what matters in this process of learning to think is taking only a few steps, perhaps even only one step, which will then unlock for us the realm of the to be thought and the correct pathway to it. This more originary logic, as the consideration of the originary essence of the Logos, is essentially without doctrinal content. It is impoverished when compared to the richness of learnable propositions, information, systematicity, and the succession of theories of metaphysical logic. This more originary logic is merely the unceasing practice of, or perhaps even just the preparation for, taking a simple step in one's thinking into the realm of the authentic to be thought. Logic in this more originary sense pertains to that particular activity that is at the same time a letting be, namely, a letting unfold of being from out of its own truth. On its own, the contemporary human is not able to enact such a thinking activity. Indeed, the contemporary human cannot even find or invent a consideration of it, if the traces of such a thinking do not already address him and if he does not agree to enter into a conversation with this address. This possibility surely presumes the experience of history not as consisting of the bygone, and also not as that which has been handed down, out of whose ridges and valleys certain peaks of greatness stand out. History is, in itself, the pre-articulated conversation of the essential with itself. The question nevertheless always remains whether and how the human enters into this conversation. See, the third path, access through the logos of the psyche. Fragment 45. The question concerning Mologian. Initially, and above all, what matters now is to think after, in a more proper way, the logos as thought by Heraclitus along the lines of the already elucidated essential features of the harvest and the foregathering. In order to do this, it is necessary to elucidate still other sayings of Heraclitus's that deal with the logos, though admittedly to do so only from within the limits set by the task of making the pre-metaphysical essence 280 of logos visible. Fragment 50, which has already been discussed, tells us the following. The sole relation proper to the logos that arises from out of a hearkening listening to the logos can itself only be a logos, a legain. It is Mologian that is, to harvest the same thing that the logos harvests as the harvest. That now means, to gather oneself toward the same as what the logos, as the foregathering, holds gathered in and toward itself. The way in which the human gathers himself toward the foregathering is different from the way in which the logos is, in itself, the foregathering. This difference makes possible a sameness of legain, which, even given this difference, concerns the same logos. Who executes the gathering and the harvesting in the sense of Mologian? Obviously the human, for the saying of Heraclitus speaks to the human. If, however, the human himself is the legan, i.e., the one who harvests, the one who gathers, then he can only take over and complete that particular harvesting that harvests the same as what is harvested by the logos if he himself, in his essence, somehow has logos, that is, if the essence of the human is such a harvesting. The human is zoon, a living being, a being that is determined by life. But what does life, zoe, mean? When thinking this word one, the Greeks, in a way similar to their thinking of physis, think of the emerging from out of itself, which is always, at the same time, a return back into itself. Emerging opens itself to the open, keeps it, in a certain sense, and maintains itself in the open, and in this way contains the open within itself. Since time immemorial, the essence of life thus experienced, and the essence of that which lives, have been distinguished by thepsyche, we say soul, and call what is alive and souled psyche means a small puff of air, a breath. However, here we are not thinking of breathing merely as the movement and functioning of the organs dedicated to it, but rather as a breathing out and in. Insofar as psyche as breath 281 should now designate the essence of what is alive in all of its demeanors and behaviors, breathing cannot mean the mere drawing in and expulsion of air. Were we to take it only as such, we would at best be thinking of breathing and the organs dedicated to it in a causally scientific way as a fundamental prerequisite of the living and its existence, but not as the omnipresent, essential feature of the entire essence of what is alive. Rather, that drawing in and drawing out called breathing is the essential feature of the living, namely, that it emerges into the open, and by emergingly going out into the open enters into its characteristic relationship with the open, thereby bringing the open into that relationship and referring the open back to it. The essence of thepsyche thereby rests in the emerging self-opening into the open, and emerging that each time takes the open up and back into itself, and in this manner of taking upholds itself and abides in the open. Psyche, ensoulment, and zoe, life, are thus the same, provided that we also think zoe in a Greek way. This demands that we think psyche and zoe from out of what the Greek thinkers called physis, in which they think the being of beings in general. All that exists lives insofar as it is, and as something living, it is in some sense ensouled, though in a different manner in each case. This now means, the emergent relationship to the open and the openness of the open are determined in different ways, all according to the kind of living being, and also the other way around. Based on zoe and psyche, one can see that the living can be in a way conforming to the self-opening emerging, and thus itself be a self-opening as a drawing out drawing in the manner of the already described harvesting and gathering, i.e., of legain and logos, zoe and psyche. The living can thereby have logos. If the living being has logos, then the drawing out and drawing in, i.e., the relationship to the open, is determined as harvesting and gathering. If that is so, then the living being is in the manner of the human, the harvesting and gathering, the legain of the human, is mologin. This emergent and thus unfolding being, i.e., the human, is open to the logos. 282. Does Heraclitus tell us something about the living being called the human from this perspective, i.e., from the perspective of logos? Heraclitus says enough. But what does he say? What does he who expressly demands the mologin of the human say about the psyche of the human? A saying that is counted as fragment 45 states: Sias parata on okan exeroyo, pasan epipori menos dienoido bathnlgan ekai. The outermost extremities of the soul you will surely not be able to find on your course, even if you were to wander down every single path, so far reaching is its harvest, gathering. According to this, the psyche, the essence of the living being the human, has logos, and this logos is baths deep. Indeed, it is deep in an exceptional sense. As previously mentioned, for the most part we understand the deep only as the opposite of what is high, and, correspondingly, height. In that sense, the deep contains within itself an orientation downward. However, that is not the essential thing regarding baths. We speak of a deep woods. Even Homer already uses this turn of phrase in the Iliad. 2 The deep is the far that entirely reaches into the concealed, and thereby it is somehow that which gathers. In what way can logos be deep? Harvesting and gathering draw out. Indeed, this drawing out even determines all gathering drawing in and what is able to be drawn in. The drawing out is the reaching into the farness, from out of which harvesting first allots the gathering. The logos of the psyche is, as logos, deep, and in such a way that this depth consists in the drawing out reaching to the far, from out of which the gatheredness of what is to be gathered determines itself. Insofar as the soul has such logos, the drawing out reaching into the farness belongs to its self-opening and taking back. Whereabouts this reaching far reaches, there the psyche has its outermost extremities, through which it is open for that toward which its logos, as such, intimates. 283 Fragment 45 reads Psyches parata on okan exeroyo, pasan epipori menos dienoido bathnlgan ekai. The outermost extremities of the soul you will surely not be able to find on your course, even if you were to wander down every single path, so far reaching is its harvest, gathering. From this saying we can initially and generally surmise that the soul, namely, the soul of the human, who is here being addressed in regard to his course through the soul, has logos, the human is a onlganian. In this saying we hear, almost verbatim, the essential differentiation of the human that is determinative for all later metaphysics, according to which the human is zoonlganian, that, particular, living being that has i.e., the, logos. However, in the interpretation of this definition of the human, logos is thought as ratio, that is, as reason in the sense of the faculty to think ideas, to make judgments based upon concepts. Now, what could be more natural than the desire to attempt to find this later, metaphysical definition of the human in the above-cited saying of Heraclitus's? Indeed, this particular attempt to interpret the saying would have some standing and weight. However, it will not be attempted here, not because one would like to avoid interpreting the metaphysical understanding of the human essence back into the thought of Heraclitus, but rather because one still understands the word logos used in the saying superficially and in a metaphysical sense. For the saying speaks about the logos of the human soul from another perspective, insofar as it would like to express that this logos which the human soul has is deep. However, one immediately refuses to think after the essence of the depth of the human logos further. One therefore goes no further than taking this utterance of Heraclitus's merely to be a comment on the fact that the human soul is difficult to plumb, owing to its depth. and because one already and in every case thinks Logos metaphysically here, one ends up with an interpretation of the saying that 284 is forged by common usage. However, it is due to the uncommonness of this interpretation that we mention it here. It is uncommon because it has something to teach us. Interpreted metaphysically and logically, Logos means assertion, judgment, or also concept, insofar as one understands the concept as the coagulation of a certain comprehension, i.e., a certain judgment. Instead of using the terms assertion and judgment to describe the foundation of logical thinking, one can also just say thought, and thereby understand Logos to be thought, albeit not as a thought activity of the soul, but rather as what is thought in this activity, the thought as what gives meaning in thinking. Logos as assertion/judgment/comprehension is thus equated with concept and with what has been conceived, i.e., with meaning. Armed with this logical and metaphysical conception of Logos, one can easily face the saying of Heraclitus and give to it an interpretation that, above all, makes immediate sense to the modern human. If we equate Logos with concept, then with this quote Heraclitus wishes to say with his saying that the concept of the soul is so deep that all attempts to plumb its depths in the sphere of the psyche, that is, of psychology, must fail, for they can never reach the boundaries of the soul, and that which, in bounding and surrounding the soul, also defines it. The saying of Heraclitus is therefore taken as the earliest testament to the difficulties of psychology and psychological self-observation. There is even a work about general psychology that takes the saying of Heraclitus in the just touched upon sense as its motto on the title page. The author of this work, Naterp, was also, at the time of its writing, an accomplished expert on Greek philosophy. But in this saying, Heraclitus does not wish to say anything about the limitations and difficulties of psychological research. Such claims are altogether impossible, given that for the early Greek thinkers and indeed, for all of the ancient Greek world, something like psychology was entirely foreign. This is not meant as 285 a denigration of psychology, but merely as an indirect reference to the fact that psychology, in essentially arising out of Christian thinking, is of one and the same metaphysical origin as modern historiography and technology, and is only today entering upon the path toward unfolding its historical determination and toward becoming that which, at its very core, it is, namely psychotechnics. However, if in the above cited saying of Heraclitus the first word to be heard is psyche, and if we translate this word as soul, thereby thinking it as the Greeks did, and if we do not interpret the word Logos that is named in the saying as meaning and concept, then we keep away from all psychology and thus remain open to thinking the saying in harmony with Fragment 50, which has already been elucidated. Review 2. A reconsideration of Fragments 50 and 45. The Logos as the self-disclosing all-uniting one and the original meaning of Logos and Legain. The Logos as the foregathering that dispenses the origin and thereby retains it. In order to approach what Heraclitus thinks in regard to Logos, i.e., the Logos, we have taken two paths, and have chosen a saying by Heraclitus, Fragment 50, as the first guideline. We have done so because, in this saying, Heraclitus names the Logos from a perspective out of which it becomes apparent that the Logos itself announces itself and, in doing so, allows its own essence to be heard, and Pantaena one is all. This is revealed by the Logos. It can only reveal this when it itself is what opens there, for the Logos cannot be something in addition to the one and in addition to the all, if it itself is. Then again, it must at least be on par with, or even perhaps surpass, what it announces and offers up and opens, for the en Pantaena depends upon the Logos to become audible. 286 In this en Pantaena, the Logos itself shows itself, and indeed as the Logos. For en Pantaena contains the following, namely, that the one as the uniting all, i.e., the being of all constitutes the being of beings as a whole. The Logos itself is the all-uniting one. According to the saying of Heraclitus, this is precisely what the human should authentically know, it is the to-be thought that is before all else, in all else, and beyond all else. One of the paths we have taken leads to the following realization: the Logos is the self-announcing all-uniting one. The Logos is the uniting of all. Based on this, what is now called Logos, namely, the uniting one, is fundamentally different in its meaning from Logos as thought by logic when it thinks it as assertion and saying, as speech and word, as judgment and reason. But precisely that which, according to the saying of Heraclitus, the Logos reveals about itself, namely, that it is the uniting, unifying, precisely this self-announcing essence of the Logos corresponds in an originary and exact way to what the word legein actually and authentically means. To show and to highlight this original meaning of Logos and legein is the other path that then meets the first one in the same. Logos and legein mean to harvest, to gather, that is, to unify and to unite. Now, the result of the preceding elucidation of en and panta is that the essence of the one and the all, and thereby also of unifying and uniting, cannot be precisely defined. At the same time, however, it was still possible to determine that what remains consistent throughout is what is named with the words to gather and to harvest. That is why, in order to gain a proper insight into the essence of the Logos, everything depends upon grasping the essence of harvesting and the harvest, gathering and the gathering, more clearly, more completely, and in a more fulfilled way. 287 We initially attempted this through an elucidation of that particular harvesting that we encounter as a human activity, example harvesting ears of grain, harvesting grapes, harvesting wood. We thereby discover that to harvest is to pick up from the earth, a picking off of grapes and berries from the vine. This picking up and picking off enacts itself as a bringing together. We are inclined already to take this to be gathering. To be sure, this initially mentioned activity is that dimension of gathering that is apparent to the eye, the appearance through which harvesting and gathering show themselves. However, are we allowed to stop at the appearance and to take what appears in it to be the essence of gathering and harvesting? Obviously not. Moreover, we cannot immediately and exclusively take this superficially and thereby incompletely grasped harvesting and gathering as the essence of the harvest and the gathering, at least not if the harvest, i.e., the Logos, is to be thought as what constitutes the being of beings in general. Even if Heraclitus did not say more about the Logos and its essence as the harvest and the gathering, which for various reasons we may presume, it is necessary for us to think the essence of harvesting and gathering more emphatically. Why? Because we are assuming that the thinkers at the beginning of the history of Occidental thinking thought such things, and thought them in such a way that their thinking still continues to think beyond our thinking in new ways, which is why we may never catch up to that particular incipient thinking. Or is this assumption perhaps arbitrary? Is perhaps the assumption that the beginning of Occidental thinking shelters within itself the fate of Occidental history, thereby predetermining the truth of this history, untenable? Is the assumption that this beginning is of such dignity also untenable? I think not. Concerning earlier thinkers, we can only attempt a conversation that corresponds from a distance if we presume and recognize 288 that what the beginning of thinking once, in the past, began is once more, in the future, to come toward the human, owing to the fact that what is always already there in advance, thought in this double sense, is always in front of human musing and activity. History, in its hidden course, is not progress from an inception to an end, but is rather the return of what is always already there in advance into the beginning. That is why in this particular case, which concerns the need to think the Logos in the manner of Heraclitus, i.e., as being itself, we cannot think the essence of legein, namely, harvesting and gathering, essentially and richly enough. In addition, the other namings of being that are executed in the inceptual thinking of the Greeks give us enough guidance to define the essence of the Logos, in the sense of harvesting and gathering, in a manner proper to this essence. We should therefore not be content with the superficial characteristics of the initial understanding of harvesting and gathering as a human activity, thereby equating this activity of gathering solely and categorically with picking up and carrying together. Picking up in the sense of taking something up and carrying together is grounded in something other which, as the ground, also constitutes what is essential in the essence of harvesting and gathering. The strange thing regarding the essential constitution of harvesting, taken as a whole, is this, that it itself can only be what it is when it not only carries together what lies before it, but also when it pulls itself together into itself, i.e., concentrates itself, and orients itself in all of its phases toward what has been determined in advance by harvesting and gathering. But this is a picking up in the sense of a conserving. And conserving, for its part, is grounded in a sheltering. This, in turn, is a watching over something that at the same time harbors it. In picking up as a conserving, that which belongs to gathering in an essential, and not a retroactive, way is preserved in advance. That is why gathering and harvesting are in their innermost core a preserving conserving. In this, gathering itself is entirely gathered into its own essence, a situation we call foregathered. 289 This foregathering, thought from out of the conserving preserving, is, as the originary sheltering gatheredness of gathering, the essence of gathering. And from this, drawing in, as what holds together and joins taking up and bringing in, first gets determined. For its part, drawing in is itself, according to its own possibility, grounded in a drawing out that opens and allots to the drawing in its domain, extent, region, and possible directions. The characteristic of drawing out found in harvesting is now completely and properly determined by that which, as a preserving and conserving, necessitates all expansive drawing out. In order that we may gain the proper, i.e., essential, perspective on the essential constitution of gathering and harvesting, the latter still understood as a human activity, we should avoid pondering the single steps undertaken in gathering which, when viewed from the outside and due to their temporal order, appear as a progression. Seen from this perspective, harvesting commences with a picking up from the earth and ends with the storing of what has been gathered in a silo or container, so that therein a conserving may take place, a conserving which, when seen from this perspective, no longer has anything to do with the activity of gathering as a bringing in. That is why it appears as though conserving and sheltering do not at all belong to gathering. Nevertheless, safeguarding and preserving have everything to do with gathering and harvesting. What would a gathering be, if a conserving and safeguarding did not first preside as the ground of the determination of harvesting and as the predisposing of all its essential traits? The fact that this occurs last within the temporal order of provisions and steps required for the execution of gathering does not go against the essential law according to which the safeguarding and conserving come before the very possibility of gathering and must, in fact, already have belonged to the human if his gathering is to have a goal, a direction, an expansiveness, and thereby an essential space. 290. The order proper to the essential structure of gathering and harvesting is one distinct from the order of the particular succession of steps for the execution of this or that gathering and harvesting. Regarding the essential structure of gathering and harvesting, and thereby regarding the sustaining foundation of its essence, we recognize that all gathering and harvesting is grounded in a conserving which, in turn, is grounded in a sheltering. Sheltering is the authentic harvesting, insofar as in it a selecting takes place of that toward which drawing out and drawing in become and are determined. In turn, selecting is grounded still more originally in an electing of what is itself the elected, i.e., the rare, i.e., what is from beginning to end the unique because it remains as the one which, as such, unifies, that is, it has originally foregathered everything from out of itself into the keeping safe of the elected. We may verify what has been said about gathering as a human activity if we turn our thoughts to another realm of human gathering if, for example, we consider the gathering, i.e., the collecting, of art. We easily recognize how decisively the essence, and the distortions of the essence, of gathering are rooted in the fact that conserving, along with safeguarding, are essentially grounded in the necessity belonging to gathering, grounded in fact in what is to be conserved in such a gathering/collection of artworks. It remains to be asked what is properly maintained through this conserving of the artwork. All conserving, and the gathering suspended within it, in both the limited and more expansive senses of a bringing together, determines itself from out of the manner and essentialness of what is here to be sheltered. What is to be sheltered in the conserving of artworks lies in the movement of what is, in each case, given historically as essential and inessential in art, that is, in the particular historical disclosure of art's essence itself, which rests on co-founding and erecting the historicity of history, through the way in which the artwork sets the truth of being to work. 291 In the wake of such considerations we may surely and easily recognize that the opinions regarding what is properly to be sheltered in the gathering of art diverge widely and perhaps even culminate in a never-before acknowledged lack of counsel, given that presumably the historical peoples are without counsel when it comes to the essence and the parameters of sheltering and of forming and the reciprocal relationship of the two. Now is not the occasion to engage in further elucidations on this matter. We should solely focus our attention on the fact that mere gathering, the so-called curatorial enterprise, without the gatheredness of the historical human toward the inner foregathering and saving of his own essence, is not true gathering, and that the essence of gathering is in no way exhausted in a hasty bringing together and amassing. It should be noted in passing that, for some time, those who think after these things have noticed that the obsession with mere curatorial gathering of antiquities shares a peculiar reciprocal relationship with the steadily increasing unfolding of technology. It has hardly been considered what essential connections determine this reciprocal relationship. Perhaps these essential connections arise from out of the still concealed yet originary belonging together of the logos of logic, which has fallen away from the originary logos entini, both of which in their interdependence co-determine the essence of metaphysics, which is, in turn, the origin of modern historiographical/technical thinking and willing. In considering the essence of gathering and of the harvest by way of the example of the human activity of gathering, it was at first important to recognize that all harvesting and gathering are grounded in the foregathering, according to which we understand the gatheredness of all steps and stages of harvesting into the safeguarding sheltering. Harvest and gathering are, in an essentially originary way, foregathering in the now defined sense. However, that which up to now we have said and have attempted to think about harvesting and gathering 292, should not only and primarily apply to the human activity of gathering, but should rather show us the foundational features of what characterizes the harvest and the gathering that Heraclitus simply names logos, with which word he names being itself, the one that unifies all beings. Logos is the originary, origin dispensing foregathering that remains retained within the origin and which, as such, is the essencing of being itself. It thus appears that Heraclitus took the essence of harvesting and gathering from human activity, and then carried it over to the being of beings as a whole. In Greek, such a carrying over is called metapherein. The signifier for the being of beings as logos would therefore be a metaphor. In this metaphor lies the perhaps oft practiced, part conscious and part unconscious, but in any case perhaps unavoidable tendency of carrying the characteristics and forms of human ways and demeanors over to the world in its entirety. By means of this manner of projection, the world is presented in human terms. This manner of thinking is called anthropomorphism. Therefore, if the logos means the being of beings, it would also only be a making human of the world. Perhaps we should not wonder about this, for it is often claimed that less developed peoples, in distinction to those who are more advanced, are more familiar with the metaphorical way of thinking, since the impetus behind this manner of thinking arises out of a unique lack of criticalness that characterizes primitive thinking. Now, is the characterization of the being of beings as a whole as logos merely a carrying over of the characteristics of human behavior into the ground of the essential? We do not want to rush to judgment, for the question concerning wherein human gathering and harvesting are themselves grounded has not yet been answered, and in fact has not even been posed. It remains open whether human legain in fact presupposes the relation to the logos in the sense of being, and receives its proper possibility of essence from the logos. 293, If this were indeed the case, then it would be difficult to speak of a carrying over of human traits to the fundamental feature of the being of beings as a whole. Perhaps it is not even permissible to force the question hovering here into a crude either/or that wishes to express itself in the following formula: either all of the traits that the human purports to find in being are abstracted from the image of the human, or the form of the human is only one among many different appearances of being. In the latter case, being would need to be recognized purely as itself, and indeed through the human. But how could this occur if the human were not formed by way of the image and the appearance of being, and in such a way that the human, from out of himself, allows being to approach him? In that case, the following or namely, either everything is only human images and productions, or everything is only a copy of being would not apply. Furthermore, the relation of being to the human would be the originary relation, insofar as it characterizes being itself, but also because it belongs originally to the essence of the human. Moreover, being itself could not be experienced without a more originary experience of the essence of the human, and vice versa. This more originary experience would then be that in which being and the essence of the human have their truth, i.e., the truth of their relation. In that case, the true would be above being and deep within the human essence and would preside over the relation of both as their origin. The reference to these connections, which have heretofore hardly been thought through, should only make us aware that being itself can in no way be grasped like a thing or an object, not because it still remains too distant from the human, but rather because it has already come too close to him. Moreover, it should make us aware that the human can only gain the distance necessary to grasp being by retreating from being back into his own essence, which is not the same at all as retreating away from being. That is why the relations touched upon here were still engaged with one another 294 in an oddly veiled play even back at the beginning of Occidental thinking when being itself was first properly named. For we who have come later, this is a warning to be aware that, also and already for the first thinkers, the saying of being was full of enigmas. From out of this we derive the suggestion that when we think through what is said by the early thinkers, we should rather, and more stringently than before, pay attention to their path, thereby paying attention to the relation to being and, only from out of this relation, to being itself. In terms of the manner by which it shows itself to us immediately, gathering and harvesting may be a human activity. Initially, this only means that a human activity is a way of being human, the being of which would remain withdrawn from the human were the latter not at all capable of thinking and experiencing being. That which manifests itself to us through traits of being human need not also have its essential origin in these manifestations. Out of this, at least, arises the possibility that the essence of gathering and harvesting may indeed initially be experienced by us through our activity pertaining to them, but that they nevertheless originate elsewhere, and are also bound and structured elsewhere. Such a bond announces itself in Fragment 50. We will therefore follow Fragment 50 and be attentive to the fact that here Heraclitus specifically determines the relationship of the human to the logos as mologin. Out of this arises something decisive, namely, that the human himself must have within himself a legain and a logos, a harvesting and a gathering, which have gathered themselves toward the harvest and the foregathering that constitutes the essence of being. However, should it be the case, and this can hardly be doubted, that the relation of the human to the logos, and thus to the being of beings, were the highest possible relation in which all other human relations to humans and things are grounded, then this relation, i.e., mologin, should in fact carry and sustain the essence of the human. The human himself, then as the very being that he is must have logos in the core of his essence which, as this logos, is itself the relation to the logos in the sense of the being of beings. 295 According to the Greek conception, the human is a zoon, a living being. The essence of what is alive, however, is thepsyche, the soul. The essence of the human, that is, thepsyche, must therefore have logos, in order for mologin to be possible. Presumably, this human logos must be a distinguished one, if the relation to the logos is to show itself and unfold within it in a unique way. In Fragment 45 we experience what Heraclitus thinks about the relation of the essence of the human, i.e., of thepsyche, to the logos, i.e., to the being of beings. Sias parata on okan exeroio, pason epipori menos dienoido bathnlgon ekai. 1. See the inception of Occidental thinking in this volume. 2. Homer, Iliad, f. 573. 6. The absent presence of the logos for the human and the indication of the objectless region of the originary logos. A. The harmony of Fragments 50 and 45. The homological relation of the logos of the soul to the logos. Mologin as the self-gathering toward the originary foregathering of the logos of being. To what extent are fragments 50 and 45 in harmony with one another such that, in a certain sense, they complement each other? This question may be answered by way of a brief, prescient observation. Fragment 50 is about logos in the sense of being itself, but at the same time it is also about mologin. Through mologin, the legain that is essentially proper to the human, and thereby also the logos that the human has, are determined. This harvesting and gathering should be a hearkening one, and thereby a compliant self-gathering that joins itself to the originary foregathering, a foregathering by way of which the logos holds the essence of the human gathered toward itself, preserving within itself as the logos the hearkening belongingness of the human to being. 296 A preserving that simultaneously gives and withholds according to measure. Said simply, fragment 50 is about the homological relation of the human logos to the logos. In this saying, the relation of being itself to the essence of the human is thought, and in such a way that the essence of the human is not only one reference point while the logos is the other, but rather in such a way that the essence of the human exists and is grounded precisely in the relation of being to the human. The human, as the one who gathers in a hearkening way, is gathered toward being, that is, the human is open to being, and is so on account of being. Only insofar as the essence of the human in this gathering depends upon, and is based upon, being, can the human relation to being also be ungathered, dissipated, and astray, i.e., bewildered by confusion. Strictly speaking, metaphysics in truth only knows the question concerning the relation of the human, as one being among others, toward beings as such and as a whole. The modern iteration of this question is the one concerning the relation of the subject to the object. However, the subject-object relation is grounded, in all ways, in the metaphysically ungraspable relation of being toward the human essence. Moreover, this relation is not properly thought or inquired into in pre-metaphysical thinking, however abstractly experienced and named it may be. Perhaps metaphysics and its entire history bears this fate within itself, namely, that it is only through metaphysics and its history that the differentiation of being and beings is at all brought to light in order to be experienced and questioned someday as this differentiation, a questioning in which being itself first approaches thinking in its question-worthy truth and transforms thinking itself. Heraclitus' saying, numbered as fragment 50, deals with the homological relation of the human logos to the logos. To what extent is fragment 45 in harmony with fragment 50? Fragment 45 does not mention 297 the logos. By contrast, it mentions a logos, specifically, a deep one that the human soul has, and evidently has as a foundational aspect of its essence. The saying, fragment 45, says that the furthest extremities of the soul, to which in its reaching the soul essentially extends, cannot be detected by the human, owing to the fact that the logos of the soul is an exceptionally deep one. Even though the relation of the human essence to the logos is not addressed in this, we may nevertheless presume that the logos referred to is that toward which the soul, in its extending, directs its outermost extremities. However, how is it then possible, as stipulated in fragment 50, for the human himself to hearken to and submit to the logos, if the logos, as fragment 45 suggests, is undetectable by him? The two sayings do not appear to be in harmony, for indeed they contradict one another insofar as they make contradictory statements regarding the relation of the human logos to the logos. In order to see more clearly here and, most importantly, to grasp the proper content of fragment 45, a more extensive elucidation is needed. It is clearly stated, the psyche, namely the one of the human, who traverses it has a logos, indeed, a deep one. To what extent can the psyche as such have a logos? To what extent is a legain, in the sense of the designated gathering and harvesting, possible in the psyche, so that even the psyche itself, by way of the logos that it has, first arrives in the authentic realm of the possibility of its essence? What is the psyche if we think it from out of that along with which it is constantly named, and if we thereby think in a Greek way all that is to be thought, Leaving aside modern conceptions of the psyche and also the allegedly well-known, primitive ideas about the soul, of which ethnology and anthropology believe themselves to have accounts. To think the psyche in a Greek way means, to think its essence from out of its belongingness to Zoe and Physis, to life and nature. However, referring the psyche 298 back to Zoe and Physis would also not bring us into proximity with what is essential, if at the same time and before all else we did not also think Zoe and Physis in a Greek way. If we are everywhere emphasizing that what is named in these foundational Greek words should be thought in a Greek way, we are not being driven by the intention of accurately reproducing a past world in a historiographical way. Rather, in the constantly emphasized Greek, we are simply seeking what is the hidden essential, i.e., what bears and decides both our history and the history of the future. The fundamental feature of Physis and Zoe is an emerging from out of itself that is, at the same time, a self-occluding withdrawal back into itself. Under the protection of these names, Greek thinking, experiencing, building, and dwelling in beings already possessed something in advance, something that at some point only those yet to come will found and build into the immovable truth to which, as the proper ground, what is named in the foundational words Physis, Zoe, and psyche already makes reference in inconspicuous ways. That is why we today, no matter how often we repeat these foundational words, only have preliminary names with which to make what is essential in Physis and Zoe visible, albeit in a distant and faint way. And in order to assure even this, what is precisely not necessitated is a broad marshalling of learnedness and the display of partially understood connections within intellectual history, but rather only the ever newly begun and ever simpler consideration of, and thinking through, what sounds forth in these foundational words like a prelude. What we initially hear there is always the same and, indeed, almost monotonous. Yet, it is the foundational tone of the inceptual thinking of the Greeks. In the thinking through of foundational words we continuously experience the limitations of thinking, but also the pent-up grace of the still buried treasures of our own language. The latter is not ours as our tool, rather, we are the ones to belong to it as those who are either at home in it or made homeless by it. If we therefore now attempt to clarify the translating interpretation of the foundational words Physis and Zoe, then we will easily 299 find ourselves off track, while nevertheless perhaps still, at the same time, providing a rough clue to be subsequently taken up by recapitulating thinking after. If we are attentive to the fact that Physis means the emerging that from itself is a withdrawing into itself, then the two determinations are not only to be thought as simultaneous and existing alongside one another, but rather as designating one and the same fundamental feature of Physis. Physis contains within itself the following dimensional character which must, nevertheless, be thought of as one with the above, namely, that Physis is the arising from out of itself and the self-occluding. Therefore, dimensional does not simply mean the extent of a thing, the way in which, for example, we could speak of the breadth of a wall, rather, the dimensional is in itself self-opening and self-occluding. What has the characteristics of Physis, i.e., the natural is thereby never something with the characteristics of an object which is the source of object-like effects in other objects. Physis is also not nature in the sense of the lawfulness of what appears and the unity of what appears in its objectivity. On the contrary, in order even to think Physis in a remotely adequate way, we must exhort ourselves to experience everything with an eye toward the extending, occluding self-opening in such a way that everything pervaded by Physis weaves and unfolds in such relations. By virtue of being conditioned by Roman and Latin thought, predicated as it is on nouns and the relations between them, and also by virtue of being conditioned by modern scientific thought, predicated as it is on objective, functional relations, we today are virtually excluded from the possibility of thinking after being inceptually, and that means thinking it in the sense of Physis in the manner that the Greeks did. Moreover, even Goethe's view of nature is of no help to us here. Though such a view is in some ways in contrast to the mathematical and physical objectification of nature in the manner of Galileo and Newton, it is nevertheless thoroughly grounded in the modern metaphysics founded by Descartes and, above all, Leibniz, and thus remains separated by a chasm 300 from inceptual, Greek thinking. The decisive justification for these sentences, by means of which we distinguish the essence of psis from all later thought and the concepts of nature developing from it, can surely only be provided if we show to what extent the essence of truth, under whose law the thinking of psis stands, is fundamentally different from that particular essence of truth that determines metaphysics and the metaphysical views of nature. According to its originary meaning, psis is not at all the name for nature in distinction to history, rather, it means the being of beings, but not from the later perspective that interprets all beings naturally, or even biologically. However, what has been said about the inceptual name psis also applies to the word zoe, which we translate as life. Accordingly, what is alive also has the characteristic of emerging and arising from out of itself at one with the corresponding and oppositional characteristics of withdrawing back into itself and self-occluding. Similarly, the word zoe has the same breadth of meaning as psis, such that zoe also can become the name for being. However, we are here asking about the essence of psyche. Previously, we said, to think psyche in a Greek way means to think its essence from out of its belongingness to zoe and psis. But what do we encounter as the main characteristic of psyche according to the meaning of the word? The word means puff, breath, the breath of life. Is it merely a coincidence that, when the soul slips away, we say that the breath of life has expired and the light of life has been extinguished? Why is it that we consider both breath and light as having the same relation to the fundamental characteristic of the living thing? Light is the lightning, it is that which lightens and opens, and which, as the bright, holds open. Breath, grasped broadly and properly enough as not being limited to air, is the drawing in and drawing out, the emerging into the open and the pulling back in of the open. In fact, if we think of air as ether, then air and light coincide. However, for our belated thinking they only coincide 301 because they are one in their concealed essence, they are one and the same with life and psis. The soul, i.e., that which animates, is the essence of the living thing insofar as ensoulment means precisely this, that through it a being arrives and abides in such a manner of being that, as emerging, it unfolds into the open and, thus unfolding, gathers the open and what is encountered in the open to itself. However, due to a long tradition of thinking, we are certainly conditioned, and, for yet different reasons, also hastily inclined, to imagine any self-referential entity both as being a subject and as having the characteristics of an I, whenever there is talk of a living thing that references itself and other things back to itself. The point of reference, so to speak, into which the relation that we call toward itself flows, is known as the I, and the I is like a point or a pole or a center. It is not by accident that Leibniz, who imagines every being as having the characteristics of a subject or an I, speaks of the singular, self-contained beings as the metaphysical points that are then at the same time determined as the inner over against the outer. Accordingly, what pertains to the soul is considered to be what is inner and internal. Furthermore, unmediated, intuitive opining, and this is true even for the Greeks, posits inner organs such as the heart, carta poetic form, krita, and the diaphragm, phrin, phrenes, phronion, phronesis, as the seat of fluctuations in the mind's disposition, and of the mind in general. However, we must slowly learn to differentiate between what, on the one hand, intuitive imagining often prematurely grasps and at which it ultimately arrives, and what, on the other hand, is in truth meant by thinking and knowledge. The reference to this difference does not, however, mean that the intuitive and imagistic shall be pushed out over time in favor of the non-intuitive and non-imagistic. On the contrary, it means that everything imagistic and every image only appears and is brought into appearing from out of the non-imagistic, which beckons to the image. The more originarily and essentially the non-imagistic presides, the more it beckons to the image, and the more image-like is the image itself. 302 We easily recognize that the differentiation between the intuitive imagistic and the non-intuitive non-imagistic goes together with, and even coincides with, the differentiation between the sensible and the not sensible, i.e., the non-sensible and the supersensible. However, this is the differentiation upon which all metaphysics is based. The question nevertheless remains, or, to be clearer, the question must first be asked where this differentiation originates and to where it leads. The question thus posed concerning this differentiation and its essential origin directly addresses the origin of the imagistic and the non-imagistic in their interrelationship, as well as the foundation of this relationship itself. If we now think a few more steps ahead, we can easily see to what degree the question concerning the origin and the difference between poetic saying and thoughtful saying lurks in the background of the question concerning the origin and the difference between the imagistic and non-imagistic, insofar as poeticizing, not to mention the other forms of art, is an imagistic saying. However, poeticizing is precisely not merely a sensible saying, rather, it utters a meaning, the same way in which thoughtful saying is not without images, but is rather imagistic in its own way. From this it becomes clear that we cannot easily categorize the essential difference between poeticizing and thinking as belonging to the difference between the imagistic and the non-imagistic and, by extension, the difference of both of these from saying. On what detour do our thoughts now find themselves? We are supposed to be concerned with thepsyche, and yet we find ourselves now talking about the essential difference between poeticizing and thinking. But the view being indicated here, as we shall soon see, only has the appearance of a detour. For, we found ourselves on the path that led toward a consideration of the difference between the imagistic and the imageless because, for the sake of the essence of psyche being indicated, that is, for the sake of the drawing out into the open which is at the same time a drawing in, we were attempting to detect the relation between this drawing out with itself and this withdrawing back into itself, and thus detect the being of the self, and in so doing 303 determine the essential core of psyche. Such an approach does not immediately succeed. Perhaps the essential core of psyche, and thus of breath essentially grasped and understood as the drawing out drawing in, lies neither in an outside and an external, nor in an inside and internal, but perhaps rather in an intertwining that could be called intimacy, assuming that we leave aside everything psychological, subjective, experiential, and emotional that is associated with the term. How shall this circuitous and admittedly clumsy reflection eventually lead to the fundamental essence of thepsyche, about which even the Greeks were only barely able to think clearly? In this essence of thepsyche we should initially only observe this one thing, namely, to what degree thepsyche, in accordance with its essence, can have something like logos. For this is stated in fragment 45, the soul, not only has logos, but indeed has a deep one. If we understand logos to be judgment and assertion, then it remains utterly incomprehensible how precisely thepsyche relates to logos, and relates to it in such a way that it is a matter of logos and its depth when the outer extremities of the soul cannot be found. If, however, we understand logos as legain in the sense of harvesting and gathering, and if we think gathering from out of its essential characteristic and thereby beyond its superficial attributes, then it no longer appears estranging when the saying of Heraclitus reflects on thepsyche, i.e., the drawing in drawing out into the open, as being determined by logos, i.e., by gathering. Perhaps, then, this logos is not only one among many characteristics of thepsyche, but perhaps it is even the ground of the essence of thepsyche that is being discussed here, i.e., the human psyche. But before we specifically determine this essential connection between psyche and logos, let us consider what else the saying of Heraclitus says about thepsyche and in what way the saying speaks about it. Cius parata, t purus means the end, the extremity, that whereby something finally ends and ceases and where something 304 else begins. However, extremity and cessation are themselves determined from out of that whose end they bring about. A piece of wood or a stone end in different ways and have different endings than, for example, a downpour of rain. Different still are the endings of a tree, or of an animal. No living being ends at the limits of its corporeal surface. This is not the limit circumscribing the living being. But the endings of that which, like the soul, is in itself an emerging drawing in drawing out, must surely have this character of reaching out into the open. The parata are the outermost extremities in the strictest sense of the word, which here means the ways and paths of going out. The word purus appears in the plural form. Thepsyche has several, indeed, many extremities, many paths of going out, all of which are meant. Every perceiving, every visualization, every willing and every remembering, every bethinking, every beholding, is a striving, a movement toward, the being underway of a way, but also, every involving oneself with something, every sojourning, is a pause on the treading of paths. However, all going, in turn, is only what it is within and on the basis of a barely intuited and determinate dwelling of the human whose sight conceals itself. There is everywhere, in all that is thoroughly pervaded by the soul, i.e., in all doing and letting, all bearing and enacting, all musing and striving, all falling and ascending, a reaching out toward the extremities. However, Heraclitus says to the human whose soul that is, whose unfolding life is named here, you cannot find the outermost of this going out and reaching out, even if you were to tread every single path. That there is still specific talk of paths here only confirms what was just now said, namely, that we should not grasp the extremities as object-like ends and boundaries akin to a wall or a room divider, but rather that we should pay attention to the way-like and path-like nature of everything that is determined by the soul. But even this does not suffice if we fail to think the way-like and path-like as the Greeks did, namely, as the going out into the open, as the going through in the manner of a going forth that enacts itself in going and gathers 305 what presences and is encountered. The ways are the paths for the courses of the unconcealing emerging and the concealing returning into itself. But why is it that the human cannot find the outermost extremities of his essence? Because the logos of the human soul is so deep. Much was said about the essence of this deep already at an earlier point, and as we can now see, it was done so in anticipation of the saying of Heraclitus. The essence of the deep does not lie in it being the opposing category to the high. The essence of the deep lies in a concealed reaching into a still unmeasured farness of concealment and occlusion. Therefore, we do not translate baths as deep, but rather as far-reaching and having reached far, phrases which, like all words of translation, need an accompanying interpretation in view of that in reference to which they are being said. Baths having reached far, far-reaching is being said about the logos of the human soul. In the soul of the human, i.e., in the essence of the human, there unfolds a far-reaching harvesting and a gathering that has reached far. Whereabouts this gathering, which draws out and draws in, reaches, what this gathering in its essence actually shelters, i.e., as safeguarding and sheltering, or rather, what it does not shelter and, in a certain sense, omits and passes over and loses, the human being cannot discover through its going along the paths of the soul. However, does fragment 50 not state that the logos of the human soul is Logic, and that this consists of a listening to the logos itself? Does this not clearly state of what the termination of psyche consists? The soul as that drawing in drawing out terminates there, i.e., it goes out to the other, over to the other, where this termination of horon is a listening to horon auf, i.e., the Logic as the self gathering toward the originary gatheredness. Does this not then name the outermost reaches of the wanderings of its paths? Does this not state how deep the human logos is? The logos as being itself 306 is surely and obviously that deep into which the far-reaching logos of the human soul points. So, how can fragment 45 state that it is precisely because of this far-reaching logos of the human soul that the human is unable to find the outermost reaches of his own essence, even if he were to traverse all paths? In Logic, in the self-gathering harvesting of logos, in the self-gathering toward these, the logos is, i.e., it is present. Thus, in Logic, precisely that toward which the essence of the human proceeds is found, and in such a way that all of its extremities terminate exactly there and gather themselves to the logos as the originary foregathering. However, according to fragment 50, Logic neither happens on its own, nor does it happen constantly. Human listening does not easily gather itself toward the logos, rather, it tends to run astray and disperse itself in such a way that it predominantly listens to human speech and human utterances. If this were not so, Heraclitus could not specifically point toward the ceasing of the mere listening to and listening in on of human speech in favor of engaging in a gathering of itself toward the logos. Therefore, the logos of the essence of the human does not arrive at the outermost extremities of the soul easily, it does not arrive of itself or through itself, even though it, as logos, points toward that to which it alone, as logos, corresponds. Indeed, precisely when the human entirely from out of himself and on his own initiative, selfishly and under his own authority goes along all of his paths and seeks only along these paths, does he not arrive at the outermost extremities or follow the far-reaching logos? If we reflect upon these considerations correctly and often, we must then infer that, through his logos, the human can be related to the logos in Malagian, but that this is not always the case and, indeed, is so perhaps only rarely. Therein lies the strange fact that the logos in the sense of the originary foregathering, that is, the logos of being itself, presences to the human, and that the human is nevertheless turned away from it. For the human, the presencing logos 307 is thus at the same time an absent one. Thus, what presences, which properly awaits the human, can also absence. What presences need not be present, and what is present need not thereby already be what presences. The human, by clinging only to what is present, can misjudge what presences, and in that misjudgment, lose it entirely. Therefore, precisely what concerns the human soul in its ground, i.e., in its own logos, authentically and essentially, and therefore constantly, namely, the logos as being precisely this would presence toward the human and its dispersal onto its selfish paths, but at the same time would be absent and remote and therefore foreign. But perhaps we are here developing arbitrary trains of thought of which Heraclitus himself was not aware. Where in the cited fragment is there mention of presencing, absence and presence, or of the relationship between presencing and absencing, or of the difference between presencing and presentness, which are usually one and the same for us? It is indeed the case that nothing concerning this is to be found, at least not in the text. But perhaps what stands written in such a text by such a thinker is always what is present and not what presences. Perhaps a thinker also thinks more than what he knows, thinks he knows, and speaks about. Perhaps this more is what brings the thinker to think and what first thinks him. Perhaps we must concede to a thinker that this is indeed the case, if we at all and in advance are to take him seriously as a thinker. Review. 1. The logos of thepsyche as the gathering toward the originary, all-preserving gathering. The erroneousness of psychological views. Fragments 45 and 50. References to fragments 101 and 116. This lecture on logic dwells upon an interpretation of what Heraclitus says about the logos. In this way, we are thinking the essence of logos in a more originary way. We are thereby following a more 308 originary logic. We are thereby also learning to think in a more originary way. Perhaps in taking this path we will succeed in taking one step in our thinking, though even this one step may still be rather clumsy. Compared to the deluge of results and information that the sciences pour out on a daily basis, what our attempt at thinking accomplishes seems pitiful. It appears as though we are not moving about within any clearly defined domain. And not only does it appear this way, it is indeed the case. The thinking being undertaken here is without a domain. Nevertheless, it moves toward one single place. It appears as though this thinking is of no immediate use to us. And not only does it appear this way, it is indeed the case. This thinking is useless and, in that sense, it is unnecessary. Nevertheless, the unnecessary is the most necessary, it is fulfilled through the essential need and necessity of the human essence, and is thereby unavoidable. In the event that this domainless and useless thinking now and then brushes against the essential, it could lead us onto the path toward a mindful consideration. It is then up to us whether or not this mindful consideration endures. Since time immemorial, it has been noted that Heraclitus speaks of logos. The ordering of the remaining 130 fragments familiar to us today even counts the first and second fragments of this ordering among those utterances concerning logos. However, we purposefully do not begin our interpretation with fragments 1 and 2. By contrast, we place fragment 50 at the center and move fragment 45 into its vicinity. We will initially ask about the interconnection between these two sayings. We will now hear them anew and add the translation which in the meantime has become clearer. Fragment 50, Okima, alatul goyakosantas malajin softnestin and pantaina. If you have listened not merely to me, but rather have obediently regarded the originary forgathering, then, the knowledge, which subsists therein, is to gather oneself toward the forgathering and to be gathered in the one is all. 309 Fragment 45 Psyches parata on okan exeroyo, pasan epipori menos dienoito bathnlgan ekai. On your course, you will surely not be able to find the outermost extremities of the drawing in drawing out, even if you were to wander down every single path, so far-reaching is its gathering. Fragment 50 speaks of the relation of the human to the logos. This relation has the way of knowledge in. Thus, logos appertains to the human, whose legain reaches all the way to the logos. The human logos stands before the claim which the logos, as it speaks out, makes. In order once again to drive the point home expressly, we are now differentiating, based on the two fragments, what had already become capable of being differentiated based on fragment 50 alone, namely, we are differentiating between the logos as such, that is, the logos simpliciter, and the human logos. The logos is the originary forgathering, the being of beings as a whole. The human logos is properly the self-gathering toward and into the originary forgathering. In distinction to fragment 50, fragment 45 does not speak of the logos to which the human should attend. However, it does state expressly that the human soul, that is, the human in his essence, has a logos. This logos, as a faculty proper to the human, is surely one and the same as that from out of which, and in which, the particular knowledge in of which fragment 50 speaks fulfills itself. However, at the same time fragment 45 also states that the human logos, owing to its depth, prevents the human from reaching the outermost extremities of his essence. According to the saying, fragment 45, the human is thus incapable of taking the measure of the vast dimensions of his own essence. However, the other saying, fragment 50, demands precisely this, that the human take measure of his own essence by gathering himself in this measuring, by reaching beyond himself and joining himself to the logos, therein achieving the gathering of his essence in the logos, i.e., in the originary forgathering. 310 Thus, the two fragments are irreconcilable. However, the difficulty that has now arisen in thinking fragments 50 and 45 as one falls away if we understand the oft-cited fragment 45 as it is popularly interpreted, for in this case, the fragment provides no basis for thinking what is said in it together with what is said in fragment 50 in the manner just attempted. The popular interpretation and application of fragment 45 is of interest to us, however, because in it the unbroken and commonly accepted power of the metaphysical interpretation of logos can be seen particularly clearly. In pondering the popular interpretation of fragment 45, we have a good opportunity to separate ourselves from the metaphysical interpretation of logos, or, at least, to attempt this separation. The popular interpretation of the entirety of fragment 45 hinges solely upon the meaning given to a single word that appears in the saying, namely, the word logos. Because one is long accustomed to understanding logos as assertion and judgment, this results in a meaning for this word that makes the entire saying intuitive to the understanding. Thus, logos is unreflectively understood as assertion, as judgment. In a judgment, something is taken as something. For instance, we make the judgment that this thing is a house. The thing that is encountered is taken in by the grasp of representation, it is grasped by this representing apprehension. The thing comes to be conceived by way of the representation house. The assertion this thing is a house proves itself to be the activity of conceiving, the assertion is ultimately the concept. Logos, as assertion, is the concept. Through the concept of something, we are able to think something regarding the object. Therefore, the object has something that is accessible to thinking and understanding, something understandable. The object, through its concept, thus has a meaning for us, logos is thus the concept and the meaning of something. Because legein is understood as asserting, and this, in turn, is understood as pronouncing, logos is at the same time that which has been pronounced, 311 i.e., the word. The word house is the name for the concept house, the name house has the sense and the meaning of house. The entire metaphysical interpretation of logos moves about within this equivocation of logos with concept, meaning, and word. In fragment 45, Heraclitus speaks of the human soul having algon bathen, in terms of the analysis of logos offered immediately above, that would now mean a deep meaning, a deep concept. If one understands logos thusly as concept, and understands what Heraclitus is saying in the same vein, namely, that a deep concept corresponds to the soul, then in one fell swoop everything else that is said by the saying becomes understandable. Because the concept of the soul is deep, making the soul itself difficult to grasp, in exploring it one does not reach the boundaries with whose help one could delineate, or, said with the Latin word, define, its borders. According to this interpretation of fragment 45, Heraclitus wishes to say that the soul, as an object of human exploration, is difficult to examine and that psychological research of it is particularly difficult. In this way fragment 45 has become a commonly used slogan with which one, channeling the authority of a thinker from the most ancient time, announces and assures the difficulty of psychological research. As commonly understood as this interpretation of Heraclitus's saying may be, it is absurd. It is sufficient here to call attention to two things that make it impossible to understand the saying in this common way. First, neither Plato nor Aristotle, nor even the early thinkers of the ancient Greek world, were aware of something like psychology. The prerequisite for the possibility of any psychology is the positing of the human as a being that knows itself, wills itself, and more precisely, a being that is sure of itself and assures itself. So understood, the human is experienced as subject and the world is experienced as object. The notion that the human is a subject and, moreover, the notion of subjectivity in general is foreign to the ancient Greek world. Consequently, not only is there in fact no psychology there, but something like that cannot exist in the ancient Greek world 312, and most certainly not at the beginning of its history and its thinking. The treatise by Aristotle entitled Psyches, de Anima, is not psychology, rather, it is concerned with the essence and stages of what is alive. But it is also not biology, it is rather a metaphysics of what is alive. However, is there not another saying of Heraclitus's that in one stroke disproves what was just said about psychology, i.e., that it is an impossibility in the ancient Greek world? One possibility that comes to mind is fragment 101, which consists of only two words, edasisimon emioiton. Snell translates it as, I have investigated myself. That is taken to mean, I have attempted to examine the state and operations of my own soul through self-observation, thereby turning myself into the object of investigation. This translation is readily understood to speak from out of the context of the modern relationship of the human to himself, which as a subject has his own essence within his self-consciousness, and through this self-consciousness makes himself conscious of his own self, all in order to be assured of the self by the awareness thus achieved, and from out of this assurance to undertake the securing of the world for the human subject and to use human subjects in the service of this securing. Someday the psychotechnical testing of the human material that is to be employed in this perception of the self will be just as necessary as the inspection of a machine before its first use. It is not a matter of chance that, for a long time, America has been undertaking psychotechnology on a large scale. In contemporary thinking, the relationship of the human to himself is understood psychologically, that is, as the self-consciousness of a subject. It is from out of the context of this understanding of the human and his relationship to himself that one translates fragment 101. However, this translation not only carries the modern understanding of the essence of the human back into early Greek thinking, it also neglects to ask whether the saying of Heraclitus's 313 should not first be thought from out of the context of his own thinking. Lastly, it must also be noted that the verb gimma properly and simply means to seek something. However, to seek something in no way means the same thing as to examine something or to search something thematically, thereby researching it. To seek something initially and simply means to seek after it in its place and to seek this place. Thought in a Greek way, edasisimon emioiton means, I have sought after myself. The thinker has sought after himself, but not as one who is singular, special, and individuated. If that were the case, he would have understood himself in his subjective condition as an isolated subject, which would subsequently be dissected with an eye toward discovering the conditions of its soul. The thinker has sought himself as the human. He has sought after the human on the way to the question, to where does the human, as human, belong? Among beings, where is the place of the human? Whence is the placeness of the place of the human determined? The thinker is seeking the human, he thinks toward where the human stands. This seeking is separated from a psychological examination of the human soul by an abyss. Such a seeking can never be psychology, for psychology, like any science, must presuppose that its object is given and that the place of its essence is accounted for, or that it remains unimportant within the realm of psychological questioning. Fragment 101 can therefore not be marshaled as evidence that Heraclitus harbored a special interest in psychological self-observation. The same is also true of Fragment 116, which we shall not examine further at the present time. It can be shown without difficulty that Fragment 101, when thought in a Greek way, is in simple harmony with Fragments 50 and 45, but also with the other fragments that address Logos. Because psychological thinking is foreign to Heraclitus, the content of Fragment 45 is as little related to the psychological examination of the soul, in particular, 314 the difficulty of finding a fitting concept for the essence of the human soul, as is the content of Fragment 101. The other reason why the common interpretation of Fragment 45 is invalid consists in the fact that the word logos, which appears in the saying, does not mean concept, and therefore also does not mean sense/meaning, owing to the fact that logos cannot mean this. The word only gains this meaning based upon Plato's metaphysics through Aristotle. If in the saying of Heraclitus's, logos cannot mean concept, then it is also impossible for the saying to be speaking about the difficulty of finding a fitting concept of the soul. However, it is admittedly true that Heraclitus says that the human psyche has a bathen logon, a deep logos. After all that has been said, we must now attempt to understand the logos named here from out of the originary essence of legain in the sense of gathering and harvesting. However, we will first ask, what is thepsyche such that it can even have logos in the sense of gathering? We will think thepsyche with an eye toward what is named in those words that are often said in conjunction with it, namely, psis and zoe. The fundamental feature of what these words name is the emerging into the open, which is at the same time the returning back into itself of self-occluding. If we attend to the root meaning of psyche, according to which the word means breath, and if we take breathing to be the fundamental feature of zoe, life, then breathing is the drawing out, drawing in. However, insofar as psyche does not mean the narrow reference to air nor the actions of the lungs and breast, insofar, too, as psyche does not mean a distinct and separate process within the living being or the activity of the organs responsible for breathing, but rather means the essential state of what is alive, insofar, finally, as psyche is understood as the essence of what is alive. In light of all of this, the word names the drawing in, drawing out self-opening for what approaches the human, and directs itself toward the human's essential core. We are elucidating the essence 315 of thepsyche in service of the question regarding in what way thepsyche could have something like logos. In this series of lectures, we are solely attempting to think after the one thing that Heraclitus, a thinker standing at the beginning of Occidental thinking, says about logos. Heraclitus speaks of the logos, and of the human logos. Logos is the originary, all-preserving foregathering. The human logos is the self-gathering toward the originary foregathering. The human gathering toward the originary foregathering occurs in Malagin. With this exegesis of the logos and of legain, we remain outside of the common, metaphysical interpretation of the logos as thought by Heraclitus. 2. A reconsideration of the harmony of fragments 50 and 45. The drawing in drawing out of the logos of the psyche as the relation to beings as such and as a whole. The absent presence of the logos for the human. Following the teachings of Heraclitus, we will now attempt to make clearer in what way the human logos can be related to the logos, and that means above all how the logos, from out of itself, takes up the human logos into a relation with itself so that the human, for his part, approaches the logos by way of logos. However, underlying the question of the relation of human logos to the logos is the assumption that the essence of the human can even have logos, and that it indeed does so. The essence of the human as a living being is psyche. We translate this as the soul. According to fragment 45, the human psyche has logos, indeed, a deep one. We say, logos that has reached far, because it is far-reaching. However, the same fragment also says that the human logos, precisely by virtue of its far-reaching manner, prevents the human from reaching the outermost extremities of his essence, i.e., it prevents the human from going through and beyond these extremities to reach that to which fragment 50 says he is related. 316 As soon as his logos is an authentic one, i.e., as soon as his logos is such a one that corresponds to the proper essence of the logos, and in the manner of monogein. If we think fragments 45 and 50 together, something irreconcilable results. The same human logos that, according to fragment 50, is determined to be monogein, and is thus determined to enact the self-gathering that goes forth toward the logos, is the same logos that, according to fragment 45, prevents the human from even reaching the extremities of his essence, thereby preventing the human from achieving the proper relation to the logos. Moreover, it is precisely owing to the far-reaching character of the human logos that the human fails to gather himself into the farness of the logos. All of this is strange and enigmatic, and not only for our understanding which, due to some kind of disinclination, does not immediately seek to resolve into harmony what appears to be irreconcilable. What is strange and enigmatic probably conceals itself in the essence of the human himself. When we say here the human himself, of course we mean the essence of the human as experienced in a Greek way, according to which the human himself is precisely not himself in a distinguished and singular sense, such as when we think the self in a Christian sense, or as a subject according to modern metaphysics with its subject-object relation. What is enigmatic about the Greek essence of the human is even more mysterious than we think, which is why, for example, once we discount contemporary interpretations and leave aside our psychological understanding of the human, we realize we know next to nothing about the poetic truth of the tragic poetry of Aeschylus and Sophocles. In order that we may now gain a little more clarity regarding the relation of the human logos to the logos thought in the manner that Heraclitus thinks it and, above all, so that we do not everywhere erase what is enigmatic, we must first ask the preliminary question, in what way can the psyche of the human have something like logos at all? As long as we think what is named by psyche, the soul, in a contemporary 317 psychological way, and as long we understand the human metaphysically as substance or as a subject, which are in their essence absolutely the same, as long as we understand the human as self-consciousness, as an individual with reason, and as a personality, as long as all of this is the case, the question that has been posed here lacks any proper ground and domain whatsoever. By contrast, if we are to think psyche in a Greek way from out of psis and zoe, then we begin to see it as that drawing in drawing out in which what is alive is suspended, oscillating in various possible relations to beings. In view of the psyche as the drawing in drawing out, we then see that it is indeed possible for a legain, a gathering, to preside therein. Indeed, we reach the insight that through legain, provided that it, as logos, has gathered itself to the logos in monogein, the drawing in drawing out, and thus the soul, and with it the essence of the human, first receives the proper and singular farness of its reaching and attaining. Thinking in a more originary way, we must even say, the drawing in drawing out not only absorbs legain, i.e., gathering, into itself as the appropriate way of executing the drawing in drawing out, but that, in fact, This drawing in drawing out is itself first grounded within logos as the self gathering toward the logos. It is only through logos that this drawing in drawing out, i.e., the psyche, becomes and is the relation to beings as such and as a whole. But how shall this same logos of the human psyche, which transports, one could even say throws, the human foremost into his own essence, also bring it about that the human fails to reach his own essence, or even the extremities of it? When looked at from the perspective of human logos, this logos, while existing in relation to the logos, nevertheless cannot reach it. When looked at from the perspective of the logos is somehow present to the essence of the human, while not being properly present to the human. For the human logos, the logos is something akin to an absent presence. Measured by the yardstick of conventional logic, which is 318 at the same time the yardstick of dialectics, an absent presence is an obvious contradiction and is thereby impossible, or, at the very least, it can be disposed of through a sublation. But Heraclitus knew nothing of a sublating dialectics, on account of the fact that the modern essence of consciousness as absolute self-consciousness was as foreign to him as the modern internal combustion engine would be to the Greek builder. To interpret Heraclitus dialectically is even more untenable than interpreting Aristotelian metaphysics with the assistance of the medieval theology of Thomas Aquinas. Now, it is certainly the case that, in view of Heraclitus's doctrine of the logos, we do not at all see how and in what way he thinks something like an absent presence, for in the sayings of Heraclitus's that have been quoted, there is no direct mention of it. That is why the very first task must now be to find out whether and how Heraclitus speaks about the strange relationship of the human logos to the logos. In fragment 72, Heraclitus speaks precisely of this. b. The twofold relation of the human to beings and to being, the forgotten, concealed presence of being in the everyday use of logos. Fragment 72. References to fragments 16, 45, 50, 101, 43, 118, 30, 64. Heraclitus knows of the enigmatic absent presence of the logos for the human. For us, it necessitates only the care of thinking after in order to recognize this, thereby leaving the knowledge of this thinker in that state of vibrancy through which it will live on, undamaged by human forgetfulness. The saying of Heraclitus's that is numbered as fragment 72 states the following. I malistidi nikos melosi lgoititoi diaphirantai, kaos kathimeran agarasi, tata adwazina fanatai. That to which they are most turned, while carrying out logos, bearing it, is, precisely, that from which they rend themselves asunder 319 whatever they encounter daily, precisely, that appears foreign to them. And so we see that, upon an initial reading of the saying, it seems to say the same thing twice. However, this only appears to be the case. Owing to the ka, it seems as though two versions of the same thought, distinguished only by vocabulary, have been pushed together. Behind this superficial appearance, however, a meaningful difference conceals itself, the thinking of which is important for a more profound knowledge of the logos. First of all, attention must be drawn to some wordplay in the first part of the saying that is nearly impossible to replicate in our language. This wordplay, if we are able to hear it, passes along to us an essential insight. In the first part of the saying two words appear that both begin with dia and that are both linguistic variations of the same verb. We are referring here to dinikos and diaphirantai, which are both word forms that belong to diapharin. However, each says something different according to the different meanings of dia. One meaning of dia is through something, for example, diaphano/diaphanes, to shine through, to radiate forth through everything. Moreover, there is, for example, diapharin, to carry through something, bearing it incessantly, we say, carrying out. In some way, those who carry out linger with and safeguard what is carried out. We translate dinikos as bearing. Bearing is the designation for a lingering with something, especially when this something has the character of mylion, which we understand to be the somehow intimate attitude of being turned and disposed towards something. However, if we are intimate with a matter, it does not yet mean that is it opened up for us in its essence. On the contrary, that the matter under consideration remains concealed in its manifold essence is, in some sense, the prerequisite for being intimate with something. However, that toward which the human is most turned in the manner of bearing is the logos, that is, being. With this, Heraclitus is saying that what is continually and most present for the human is the originary forgathering, namely, being itself. 320. However, Heraclitus says this in order then immediately to say, and in starkest opposition, the following, titoi diaphirantai from this, i.e., the logos, they rend themselves asunder. Here, dia does not mean through something in the manner of a carrying out that maintains, makes an effort, and is sustained, as was the case with dianikos. Rather, dia is now being used in the sense of asunder, as indicated by the corresponding noun diaphora, the bearing apart from one another, rending asunder from one another, rupture, strife, eris. Diaphora then also means dissimilarity and difference more generally. But in the state of being asunder and being opposed that belongs to things that have been differentiated from each other, a relationship still unfolds between them, namely, a relationship of difference. Insofar as the human rends himself asunder from the logos, he moves himself away from it in such a way that the presence of it that is turned toward him appears as though it were absent. The human turns away from what is turned toward him. In this turning away, what is present absences, but it can only absent itself as what is present. Therefore, diapharisthai, the rending itself asunder, is never a severing in the sense of a separation of things. The logos presences toward the human, but insofar as he strays from it, it does not appear for him. In a certain sense, the logos does not show itself at all and is akin to nothing, namely, the nothing of beings which, of course, remains fundamentally different from the nothing of being. Accordingly, Heraclitus thus knows very well, in his own way, of the strange and for the most part dominating absencing from the human of the continually presencing being. This namely, the logos as the originary forgathering holds the essence of the human toward itself in advance as somehow gathered. The forgathering logos is therefore that which incessantly presences toward the human, the present in an extraordinary sense, it is that which, in remaining turned toward the human, emerges, physis, and which in another fragment Heraclitus therefore calls to me dinon pute one the not ever submerging, the always and forever emerging. In reference to this latter point, fragment 16 states, to me dinon pute pos and tis lathoi, 321. How could a human ever conceal himself from the always and forever emerging thing, to the human that is, the being that carries out logos cannot do this, rather, as saying 72, which must now be elucidated, says at its beginning, the human must be turned toward the logos, bearing it most of all. The second part of the saying is joined to the first by ika. We translate ka not merely as and, but rather as therefore also. This indicates that we take the first part of the saying as the grounding for what is, in the second part, the essential consequence, and which, as what has been grounded, itself shines a light for our understanding back onto the grounding ground. In both the first and second parts of fragment 72, there is talk of a relation belonging to the human. The first relationship that is named consists of dianikos mylion, a turning toward that bears. It is also stated toward what this relation stands, namely, it goes toward the logos. The relationship named in the second part of the saying is kathimeron egerein, the everyday encountering of. The exact object of this encounter is not named, rather, it is only expressed by way of the neuter plural tata. That toward which the human is incessantly turned, logos, this singularity, must therefore be something other than the plurality the human encounters daily. The human thereby lingers within two relationships, and does so constantly. However, at one and the same time, that toward which the human is turned in the manner of bearing remains mostly absent from him, and that which the human encounters daily remains foreign to him, so that he does not know how to make use of it, and therefore simply does not. What he encounters daily is nothing for the human, so to speak. How are we to understand this? For, day in and day out, the human relates to things and other humans, that is, he relates toward what is and what he takes for, and refers to, as beings, ta anta. Beings, this is clearly what is meant by tata. But how can Heraclitus then say that what the human 322 encounters daily is foreign and unfamiliar to him? For surely the human knows his way about in the everyday and what is encountered within it. Indeed, the human is so accustomed to the everyday that, for him, it is the ordinary. But, how can what is familiar and ordinary be extraordinary and estranging, such that its extraordinary and estranging elements are overlooked in favor of the ordinary? Moreover, where and in what way is the ordinary still given, when what is encountered daily is strange and out of the ordinary? Beings, things, and human beings of near and distant places, these are beings for the human. Of course, beings that are in this way do not approach the human in terms of the is, i.e., in terms of being. It is enough that beings show themselves and remain, that is sufficient for the human in order to be able to function and work within beings, in order to move things along and set them up according to his needs. The human in his everyday life need not concern himself with the fact that beings are, and that they, as the beings that are determined by being. However, the human encounters beings every day, but the being of beings remains foreign to him. We say, i.e., we see it and say the weather is bad, it even suffices simply to say bad weather. We are not concerned at all with the is, not even when we experience it and see, the weather is good. Good or bad weather perhaps, but we cannot make use of the is. But is nevertheless remains one of the names of being. The being of beings goes which forgathers and keeps safe every being regarding the fact that it is, and that it is in such and such a way, is therefore named in the first half of the saying as that from which humans rend themselves asunder and what remains foreign to them. Because the everyday relation to the logos, i.e., to being, prevails in this particular way, and because being itself is, so to speak, a way, the human, as stated in the second half of the saying, is also estranged from beings in their being. Nevertheless, the beginning of the saying states that the human is ceaselessly turned toward the logos malistadinikos, i.e., bearing it most of all. 323 The human constantly relates himself to beings, and thus also to being, but he also constantly forgets the being of beings, to which he remains referred despite all of this forgetting, and which nonetheless constantly shines toward him, even though he pays no attention to this shining or even this light. For how else but through this relation to the logos could the human even know beings and be able to say is? In all relating to and residing with, this ambivalence prevails, namely, that the human knows beings and forgets being. In all of his daily hustling and bustling, the human everywhere reaches into beings, in all of his paths and meanderings, he hits upon them. However, he does not reach to the extremities, does not reach that to which they extend, and does not reach that toward which beyond his dispersal toward beings he is already forgathered, and toward which his logos properly, and with a constant bearing, turns, namely, the logos, i.e., being. If we now attend to this essentially ambivalent relation of the human to beings and to being, namely, that the human always knows beings while at the same time forgetting being, then it becomes clear that, within this ambivalence, insofar as it exists, the irreconcilable is reconciled in a certain way. That is why, in fragment 45, Heraclitus can indeed say that the human does not reach the outermost extremities of his essence, but rather that, in not thinking being, he remains confined within his relation to beings. However, because the human himself nevertheless remains turned toward being even amidst his forgetfulness, the human logos is a deep one that remains pointed toward that which commonly conceals itself from it and is, as it were, absent. The depth of human logos consists of the relation of this logos to the logos. In all of the human's relations to beings, what remains far-reaching is the manner in which he remains constantly turned toward being, even though this turning toward remains concealed and forgotten. Insofar as the drawing in drawing out, i.e., the soul of the human, has such a far-reaching logos, the living being that is the human is distinguished from all others. The human, in his place amidst beings, is not only bound to, and under the sway of, beings 324, but is also directed toward being and addressed by it. It is because this manner of far-reaching presides in the essence of the human that that to which it points can also become capable of being apprehended by him. Although the human, usually and on his own accord within his everyday activity and comportment, does not get to the outermost extremities of his essence, the possibility nevertheless remains for him to apprehend the Logos, which remains, despite everything, an absent presence. Indeed, the human must listen to the Logos if a proper knowledge of beings is to sustain and guide him. Fragment 50 can say what it says not only without regard for what is pronounced in Fragment 45, in fact, Fragment 50 must pronounce what it does because it concerns that of which Fragment 45 speaks, namely, the dispersal into beings that turns away from being. The two fragments are thus not only not irreconcilable, but in fact necessarily belong together. Fragment 50 tells us in what way the human Logos is deep and in what manner it is far-reaching. Fragment 45 says why it requires what Fragment 50 subtly declares, when it demands a compliant listening to the Logos. In being turned toward beings, perhaps even being lost and enslaved to them, the human forgets about being, which nevertheless constantly addresses him in its absence, without him paying it any heed. The human thereby stands in an ambivalent relation to beings and being. But, perhaps it is a bit hasty to speak of ambivalence here, for this designation can easily call to mind a lack of harmony. Perhaps we should speak more carefully of a two-foldedness, rather than of an ambivalence. The twofold allows the double to exist. In thinking the twofold, we are not attempting to think of the double as ambivalence and opposition in order then to think this opposition as a contradiction to be sublated into a higher unity. This two-foldedness is the sign for the extraordinary position of the human amidst beings. 325 This unusual position of the human essence presupposes an unusual site that must be a place the human cannot easily find, so that he must set himself underway toward it and must ask about the place in which he sojourns in accordance with his essence. Only when the place of this ambivalent, two-folded sojourn of the human within beings is found does it become evident that, and in what way, it is necessary for the human to listen to the Logos. But, at the same time, the opposite also holds true. Only when the Logos itself has become perceptible does it lighten in such a way that the essential place of the human becomes discernible. The one belongs with the other. The essential place of the human is in the region of the Logos. By region we initially mean the lightened, cleared area, out of which and within which something can approach and bring itself toward the human. This lightened area, this region, contains and preserves and foregathers the essential place of the human within itself. The Logos is, as will become clearer in what follows, the region in which the human has his ambivalent, two-folded sojourn, insofar as he, turned toward being, relates to beings, gives himself over to them, and forgets being. In Fragment 50, the thinker Heraclitus says, "You should not listen to me, but should rather, in a hearkening way, obediently join yourself to the Logos." From this we can deduce that it is the task of the thinker to point toward the Logos, thereby intimating that one should not pay heed to he himself or his language. The thinker himself is unimportant. Nevertheless, the thinker claims about himself, in Fragment 101 Edasisimon emioiton I have sought after myself. If the thinker of Fragment 50 demands that he himself not be taken seriously, then Fragment 101 cannot mean that the thinker has thoroughly researched himself in the manner of a self-important vivisection. The saying can only have wanted to say, I have sought the essential place of the human. However, this means, I have 326 attempted to attend to the Logos itself, toward which all human sojourning amidst beings remains foregathered. This essential foregathering of the human essence toward the Logos, that is, the turn toward being itself, does not preclude, but rather includes, the fact that the human within his relation to beings wishes to cling solely to them, and often holds fast only to them. The human surely pays little mind, and what mind he does pay he does not do so expressly, to the fact that it is being and only being, insofar as it is what is thought by the human and remains for him the to be thought, that first lets beings be accessible and approachable for the human. The human finds in beings what is sufficient for him, in the way in which they display themselves to his most cherished needs and wishes, almost appearing to supplicate themselves to him. And it is from these beings, appearing to impose themselves on the human, that he believes to have taken the measure of his thinking and doing. However, insofar as being itself is the only measure of beings, and the human indeed forgets being, he is mistaken in his measure and presumptuously mismeasures. Within the ambivalent and two-folded sojourn of the human, this presumptuous mismeasurement comes to dominate. If the human is to be able to attend to being and perceive the logos, then the flames of this presumptuous mismeasurement must constantly be extinguished in advance. In Greek, beyond something, namely and essentially beyond measure, is pour. It is from per that abri derives. Regarding all of this, Heraclitus states, in fragment 43, Ibrin kai ars ben amalan ipirkin. The presumptuous mismeasurement it is necessary to extinguish, even before the conflagration. This saying becomes clearer to us, if we do not take it as a moral directive, but rather take what it names, i.e., the blazing flames of this presumptuous mismeasurement, and think it back into the already defined essence of the human. Psi isoa pr phaosphysis, cai, dry fire, see fragment 118. The drawing in drawing out is born and channeled through logos, a gathering that is far-reaching in such a way that its expansiveness is determined by the logos, i.e., being, which is initially and most 327 often absent, but is at the same time always presencing. By way of that logos which the human soul has, the essence of the human is foregathered in a manner that reaches out toward being, is opened and cleared for it. However, the light of this clearing is darkened by the blazing flames of presumptuous mismeasuring, which only ever derives its measure from beings. The restive flickering of the flames of abri tears apart the gaze, the posture, and the comportment of the human, thereby tearing apart the gathering while fostering the dispersal through which he misplaces the extremities by which he, in following the far-reaching logos, arrives at being by letting it be the sole measure. The flickering and thus darkening fire of presumptuous mismeasuring stands in intimate connection with the calm light of the lightened and the open, into which the soul reaches through its logos. Even if we do not yet grasp this connection with sufficient clarity here, it should nevertheless be mentioned in view of what follows. The light, the calm, and the measure belong together with the dark, the flickering, and the presumptuous mismeasuring. This connection clarifies for us the essence of the logos as soon as we are led, by way of other sayings of Heraclitus's, to grasp in one essential glimpse the fundamental features of being as experienced in a Greek way. Regarding the connection between fire, light, and measure, see fragment 30. Regarding the relationship of the one, which, as being, unites all beings, with light and what lightens, see fragment 64. When fragment 45 says that the soul of the human has a far-reaching logos, and when fragment 72 says that humans are most of all turned toward the logos in a manner that bears, the two fragments say the same and designate that in which the drawing in drawing out, i.e., the soul, is engaged. Because the soul of the human has a far-reaching logos that has reached far, which, however, as dictated by the necessity of Mologian, points 328 to the logos and is both sublated and grounded within it, we will only ever experience, know, and consummate the essence of human logos to the degree to which the logos itself presences in the human's compliant attendance to it. For the sake of all further efforts to think after logos as Heraclitus conceived it, in order to thereby arrive at an originary logic, we must heed the directive that arises from out of what has already been said, namely, we must attempt to formulate a definition of the essence of the logos to the highest possible degree of precision before turning to the human logos. But how are we to direct our gaze toward the essence of the logos if the human logos, by which we are carried and led, is not executed properly in the manner of a Mologian? We cannot take the logos, which is being itself, and the essence of the human and his logos, as two separate objects cut off from one another and placed somewhere with the purpose of examining each on its own, the way in which we bring an object of scientific research before ourselves. Moreover, the preceding should have made it increasingly clearer that everything rests upon the relation of the logos, as which being itself unfolds, to the human logos, and vice versa. Speaking accordingly, we should not speak about a relation of the human logos to the logos for, indeed, the human logos and the logos are themselves already relations. A relating is a form of harvesting and gathering legain. In Greek mathematics, the word logos still retains its original meaning of relation. The relation between the human logos and the logos is therefore not a relation between things or objects, but rather the relation between relations, i.e., pure relation without origin, and only this. However, because we are accustomed and even constantly pushed toward always thinking objects in object-like relations, a proper sojourn into the logos-like relation to the logos is initially, and for a long time, difficult for us. More difficult still 329 is the proper thinking of this relation from out of it. We can never obtain this thinking, which is the only proper and true thinking, by way of various presuppositions and deductions, rather, we may only just prepare it. In the same way that the interpretation of a poem can never bring about the hearing of its poetic word by force, the interpreting of a saying and sentence of the thinker can never place us immediately into that thinking. How then are we to prepare the mologin as the proper relation of human logos to the logos? 3. The preparation contains two elements, namely, that we prepare ourselves for the exemplary legain that takes place, so to speak, as mologin, and that this legain is itself prepared as logos for the presencing of the logos. But this preparation would have to remain in vain in all respects, as long as it remains confused about what characterizes the presencing, and thereby the arrival and the manner of address, of the logos as such. The very first effort in this preparation of mologin, an effort that precedes and even guides all else, must therefore orient itself toward knowing what is in accordance with the presencing of the logos as such, that is, toward knowing the region from which it comes and out of which it approaches human logos. Human thinking, if it does not wish to cling obstinately and blindly to an isolated opinion, must thoroughly examine the entirety of what displays itself as the logos-like relation to the logos within the realm of human experience and tradition. 330 c. The apparent contradiction between the logos understood as gathering and understood as what has been separated. Fragment 108. Panton chiarismenon as the distinct, to be thought determination of the logos as en panta, and as the object-less region of the logos. Even a thinker of the stature granted to Heraclitus cannot free himself from the task of listening to what others, before him and along with him, have said about that of which proper knowledge, t-sofn, consists, i.e., that which first and foremost is properly to be known and the fundamental features thereof. We have some evidence to support the hypothesis that Heraclitus knew of the thinking of Anaximander, and himself thought from out of this knowledge. From fragment 50 we learn that proper knowledge, t-sofn, consists in mologin. However, now we are engaged in preparing this mologin as the possible legain of the human, and this means, at the same time, preparing the human for it. How shall we gather ourselves toward the logos? How shall we go toward it and stretch ourselves out to it, if we do not know what characterizes its presence? Heraclitus's efforts were directed toward precisely this proper knowledge and anticipatory foreknowledge that precedes thinking. This is clearly stated in fragment 108. K sun logos ikoisa, odes efik es toto, Saint Giniscane odi sofn esti panton chiarismenon. As many logoi as I have, already, heard, none of them have ever reached that from out of which they become acquainted with the fact that the proper to be known, in relation to all beings, unfolds from out of its own region. The general and approximate content of the saying states that what matters to Heraclitus is to determine what characterizes the properly to be known. However, according to fragment 50, that toward which this proper knowledge gathers itself is logos 331, which, according to the same saying, is the one that originarily foregathers all. Now it is said of this that it is panton chiarismenon. Diels translates this as, what is separated from everything, or, what is set apart from everything. On top of this, another translator even manages to render the chiarismenon, which he has translated as the separated, with the Latin absolutum, which means what has been exist and subsist from everything. According to this, the logos that Heraclitus names is the absolute, by which metaphysics understands the highest of beings that exists on its own, and is thus the ground and origin of all other beings. Ever since the Christian interpretation of metaphysics, which is nevertheless still operative even in the Antichrist of Nietzsche's, albeit in the manner of a dependent and reactionary counteracting, the absolute is equated with God as the creator of the world. This absolute, thought in a Christian way, is conceived theologically, dogmatically, and in a Trinitarian way as the unity of the Father, Son, and Spirit. The second personage of this divinity is, according to the first sentence of the Gospel of John, the Logos, of which is said, "An eri in Logos, Logos in Prst and then, Kthes in Logos. Otos in an eri Prst and then. Pantadiato egenito, Ors ato egenito od en gegenen." According to the translation of the Vulgate, this means, "In principio erat verbum, et verbum erat apud Deum, et Deus erat verbum. Hoc erat in principio apud Deum. Omnia per ipsum facta sunt, et sine ipso factum est nihil, quod factum est. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. That was in the beginning with God. All is made through it, Him, and without it, Him, nothing is made that is made." At this point we will pay less attention to the fact that here logos is understood as verbum and word, although it should not be forgotten that this word is the second personage of the divinity, and that this word then became human in the guise of the Savior God. We will also not follow up on that particularly modern opposition 332 to these initial sentences of the Gospel of John that is spoken of in Goethe's Faust, namely, that in the beginning was not the word, but the deed. We will now only pay heed to the fact that here the Logos is of equal stature with the highest cause of all that exists and all that has been made, and that this highest of beings, the Logos, appears in metaphysics as the absolute. And, corresponding to the manifold exegesis of the absolute, the Logos is interpreted at times as the word, at times as world reason, at times as the meaning of the world, at times as the law of the world, and at times as absolute spirit. If we consider that, over centuries this equating of the Logos with the absolute has calcified itself slowly within metaphysics, then it is not surprising that in the saying now cited, the Greek word chiarismenon is interpreted as the absolute. However, no matter how unanimous the tradition of metaphysics might be, no matter how unassailable the power of its thinking, and no matter how little we may actually intuit of pre-metaphysical thinking, we must nevertheless attempt, with an eye toward what is singular and incomparable in the beginning of Occidental thinking, to prevent the hasty retroactive application of metaphysical conceptions onto inceptual thinking, and instead attempt to hear what is said in this saying from out of itself and the realm of its saying. Heraclitus thinks after how the to-be-known unfolds in sophin, i.e., in authentic knowledge, and precisely as this knowledge, and thus how it unfolds toward mologin and thereby the human Logos. Moreover, Heraclitus thinks after how it unfolds in relation to the whole of beings. What is properly the to-be-known is the Logos. If human legain is to pay it heed and gather itself toward it, and to be able to do just this, then the Logos must on its own accord foregather this human gathering within itself and be present in the whole of beings as the originary foregathering of beings. For even if the Logos expressly addresses the human Logos, this in no way means 333 that the human is thereby being addressed as a being that has been separated off, for the human only is human on the basis of human Logos, and in the manner that he constantly comports himself toward beings as a whole by way of this Logos. Because the human Logos is addressed by the Logos, beings as a whole constantly address the human, and the presence of the Logos in beings as a whole ceaselessly unfolds for him in his relation to them. Of course, these relations are not expressed thematically in early thinking. We today, however, are long accustomed to experiencing and interpreting the relation of the human to beings and being from out of the subject-object relation. This is why it remains difficult for us, in every sense, to elucidate the presence of the logos pre-metaphysically. The logos is the sheltering forgathering which, as the one, unites beings as a whole, thereby shining as being through beings as a whole, allowing this whole to appear in its light. However, Fragment 108 says of the logos that it is pantenkiarismenon, which means, according to the conventional translation and interpretation, that it is separated from everything, severed from it, obsist, absolutum. We shall presently allow this metaphysical elucidation to be put to rest and will only call attention to the following, namely, that it refrains from bringing the character of the Absolute into any sort of connection with the essence of the logos, i.e., with the logos in the sense of the originary sheltering forgathering. Let us here think the logos in this originary sense and thereby consider that it is precisely the sense that, according to Fragment 108, should come into knowledge in regard to the logos, i.e., in regard to pantenkiarismenon. If this is so, then what is said about the logos can only be brought together with the originary and sheltering forgathering with great difficulty, or, in fact, not at all. Given all that has been said already about the logos, we had to expect the following as its distinguishing characteristic, namely, that as the forgathering that shelters the totality of beings and the human in particular 334, it is related to beings, and therefore does not exist separately somewhere in the manner of a thing in itself. How could the logos as the one, originary, all-uniting singularity unfold if it were cut off as something separate? Perhaps, however, the saying offers up to thought the notion that the logos, even though it remains essentially related to the whole of beings as the sheltering forgathering, nevertheless remains independent of beings and rests within itself. But, in that case, the determination that it is separated from, cut off, and absolute is erroneous and meaningless, for it says nothing regarding what is decisive, namely, that, and how, the originary sheltering forgathering is related to beings as a whole, and how within this relation, and by virtue of it, it nevertheless rests in itself. Given this, pantenkiarismenon must mean something else, if indeed it is the characteristic determination of the logos understood as en pantaina. 4 If we prepare ourselves to translate and think pantenkiarismenon independently of the conventional interpretation and free it from metaphysical ways of thinking, then something astounding indeed results, namely, that what is properly to be known, the pantenkiarismenon, contains within itself precisely what is asked for. It is not necessary for us to impose upon the decisive word kiarismenon a meaning thought up specifically for it. It is only necessary that we keep the word free of the meaning that is conventionally, tritely, and superficially ascribed to it, and allow it to retain the dignity of a word spoken by a thinker in order to name what is properly to be known. Kiarismenon belongs to orzo/orzein, which one translates as cutting off, separating, and moving away. Given these words, one only thinks of the moving away of one thing from another, thereby paying attention neither to what belongs to moving away and what lies at its foundation, nor to the fact that in the translation as separating and cutting off one hears not the faintest glimmer of the Greek word's meaning. However, this meaning points to precisely what lies at the foundation of all putting away and cutting off, 335, which is why even the often correct translation of orzein as separating and cutting off nevertheless remains untrue, insofar as it does not allow what is named by orzein to appear. In the verb orzein lies ira, rose, which we translate as surroundings, surroundings that enclose, that make room for and guarantee a sojourning. The nouns ra/rose trace back to kaiao, from which aos is derived yawning, gaping, opening up, self-opening, ira as the surroundings that surround is then the region. We understand this to be the open area and the expanse in which something takes its sojourn, wherefrom it arrives, escapes, and responds. Ira, as the region, can also be named, in an imprecise manner of speaking, the place. However, region and place are not the same. For place, the Greeks have the word typos. That is the site at which something comes forth, is present, and persists. The place is always in an area, and around it are the surroundings that arise from out of the surrounding area. We speak of the heavenly firmament, and could only with great difficulty substitute this with the heavenly place. In the Tyrolean vernacular, there exists the expression lacking a region, which means not having a clear shot. When we say, in the region of Mt. Feldberg, we mean neither in the direction toward nor the exact location of Mt. Feldberg, but rather that surrounding, self-opening and forthcoming expanse that grants places and directions. The open expanse is not, however, the emptiness of a container, but rather the restrained open, the open that retains much, and properly, on its own accord, delineates itself, but whose boundaries are themselves of a regioning nature, i.e., of such a nature as to reach far. Because regions, so understood, always surround places and grant them and thereby first allow the founding and occupation of places, it is, from a certain perspective, the essential feature of a place, its locality. This and only this is the reason that Ra can also mean place in the sense of a site that has been occupied, a location that has been made use of in accordance with particular measurements and demarcations. In the localities 336 themselves and the way in which they contain the surroundings, the concealed joining and shaping of the region comes to the fore, without it expressly becoming an object. The objectlessness of the region is the sign of its superior, and not inferior, being. Now, it is neither an exaggerated demand, nor something violent, if we understand the verb orzein from out of Ra. Then it says, to bring into surroundings that surround, into a region, and from out of this region to allow to presence. That which is brought into and located in such a surrounding expanse can be regarded as separated off given two conditions, namely, that it is compared to something that exists in another area, and that in this comparison only differences are taken into account. In doing so, only what has been excised becomes visible. Separating, cutting off, setting off, and excising are possible essential consequences of the region and what is surrounded by a region. In accordance with a strange habit of thinking that erupts everywhere and at all times, and which itself is deserving of a more thorough elucidation, we forget, for example, that through the separating and placing into a region, with the cutting off and moving away of it, that which has been moved away always unfolds toward other things from out of its region, and into the region of the other objects. We only pay attention to the things themselves and their different, given localities, as though these were also something thing-like, present to hand, and capable of being differentiated. However, it is always the case that a chiasm is, according to its essence, first and foremost not only something that has been moved away, but is rather what appears from out of a, and indeed its, region. In order to get the above-named essential connections into proper view, more is needed than merely to trace, in an argumentative way, cutting off and separating back to their preconditions. Thinking in this way, one could simply say that even in the separating of one thing from another there remains a relation between the two, namely, that the one is bound to the other, for how could 337 things that have absolutely no relation even be cut off from one another? The away from one another of things is still, and necessarily, a relation of being toward one another. Diaresis, as the Greeks already knew, is still, and always, synthesis. Nevertheless, as we have said, for the understanding of the Greek essence of orzein and chiasm, formally empty argumentation like the following does not suffice, even separating is still a connecting and relating. It is much more important that we bring into view what is properly essential to regions and regioning so that we may think orzein and chiasm exclusively with regard to these. D. The logos as the regioning presencing in which and from out of which everything presences and absences, and the originary difference between beings and being. Ultimately, however, the understanding of fragment 108 necessitates one other, and more essential, step, for chiasm is not here being said about any random thing. In fact, it is not even being said about a thing at all. It is neither said of a being, nor of beings as a whole, but rather of the logos itself, which is the originary sheltering foregathering of beings as a whole. In a word, it is said of being. The logos is logon, foregathering, uniting, retaining beings as a whole and granting their sojourn. It is not the case that the logos is all of this additionally, rather, the logos is all of this by virtue of being the logos. In order to recognize that with this essential look at the logos we arrive at the essential connection between the logos and Ra in the sense of region, we need only to continue on in this vein without being prejudiced by common interpretations and translations. However, since the task is to think being itself, we must not now think of merely spatial relations. Ra is the self-opening, approaching expanse. It is now said of the logos that it is 338 chiarismenon. Translating this as cut off, detached, or absolute is not only incorrect because thereby no attention is paid to the Ra in chiarismenon, but also because such a translation takes it as a given that the word chiarismenon is to be thought passively, and that what has been separated and detached has fallen victim to a separating and a detaching. If, however, and of the following there can be no doubt panton chiarismenon is said of the logos, and if the latter unfolds as logon as the originary sheltering forgathering, then chiarismenon cannot be taken in a passive sense, but rather needs to be understood medially. The logos is, as logos, panton chiarismenon, it is the all-surrounding region which, in relation to the whole of beings, is open for all and encounters all. It is the presence into which everything and all is forgathered and preserved, and from out of which as the region simpliciter everything emerges and receives its coming forth and submerging, its appearing and disappearing. The panton chiarismenon said of the logos does not mean what has been moved away and separated from everything, rather, it means the presencing, self-approaching bringing in the manner of the sheltering forgathering that is toward everything and which, as such, is the ground of everything. As the originary sheltering forgathering, the logos is the regioning encountering presence in which what passes forth and passes away presences and absences. It is only now that one can, and indeed must, also look toward the other essential moment that is said in the here quoted panton chiarismenon, namely, that the logos, as the regioning presence in which everything presences and absences, regions from out of itself, and can never be derived and reached from out of singular beings, or even from out of the totality of beings. It is here that the originary difference between beings and being presides. However, this difference between being and beings is decidedly not a separation and cutting off. Admittedly, the thinking of the thinker has heretofore never thought about this difference, which is 339 even the difference as such. We are still almost entirely without the perspective and ways of seeing that would allow us to espy its essence, even though the difference between beings and being is for the human the nearest of the near, while remaining, however, for human conceiving, the most distant. However, Heraclitus, and also the other early thinkers, intuit the enigmatic nearness of being, which is present but at the same time also absent. 5. It may still be the case that the elucidation of panton chiarismenon, fragment 108, attempted here appears arbitrary and estranging. For anyone who insists upon the metaphysical interpretation of pre-Platonic thought, this impression cannot be obviated. Nevertheless, two things must be pointed out here, which any independent verification of what has been delivered here must take into account. First, the elucidation of panton chiarismenon is not simply derived from out of these two words, but rather is accomplished in light of all the sayings that have been handed down to us by Heraclitus. Second, the given elucidation does not rely solely upon Heraclitus, but also ponders what the other two early thinkers, Anaximander and Parmenides, say about the being of beings. All of this cannot be presented here. However, it is the case that two other sayings by Heraclitus are cited, sayings that, while they may appear similar to fragment 108 in their language and content, what is thought in them seems to point to other perspectives. 340 Review. 3. The ambivalent twofold of turning toward and turning away as the relation of the human to being and beings. The rupture in the twofoldedness of the twofold and the relational rule of logoi. Fragment 72. References to fragments 50 and 108. We now consider fragment 72. Incidentally, it should be remarked that we use the term fragment solely in deference to the conventional designation. In this case, Fragment is the designation for a philological and literary term. Otherwise, as happened in the earlier lectures 6, the words of Heraclitus cited in each case would be named a saying. Given this, we must surely take care not to treat the thoughtful sayings of Heraclitus as a form of aphorism. By considering the guiding notion of saying 72, we will try to gain some clarity for ourselves regarding how and in what sense the logos, according to the knowledge granted by Heraclitus, is constantly present to the human, while being at the same time for the most part absent. To this strange presence of the logos, humans correspond through their own, strange relation to the logos. Humans are toward the logos in an exceptional way, they are the most turned toward it. At the same time, however, they are turned away from it, insofar as they rend themselves asunder from that toward which they are most turned. The saying states this in its first part. I malistidi nikos melosil goitatoi diaphirantai. That to which they are most turned in a manner of bearing, namely, the logos, is precisely that from which they rend themselves asunder. The dia, named twice but each time with a different meaning, determines the structure of what is thought. What is constant through and through is at the same time, in its constancy, like something broken, although not interrupted or shattered. If instead of the logos 341 we say originary forgathering, and by this think being, then the first part of the saying can be rewritten as follows: the human is turned most of all toward being, from which and toward which he always relates, though in such a way that he is normally turned away from it. When we hear for the first time this reference to this strange relation of the human to being, it seems as though we cannot think anything about it, as though at stake here were something that thinkers once thought about in distant speculations. But it is precisely the fact that we are of this opinion that serves as the most pressing proof that what is said about the relation to being presides and dominates everywhere within us. Indeed, it is because we are the most turned toward being in a manner that is the most bearing that we understand being automatically, so to speak. After all, who fails to understand what is said when someone in the course of speaking uses the word is? While we do understand the word being, we nevertheless do not turn ourselves more toward what is thereby understood. Of course, it is different with beings as a whole, which presents everywhere. But with being? This mountain, which either is or is not, addresses the human, but the is itself does not. This river, which either is or is not, besets the human, but the is itself does not. This human, who either is or is not, concerns the human, but the is itself does not. This God, who either is or is not, rules over the human, but the is itself does not. The mountain, the river, the human, the God, certainly, all of this, and yet still more, concerns us. We treat the is like an unimportant add-on, if we pay attention to it at all. Nevertheless, the is names being. How would matters stand if the human were not turned toward being before all else, and turned toward it the most? How would matters stand if the human were not standing in the presencing of being? What, then, would happen to the mountain that either is or is not, or the river that either is or is not, or the human that either is or is not, or the God that either is or is not? Without being, what would all aggregations and throngs of beings amount to? Still, the human remains mostly turned away from being itself, without thereby 342 effacing the presencing of being. What is the essential consequence of this turning away? And what, at the same time, ineluctably comes with it? Heraclitus speaks of this in the second part of saying 72, which he begins with ka. Kaos kathimaran agarasi, tata adwazina fanatai. Therefore also that, i.e., the many various things, they encounter daily. Here, Heraclitus is not speaking of the singularity of being, but rather of the plurality of beings. Every day the human encounters the manifold of beings, pursues it, dissolves himself within it, and loses himself to it. But how can Heraclitus say that beings appear foreign to the human? Are beings not something familiar to the human, something that he commands, something that he knows his way around in and within which he establishes himself? Certainly. but with regard to what the thinker alone is considering here with regard, that is, to the logos, i.e., to being. Beings are precisely that which, for the human, nevertheless remain foreign, notwithstanding the obtrusiveness, rashness, and familiarity of them, as well as their usefulness, fruitfulness, and, lastly, their charm and stability. For, beings would only be familiar, and only be the beings that they are, namely, beings as such if being itself were present within their being and were nothing other than that presence. For example, consider how familiar the contemporary human is with the machine, how familiar to him the operation of the technical apparatus is, so much so that he often encounters it as though it were a living being. But who knows what the machine is? Who knows what technology is? Who intuits something of the essence of the machine, of the being of this being, given the prominence of the inexorable machine essence? Even if a few individual humans intuit something, from a distance, of this essence and its history, i.e., its fate, this knowledge and what is known within it remain nothing more than a fleeting inanity over and against the obtrusiveness and unconditionality of the everyday rush forward. The human is so helpless in the face of being itself that he rejects being and is 343 as mere husks of words in favor of the supremacy of beings. However, this rejection always only and ever occurs, knowingly or not, thanks to the presencing of being. The human carries out the relation to being, insofar as the human is. In the first part of the saying, Heraclitus speaks of the relation of the human to being. The relation is ambivalent, it is an anterior turning toward that remains at the same time, and more predominantly, a turning away. In the second part of the saying, Heraclitus speaks of the relation between the human and beings. This relation is also ambivalent, for it is a constant encountering that is not a knowing, it is a countering that is nevertheless a passing by. This ambivalence in relation to beings is, however, only the essential consequence of the ambivalence in relation to being. Because the latter, although present, nevertheless absences, it appears as though only beings stand in the foreground, as though being had sunken and disappeared. However, the relation of the human to being does not stand beside the relation of the human to beings. They are not two separate relations, one to being and the other to beings. Rather, there exists one relation which is, nevertheless, characterized by a singular two-foldedness, namely, that the human relates to beings while standing in the presence of being, and that he encounters beings in the light of being. This simple two-foldedness from out of which, and in which, the human relates to beings while standing amidst them is nonetheless, in each of its two folds, at the same time constantly ambivalent. The sojourning of the human amidst beings is characterized by an ambivalent two-foldedness. A different manner of thinking may be able to illuminate the saying of Heraclitus. It is not being asserted that Heraclitus explicitly thought and said all of this. But if we think through what was just said, and continue to think through it in the days to come, then what is obscure, inceptual, and far-reaching in the saying can emerge to us, and the saying may indeed come to address us for the first time. 344 There is no other way to gain clarity regarding the presence of the logos for the human. If, however, all logic originates from the human relation to the logos, and if logic dominates the sojourn of the modern human within beings, then we will one day have to think after the logos in a more originary way, more originarily even than Heraclitus did, in order to find our way about within logic. Once we have finally experienced and thought through saying 72 for ourselves, it will show itself to us as the first, distant glimmer of a knowledge regarding being and the relation between the human and being. The ambivalent twofold of the relation of being to beings is the sign of the unusual position of the human amidst beings. In the two of twofold, and in the ambi of ambivalent, a rupture is announced. In accordance with our habituation to metaphysical thinking, we are here easily inclined initially and solely to think of a division into two parts, to take up this division as an opposition, and then to bend what is oppositional into its proper form through dialectics. However, the two-foldedness of the ambivalent twofold is first to be thought in the direction of the rupture that rips open, and in the direction of the open in which the essence of the human, in the manner of this ambivalent two-foldedness, is folded and gathered, but at the same time also dispersed. The ambivalent twofold, the simplicity of the two-folded, the difference. Listening to saying 72 should give us some assistance in our attempt to think after the relation of human logos to the logos. The ambivalent two-foldedness of the human sojourn amidst beings is unusual, not to say uncanny. This sojourn presupposes a place whose placeness is not easily found by the human. That is why he must set out to seek for, and inquire about, this place of its essence. We are concerned with the relation of human logos to the logos. Said more precisely, human logos is not 345 one link of this relation while the logos is the other link. Rather, human logos is itself the relation, and the logos is, also, the same relation. It is not a relation between two logoi, rather, they themselves are the between and the in-between, within which everything between and relational has its essence and its relational rule. However, given a provisional understanding and an introductory manner of speaking, there is at first no other way to speak about the relation of human logos to the logos. The Greeks themselves, and even Heraclitus, never had the proper words and the proper saying for this originary relatedness. Such a saying only comes to language if the bane to be thought here has come into its word. One day, and we know not when bane will come into such a word, for bane is everlasting, and also on its way into its own truth, for this fatedness of bane into its truth is bane itself in its inceptuality. From saying 72 we learn that the relation of human logos to the logos is ambivalent and that, overall, the sojourn of the human amidst beings is characterized by an ambivalent two-foldedness, which is why the monologin that is demanded in saying 50 never approaches the human directly, on its own accord, in a simple, one-folded way. The human must send himself into an authentic standing forth within this ambivalent twofold and prepare himself for such a standing forth. Monologin is the self-gathering gatheredness toward the originary foregathering, i.e., toward the logos. However, the possibility of such a self-gathering toward the logos requires some form of knowledge of the logos. Presumably, such a knowledge is of a specific kind, and not simply a mere familiarity. Even if such a familiarity could be expressed in a sentence, such a sentence and its mere understanding would still not be the knowledge of how the human is to gather himself toward the logos, and how he should remain in the presence of the logos. 346 What does the thinker say about the logos? To be gathered toward it is t-sofn, authentic knowledge. Heraclitus speaks of this sofn repeatedly, even in that saying, saying 108, that says something distinctive to us about t-sofn, and thereby something about the logos. Here, Heraclitus says, K sun logos ikoi sa, odzefik nitai es toto, Saint Giniskain odi sofn esti pantan kiarizamanon. A commonly accepted translation, by Snell, renders it thus. Though many words have I heard, none of them go so far as to recognize that the wise is something set off from all, absolutum. According to this, what is authentically to be known is pantan kiarizamanon. One translates, and thus understands this, in the sense of what is separated from everything, what is cut off from everything. For what is thus subsist, which is cut off from all and is thereby also independent of it, the term the absolute practically imposes itself upon it. With this term, metaphysics accounts for the highest of beings which, as the ground and cause of all beings, undergoes manifold interpretations which, in turn, are thoroughly determined by the Christian worldview, be it in affirmation or rejection, and which are nevertheless modified in accordance with the way the world is experienced and grasped. A certain preliminary sketch of this metaphysical thought of the Absolute is already given in the beginning of Occidental metaphysics in the thought of Plato, and especially in Aristotle. Plato knows of the paroiranios typus, the place that exists above the heavens, and in the final book of his Physics, Aristotle thinks the unmoved mover, presiding and unfolding in its own, particular place. A path is thereby delineated for metaphysics, along which the relationship of the Absolute to the world is thought to be one of causation, of making things and sustaining them, and thus as a relationship of conditioning. The Absolute is the unconditional thing. Because of the fact that, in modern metaphysics, namely, in the metaphysics of Kant, prepared by Descartes and Leibniz, conditioning and its conditions have been understood transcendentally, and in regard to consciousness, 347 the essence of the thought of the Absolute and its conditioning relationship to the world remains unchanged. That this is so can be seen clearly in German idealism, in which the foundational thought of contemporary metaphysics, i.e., the Kantian thought of the transcendental, undergoes a peculiar melding with the speculatively considered Christian interpretation of the world. The relationship of conditioning is so familiar to us that it never occurs to us even to inquire after the origin and essence of this relationship. It also plays a decisive role in an unexpected sphere, but one in which, by all rights, we should expect it if we in fact know anything at all about the essence of metaphysics, namely, in the metaphysics of Nietzsche, which itself is a metaphysics of values. Even these roughly hewn observations and remarks suffice in order to make us at least more cautious and thoughtful regarding unreflected translations and interpretations of the Heraclitan Panton chiasmenon in the sense of the Absolute as thought by metaphysics. Nevertheless, this only remains a preliminary attempt, as we now, along with Heraclitus, think after how Sophin, i.e., the to be known in authentic knowledge, unfolds in such authentic knowledge, i.e., unfolds in Mologian, and thus in human logos, and how it unfolds in general in relation to beings as a whole. 348 Third section. Retreat into the originary region of logic. 7. On the illumination of being, experienced through inceptual thinking. Fragments 108, 41, 64, 78, 119, 16, 115, 50, 112. A. The steering vision and the jointure, armana, of the originary forgathering nomi and the logos as the unifying one in the advising, counseling presence of the originary sheltering forgathering. In saying 108, T. Sophin, the authentically to be known, is determined as the regioning countering presence in which everything presences. In saying 41, Sophin is expressed even more decisively in its uniqueness, while at the same time being described in such a way as to allow us a new look at the essence of the logos. Saying 41, whose linguistic form is debatable, is captured in the following formulation. Anti Sophin, epstast hi nomen, te kybern panta dia panton. 1. The sole one, is that which knows, and to know means, lingering steadfastly before nomi, which steers all things through all things. If we initially only state the content of the saying in a calculating and superficial way, we again find that the to be known, i.e., T. Sophin, is the one, i.e., N, which relates itself to the panta. However, there is no mention of the logos and its legain. In fact, in this saying we hear words 349 that before now we have not heard. The saying speaks of nomi and kybernon. It sounds strange that the to be known, that is, the logos, is itself nomi, a word that we could initially and in a lexically correct way translate as cognition. If we were to understand the logos in accordance with the accepted interpretation of it as reason and world reason, then the equating of the logos and nomi, reason and cognition, would not pose the least difficulty. However, logos is the originary sheltering forgathering. Yet, it is said of nomi that it steers. Cognition as such does not steer, insofar as steering is an activity and a practice, whereas cognition, in principle, remains theoretical. This is what has led one translator to translate nomi as the insightful will. It is therefore a matter of some luck that two sayings of Heraclitus's have been preserved for us, one of which, namely, fragment 78, gives us the opportunity to reflect upon nomi and its essence. The other saying, fragment 64, tells us something about kybernon, steering. Fragment 78 states: Ithoskar anthropian men oki kai nomas, thiandei kai. The sojourn, namely, of the human, amidst beings as a whole, may not have nome, the godly, however, does. In accordance with our earlier elucidation of physics, ethics, and logic, we do not translate ethos as moral disposition, but rather as sojourn in the sense of dwelling amidst beings. It is precisely this meaning that the word ethos also exhibits, and indeed most expressly, in another fragment of Heraclituss's, fragment 119, which states, ethos anthropoi daemon. This can be translated as, for the human, his character is his daemon. This translation surely thinks along lines that are modern, psychological, and characterological. The thought that, for the human, the inheritance of his disposition is what goads, drives, and stalks him may 350 be in some sense correct, and it certainly provides ample opportunity for mindful consideration. But this is not a reason for such a thought to be interpreted, without further ado, back into Heraclitus's saying. Certainly, fragment 119 is to be counted among the most essential of all that have been handed down to us, and perhaps it could be sufficiently elucidated after an interpretation of Heraclitus's thought as a whole has been completed. However, this indicates that fragment 119 must be thought together with that particular saying that I have named on another occasion as the first, and upon which any attempt to think after the thinker Heraclitus as a whole must be grounded. That is fragment 16.1, fragment 78 states, the sojourn of the human amidst beings has no nome. Properly understood, nome means a particular manner of disposition, namely, one that allows beings to be encountered and become visible. Nome is a mood of the mind, thought of as a fundamental mood. However, manner of disposition, constitution, mood, and fundamental mood are all also contemporary conceptions, not far removed from the so-called mental states that we dissect and examine psychologically. However, even if we do not think the essence of constitution and mood psychologically, but rather hold fast to what is ecstatically disclosing and actively open within them, we must nevertheless take care not to translate nome as one of these terms. The meaning of the word nome is so rich and multifaceted that it contains all that we name as constitution, whereby we are not equating disposition with the capability of sensation in a reductive way. Rather, we mean any kind of disposition to which one is disposed, so that nome can mean decision and conviction, and also determination and vision. Any attempt at translation here risks a one-sidedness and remains burdened by it. However, if fragment 78 states that, in distinction to the human sojourn, the divine sojourn has nome, and if we consider that the sojourn of the gods 351 is the presence of those who peer in, and who do so in such a way that within what is espied by them and their gaze beings first appear, if this is the case, then nome, insofar as it departs from the human sojourn, cannot indicate any old capability and conduct amongst others. To be sure, the human relates to beings and espies them in the light of being. However, this light of the lightning is not something that the human accomplishes on his own, rather, he only stands within this light. The preparing of what can be seen, the originary espying whereby what can be seen first comes into the open, and through which the open itself remains, this particular preparing beforehand of the possibility of the appearance of beings is not of human origin. It is this preparing beforehand that is meant by nome. We could translate it using the Germanic word ratvision, thereby understanding it as what allows the encounter with the sight and engagement with beings as such. It is within this originary vision that beings are foregathered and retained. Fragment 41 states that this originary vision steers all things through all things. This vision, which prepares both sight and engagement and is thereby what allows for an encounter in the originary, initiating, sense, steers. What does it mean to steer? To steer means to foregather everything together in advance onto a pathway, and thereby, in foregathering, to point out the way and hold it gathered open in advance. In steering, presence unfolds in advance of all else, namely, that presence within which, on that steered pathway, what is encountered can presence and absence. This originary vision steers everything in such a way that no particular being bumps up against another, and yet, each may in its own way appear conjoined with all others, and everything appears in joint, harmona, with everything else. In light of this, we ask, is the originary all-steering vision, i.e., nome, something other than the presence of the originary foregathering that shelters all in its presencing and absencing? Does not the saying regarding the steering vision, i.e., nomi, shed some light on the essence of the logos? Must not the steering vision be Panton 352 chiarismenon, i.e., the presencing region that approaches all, surrounds all, and advises all, and from out of which all directions and paths open themselves and, in this opening, grant pathways? It would initially remain an overt arbitrariness simply to equate the steering nomi with the logos. However, because nomi is only suited to the divine and is related to the conjoining of the whole of beings, and because thereby the originary foregathering that prepares comes forth from within nomi, we should not simply turn away from the apparently daring step of equating nomithea with the logos. If we consider them both in relation to beings as a whole, and if we at the same time think the still veiled truth of being in a Greek manner from out of aletheia emphasis, then both nomithea and the logos can tell us something essential about the essence of presence, something essential, to be sure, although perhaps not what is most fundamental, if we are even able to consider thinking toward it. However, taking the step of equating the logos with nomithea becomes inescapable when we consider that the logos and nomi, in the same way, are both called entisophen, the one, i.e., the soul to be known. According to Fragment 41, this knowledge consists of epstastai standing before. Now we are able to grasp this in a more originary and proper way, and not only in the later sense of epistemiintini as being well informed about something. To stand before means, to reside before and in the presence of the originary foregathering. Nomi and the logos are what is to be known, and, indeed, as the uniting one, the visional, advisory presence of the originary sheltering foregathering. This, however, cannot be separated and cut off from the whole. On the contrary, it is the region that approaches all and surrounds it, dispensing all paths and directions, steering all things. The logos is Panton chiarismenon. Mologin is the residing within the presence of the originary foregathering, a residing which is the human relation to the logos. 353b, Reconsideration of the mologin of thepsyche and the interpretation of the self-enriching of the human logos as the self-foregathering residing in the presence of the originary logos. The following question was posed in an earlier section to how are we to prepare in advance the authentic relation of human logos to the logos, i.e., mologin. The preliminary answer was that it is first necessary to know the relation of human logos to the logos. However, this means to know that, and how, the logos is presence and is the region toward which human logos is most turned in a manner of bearing. Therefore, no matter how much the designation may suggest it, human logos must never be thought of as a gathering relation belonging to the human which, as a peculiarly human relation, is somehow cut off from its connection to the logos as if enclosed by a boundary, on the other side of which is to be found a possible further relation to the logos. On the contrary, the logos of thepsyche, as human logos, is the malistadiainikos mylian algae, the turning toward the originary foregathering in a manner that bears it most of all. The human logos would not be logos at all were it not the gathering toward the originary foregathering, and it is from out of this originary foregathering, and as the relation to it, that the human has the proper essence of gathering. However, we now recognize the following: if malistadiainikos mylian is already a gathering, but also and more precisely a mologin, then gathering and gathering are not always and exactly the same. At the same time, it also becomes apparent that the logos tis psyches, i.e., human logos must always already be thought of as the gathering toward the originary foregathering. This human logos is itself only and precisely as the gathering toward the originary foregathering. All that continually pertains to human logos itself, and that which it, from out of itself and on its own accord as 354 logos, is, proceeds from out of, and resides in, the originary foregathering toward which it remains gathered. Only when we keep all of this in mind do we remain in the realm of Heraclitan, and, more generally, Greek, thinking. Only from out of this realm can we then think after that other saying of Heraclituss's in which he speaks of the logos tis psyches, i.e., of human logos. It is fragment 115, and it states: Cius est logos ei ton axon. To the drawing in drawing out belongs a gathering that enriches itself from out of itself. We will now mention the saying of Heraclitus that Hegel chose as the motto for his phenomenology of spirit, without elucidating or even translating the saying. We may assume, however, that Hegel chose precisely the saying as the motto for his work only after careful consideration, and sees within his own work the proper interpretation of the saying. In many ways, it would be illuminating to follow up on these relationships, in order to reveal in what form the logos has become historically present in contemporary metaphysics, and thus in what form being addresses the contemporary human, and therefore us. However, this is not the occasion for such reflections. We must be satisfied with the suggestion that Hegel understands the Heraclitan logos as reason and understanding and, indeed, as the divine and absolute. In his phenomenology of spirit, Hegel seeks to show how absolute reason, which before all else is thought as the subjectivity of self-consciousness, in the sense of Descartes, comes to itself through the various stages of its self-appearing, and that in this developing it reveals its essence more and more. It was in view of this contemporary understanding of such a ceaselessly self-overcoming self-knowledge of the certainty of reason that Hegel 355 chose Heraclitus' saying as a motto. As a consequence of this, a strictly circumscribed meaning is imposed upon Heraclitus' saying, a meaning that remains foreign to Greek thinking in every respect. Even the common, contemporary translations of saying 115 reveal the prevalence of a metaphysical interpretation of logos. For example, Diels translates it as, to the soul belongs meaning, world reason, which increases itself. By contrast, Snell translates it as, the soul has meaning, which from out of itself becomes ever richer. Even if we keep in mind that any translation remains incomprehensible without its attendant interpretation, we may nevertheless conclude from these test cases that these translations have all arisen from out of metaphysical thinking. Insofar as this thinking understands its own history as containing within it a development toward the execution and consummation of an ever higher self-consciousness of reason, then such a saying of Heraclitus's, notwithstanding its venerability, must appear as something provisional and incomplete beyond which spirit has already progressed. However, Heraclitus' saying does not refer to the dialectical self-development of absolute reason, rather, it states that the essence of the human originates from out of the relation to being, and that this origin is the origin as such, insofar as it becomes ever more originary and abiding in its proper ownness. It is precisely this that remains difficult for us today to think after, even if we do not interpolate the absolute metaphysics of reason's development into the saying, as Hegel does. There remain enough other hurdles, even if, as though doing nothing, we simply continue to cling to our conventional opining. For clearly, the word that bears the emphasis in the saying is eiton, in its relation to axon the logos of the soul, i.e., the human logos, enriches itself from out of itself. That certainly sounds as though the human contains within himself the source from out of which, on his own accord, he himself unfolds by way of himself, thereby creating and realizing the possibilities of his existence. 356 However, what is the human logos itself as this logos? As logos, it is certainly already and especially gathered toward the originary foregathering. Therefore, as the gathering relation, the selfness of the human logos does not consist in it pinching and tying itself off, as it were, in order then, in seeking itself, to draw everything back toward itself. Rather, it is itself the human logos, and precisely as logos it is the drawing out self-gathering toward the originary foregathering. It is toward this originary foregathering that the human logos is pointed. As the one that points in such a far-reaching way, human logos is pointed toward the source of enrichment. The essential depth proper to logos, correctly understood, harbors within itself the possibility that it enriches itself from out of itself. When and how does the human logos become richer? When it is more gathered toward the originary foregathering. This becoming richer of the human logos is not enacted through the growing influx of beings, but rather through the usually absencing presence of the logos, that is, of being itself, becoming a presencing one. The unfolding and fulfilling of the history of the human issues forth from out of the human logos itself as logos, insofar as the logos forgathers it. Owing to appointedness toward being, and not from out of a pursuance of beings, drawing out and drawing in increase. Heraclitus' saying states that the human being, in his essence, belongs to being and is determined in his gathering toward being, and that he receives his potentialities from this. As an essential consequence of this, the human develops all manner of rigid focus upon his own abilities and competence at the expense of being. This is abri. Therefore, authentic knowledge is the following, namely, the obedient, self-gathering toward the originary foregathering. At first glance, saying 115 seems to be saying the opposite of what saying 50 says. In truth, however, the two say the same. For saying 115 does not state that the human logos is self-sufficient and does not require a relation to something else in order to become 357 richer. On its own, that is, in its essence, the human logos is only as the obedient self-gathering in the manner of mologin as stipulated in saying 50. Conversely, the human self-gathering toward being is also not a blind sinking into, and dissipation into, the ether, but is rather the knowing turning inward of the human into his own essence, which as logos is itself gathered into the presence of the logos, therefore remaining distinct from it. In the self-gathering toward the logos, the human foregathers himself into his own being. That toward which the soul draws out through its logos, namely, being, is not something that the soul then takes back with it in the form of some kind of subjective experiencing. The soul draws in, but into where? Not into an inwardness meant in the subjective sense, rather, this drawing in draws into logos, which in turn gathers in obedient emerging to the logos. At its core, the relation to be thought here of the human logos to the logos is so simple that precisely its simplicity confounds our calculative thinking, which counts on stable points of reference. For our thinking immediately calls forth the conventional conceptions of a human subject whose subjectivity, for better or worse, reaches an accord with the objective. If indeed the human logos, and therefore the human essence, unfolds into its own richness as the relation to being, and that means, from out of being and not from out of beings, and if it is also the case that the human initially and for the most part remains turned toward beings, even remaining turned exclusively toward them and seeking refuge within them, if, moreover, what is always at stake for the human and, at the same time, for the proper relation to the logos, is mologin, if all of this is the case, then we can perhaps better understand why Heraclitus continually revisits the essence of authentic knowledge, i.e., of sofn. We can see more clearly why, in the characterization of the essence of authentic knowledge, logos and legain are named. However, we can now also recognize, if only at first in a vague way, that we must think logos and the essence of legain in the first place, and perhaps even exclusively, 358 in the light of being as experienced in an inceptually Greek way. From out of such an understanding of the logos the originary logic grows, which can teach the more originary essence of thinking. Human logos is the relation to being, i.e., to the logos. It is this relation that determines the essence of the human. This essence unfolds its richness from out of itself. Heraclitus says, in saying 115 psyches esti logos ei ton axon. We translate, to the drawing in drawing out belongs a gathering, which enriches itself from out of itself. The self-enrichment of human logos is grounded upon the fact that it is itself the relation to the logos, that it remains pointed toward this, and therefore receives its own logos-like essence, that is, it receives itself from out of the logos. Being a self is the state of being addressed by the logos, being foregathered in its presence from out of its foregathering. The essence of the human rests within itself when it rests in a drawing out drawing in within the presence of the logos. However, initially, and for the most part, the human remains inclined toward beings, and in such a way that he believes to have found his refuge within them, that is, he thinks he has found refuge within the real understood in a contemporary way as that which acts and that which has been acted upon. The human is dispersed and dissipated in beings. It is for this reason that he does not attend to being. Moreover, it also always appears as though being is given to the human through and within beings. For, apparently, beings are the same as being, at least according to conventional wisdom. Beings assert themselves as being, owing entirely to the way in which the human, to all appearances and in a way that renounces his nearness to being, remains allied with beings. In all of this, however, the Logos is already present, while nevertheless remaining absent. However, most especially, the human does not hold himself in proper knowledge, i.e., tsofn, of the Logos. As such, the knowledge of the authentic to be known remains foreign to him. Authentic knowledge consists of attentive listening to the Logos, i.e., of Mologin. Authentic knowledge of the Logos and the preparing in advance of every human Logos, which comes into its essence as Mologin. This preparatory 359 knowledge of the originary Logos is the originary logic. Here, logic means, to stand within the Logos as the presence of the originary foregathering. See, knowledge, the true, i.e., the unconcealed, and the Logos. The revealing gathering of the concealed toward unconcealment in true Logos as the essence of knowledge, Sophia. The demand and imposition of the Logos. A saying of Heraclitus's that was mentioned earlier, although only in passing, can now assist us in gathering together what has been said up to this point and thinking it in a more unified way. This means, to espy more essentially what is essential within gathered thinking, and the relations therein. We are referring here to saying 112. T phronian aritmegsti, Sophia lithia legain kapoyin katofsin epeontis. Point 3. Initially, we shall now turn toward one of the more conventional translations in order that we may recognize how disconnected the saying remains from what is, for Heraclitus, the authentic to be thought, i.e., the Logos. However, we also turn to this rendering in order to see how hollow the saying becomes through this conventional translation, so hollow, indeed, that one is no longer inclined to attribute it to thinking. One such rendering, for example, that offered by Snell, is as follows. Thinking is the highest completeness, and wisdom is to say and to do the true according to the essence of things, hearkening to them. The saying speaks of aletheia. One translates this word, according to long-standing custom, as the true. What this means and, most importantly, what this means in the Greek thinking of the early thinkers is not at all reflected upon. The true, it appears as though anyone can understand what this means. The true, whoever claims to know what it is makes the claim to know not 360 only what is true and of what the true consists, but also to know what truth is in general, and to know the essence of the true. In the same manner, this translation of Heraclitus's saying assumes that one is in the know when it comes to the true itself, and that according to Heraclitus, all that matters is to say and to do what is the true, that is, to say the correct correctly, and to translate it correctly into action. What matters is to heed the true in word and deed, and to put it into effect. Leaving aside for a moment the question of whether or not this hits upon Heraclitus's thinking, who could argue that in this a difficult demand is being enunciated? And yet from where does the true come to word and deed? Moreover, what is the true? Heraclitus himself seems to give some information regarding this in his saying. For, according to the translation cited above, Heraclitus says, wisdom is to say and to do the true, according to the essence of things, i.e., cut off sin. Saying and doing become true and are true if they orient themselves toward the essence of things, that is, when they are in accordance with them. Truth is the accordance of saying and doing with things. In a continuance of the thinking of Aristotle, in the medieval era one said, veritas est adequatio intellectus et rei. Even Kant holds fast to this determination of the essence of truth, and he takes it to be so agreed upon that an elucidation of it appears superfluous to him. It now appears, at least according to the translation cited above, that Heraclitus already knew of this essence of the truth, the knowledge of which apparently belongs to the common domain of human cognition. It is almost superfluous, then, for Heraclitus to make reference to the condition upon which this agreement with things is to be achieved, namely, that one hearken to things and thereby pick up on their quality and character. This elucidation of the saying, derived from the guiding thought of the translation cited above, allows everything to appear in the most beautiful harmony and smoothness. However, one difficulty remains for those who attempt to think after it. It consists 361 of the fact that the explanation for the essence of the truth given by the translation cannot be the view held by Heraclitus, owing to the fact that the reduction of the essence of the true assumed by the saying, namely, that the true is an accordance between saying, doing, and things, only comes about around the time of the formation of metaphysics in Plato and Aristotle. In short, the interpretation at work in the above-cited conventional translation of saying 112 is absolutely historically impossible, if for no other reason than that it debases the dignity of inceptual thinking in favor of a platitude. We must therefore take another way, one that has been prepared by our prior reflections. The word in Heraclitus' saying that one commonly translates as the true, namely, aletheia, literally and essentially means the unconcealed. Aletheia, unconcealment, is a foundational word of inceptual Greek thinking. However, no matter how familiar the translation of aletheia as truth may be to us, and no matter how common the determination of the essence of truth as an accordance between the assertion and the thing is, we must remain mindful of the fact that the saying is being said in the time of pre-metaphysical thinking, that is, at a time during which words, and most especially foundational words, unfolded their originary power of naming. If we now examine the entire saying again in a more careful way, we will find not only other, but indeed all of the essential foundational words of inceptual thinking conjoined by way of the saying, and no one who has come to notice this will ever cease to be amazed by it. This points to the fact that the saying, which according to its conventional translation and interpretation seems to express only something trivial, in fact says something entirely other, something inceptual which, like all that is inceptual, remains to us enigmatic and inexhaustible, thinking beyond us at every turn. One finds in the saying, in addition to aletheia, the words physis, legain, logos, poiein, poiesis, sophi, phronion, arete, and epeo, ao. Each of these words names, in an essential way, the originary essence of 362 inceptual Greek thinking and that which it thinks. The saying itself speaks specifically only of phronion and sophi, of thinking and of knowing, namely, it speaks of what they are. We will now translate phronion provisionally, and without elucidation, as thinking, and sophi based on prior elucidations of other sayings as knowing. Given all that has been elucidated thus far, one thing surely remains clear, namely, that the words thinking and knowing are initially only designations for questions, and, for the most part, questions that remain unasked. The translation of these words, and the other words mentioned, is almost like the translation of aletheia with our word the true. We will now attempt to head down one of many paths that are possible here, on our step-by-step attempt to elucidate this saying. We will nevertheless keep in mind that we are reflecting on this saying precisely in order to clarify the essence of the logos more clearly, which is named here as legain in connection with sophn. The saying is comprised of two sentences. The first says something about thinking, the second states of what knowing consists. The saying says nothing about the relation between knowing and thinking, at least not directly. Indirectly, however, we can certainly surmise enough from the saying regarding this relation, if only the saying is elucidated according to its essential aspects. Because the relation between phronion, thinking, and sophi, knowing, initially remains obscure, it is advisable to leave the ka that begins the second sentence undefined. Although ka indeed means and, it almost never means merely and in the language of Heraclitus. We will begin the interpretation of the saying with an elucidation of the second sentence, and will bring it into connection with what has already been singled out within it, namely, aletheia, for it is in relation to this that the legain spoken of in the saying is said. The logos is encountered here in relation to aletheia. According to its conventional translation and interpretation, one understands legain as saying and asserting, aletheia understood as the true, in connection 363 with which saying and asserting are named, corresponds exactly to the pervasive doctrine of metaphysics, according to which the truth is an inherent characteristic of asserting and belongs to it. If we direct our inquiry about the use of language by the Greeks even further back in time, then we learn that in the oldest, documented testimony, namely, in Homer, the words aletheia, alives, and alei appear consistently, and do so solely in relation to expressions of saying, recounting, reporting, answering, and asserting. Point 4. The conventional view of aletheia, legein, and their relation is thereby confirmed in the most welcoming way. And yet, aletheia means the unconcealed, and what could the Greeks have meant other than what, and only what, their own word clearly and unambiguously says to them? What, then, becomes of our crude and late-coming interference regarding the meaning of that word? What, then, of our translated word the true, to which we also affix a later, metaphysical explanation of its meaning? Aletheia means what is unconcealed, and for now we must hold ourselves to that. However, legein means gathering and collecting, and it is this that we must first consider. Before all else, it is necessary to think after whether or not there exists a more originary connection between aletheia and legein than the one just cited. Based upon the Homeric and Heraclitean uses of language, taken in terms of how they are conventionally understood, one could claim that, in a very general way for the Greeks, aletheia, which we name the true, belongs in the realm of legein, the realm of so-called saying, and that it is precisely through this connection of aletheia and legein that the originary belonging together of both becomes elucidated. However, what does it mean to say that authentic knowing consists of saying the true? For the true can surely only be said when it is known and when it stands within knowledge. Thus, knowing must exist first. And knowing is only insofar as it 364 has the true in its possession. Only then, when knowing is the having of the true, can it follow that a saying and a doing in word and deed, namely, as a realization of the true, is possible. The saying of Heraclitus, however, sets out to say in its second sentence what knowledge itself is. It says that knowledge itself is aletheia legein kapoiein katopsin. Even someone with only scant knowledge of the language of Heraclitus and the early thinkers sees immediately the way in which the saying is structured. Aletheia is related to legein, and poiein is related to katopsin. Knowledge consists of legein kapoiein, of gathering and bringing forth. But, what is being gathered in that gathering that amounts to knowledge? Aletheia, the unconcealed, it is taken from out of concealment, it is unconcealed, and in such a way that it is preserved and kept safe as what has been taken out from concealment. Knowing is the revealing, bringing in and preserving of what has been taken up and out of concealment. What is unconcealed in such a way is what shows itself from out of itself, appears and, in appearing, presences. What presences in this way are beings. To know is to gather, a gathering that gathers what presences from out of itself into unconcealment. To this extent, unconcealment itself is what allows what presences to presence as such, preserving and foregathering what presences in its presencing. Knowing is the gathering toward unconcealment. This gathering and preserving takes in what shows itself, thereby protecting it from being withdrawn, covered over, and obscured. Aletheia, taken as the true, is not grounded in legein, taken as assertion, rather, legein, understood as gathering, gets its essence from out of aletheia, which is itself understood as what has been gathered from out of concealment and foregathered into unconcealment. What Heraclitus names as the essence of knowledge in the beginning of Occidental thinking is an essence that continues to prevail later in all Greek thought, despite all permutations. Even the beginning of metaphysics in the thought of Plato and Aristotle still thinks knowledge 365 from out of this understanding of essence. Aristotle speaks of sozein ta phainmena, to save what appears, i.e., to take up and preserve the self showing in its disclosedness. Additionally, Aristotle's metaphysics designates ta phainmena, the self showing, i.e., what is present in appearance, to be ta aletheia, i.e., what is unconcealed, with this meaning the same as ta anta, i.e., what is present. If we understand aletheia legein in the saying of Heraclitus to be a revealing gathering of the concealed toward unconcealment, than the originary Greek answer to the question concerning the essence of knowing, which Heraclitus poses without saying it is not our only reward. For, in the Greek interpretation attempted above, we have also stepped into the realm where Heraclitus's presentation regarding the second essential element of Sophy, i.e., poiein katopsin, becomes understandable. Given all that was said in earlier sessions about psis with an eye toward the elucidation of epistemi physiki, and given also what was said about this foundational word in connection with the elucidation of zoe and psyche, there ought to be much within our memory to draw upon that can now be reconsidered. Psis names the emerging that at the same time unfolds as a returning back inside itself. In the originary oneness of both of these moments there unfolds that for which psis is the inceptual Greek name, namely, that which we call being. In the essence of emerging there lies a letting go forth into the open, i.e., revealing, or, said in a Greek way, aletheia. Furthermore, in the essence of a returning back inside itself there lies a taking and holding back, a covering over which the Greeks, however, did not specifically name. This not naming of the covering over that fundamentally unfolds in all revealing is an omission and failure of enunciation, one in which the innermost secret of the fundamental essence of Greek thinking perhaps lies concealed. That is why it remains obscure to us how the inceptual thinkers of the Greeks 366 thought the essential oneness of aletheia and psis. The remaining fragments of the didactic poems of Parmenides are the only proof that these words gave a presaging perspective to the thought of these thinkers. If we attend to the essential belonging together of aletheia and psis, and if we consider that legain as the gathering preserving is determined from out of aletheia, i.e., the unconcealed and its revealing, then it becomes clear in what way the second essential dimension of knowing, the poiein katopsin, amounts to the same. But what does poiein katopsin mean in this context? Poiein means to make, to do. The German words encompass a broad range of meanings, as do the Greek words. Nevertheless, the time has finally come to think the word poiein in a Greek way, or at least to attempt the exertion of doing so. This recurring demand here to think in a Greek way is experienced and executed through the path of a dialogue with inceptual thinking, a path that is meant to lead solely toward the German thinking that has properly been assigned to us. However, what is not intended here is a correction of the historiographical understanding of a bygone Greek world. The fundamental meaning of poiein is a bringing forth and placing forth. It is good, and even expressly necessary, that we now take these German words seriously, i.e., literally, and at their word. We thereby find ourselves right in the middle of the realm that the Greeks intended, but did not specifically discuss further. To bring forth from out of concealment, as in, for example, the bringing forth of the visage of the god in a block of marble, thought in a Greek way, this means to make a statue. All placing forth is grounded in such a bringing forth, in such authentic poiein. In order to think it in a Greek way, we must think placing forth thusly: to place forth the beams, i.e., lumber, from out of the tree trunk and its wood, and to place forth the woodwork from out of the beams. This is the activity of bringing forth, of placing forth poiesis, the bringing of beings as beings from out of concealment and into appearance in unconcealment. Still today, we use the worn-down foreign word poesy/poetic 367. We use both poesy and Dichtung poetry. The doctrine and theory of the poetic arts is called poetics. For the Greeks, poeticizing is also already a poiesis, a making, but what is actually made thereby is what is brought forth in the sense of coming to shine forth in the poetically said word, and thereby continuing to shine, ever anew, in the word. In the same way, to do is akin to stepping into appearance and allowing to appear. Poiein/poiesis, bringing forth/placing forth, brings forth and places forth into unconcealment what before this had not yet appeared. Poiein is primarily thought along the lines of a human comportment. In this sense, poiesis is the essential opposite of psis. Psis designates emerging from out of itself, allowing to go forth, to bring forth in the originary sense of bringing. Poiesis is the bringing forth executed by the human, and such a bringing necessarily presupposes a harvesting in the full sense of gathering as previously elucidated. All poiesis is always dependent upon psis, but not only in the sense that the latter is a necessary prerequisite, as when, for example, the placing forth of a ship necessitates building materials, the beams and wood which have of themselves originally emerged as tree and thereby reached presence. More importantly, however, poiesis adheres to physis in the sense that what is actually being brought forth, for example, the visage of the god in the block of marble, is what peers in, and does so in the manner of emerging from out of itself. This emerging takes place in advance and approaches the human, and human bringing forth adheres to it. Poiein takes physis as its measure, it is katafs in. Such being in accordance with physis, such following after the possibilities given by physis and through its realm, all of this talk of after, accordance, through, and along, all of this is meant by the word kata. The one who knows is the one who brings forth in view of what emerges from out of itself, that is, who brings forth in view of what reveals itself and before this revealing does not appear and has not appeared. Poiein katafsin patently does not mean to make something in the likeness of nature, in the sense of a poor imitation of what lies before at hand. 368 However, as we would like to argue, bringing forth, i.e., poiein itself and as such, is not an essential element of knowing. Rather, poiein katafsin, i.e., placing forth into view what emerges and what is to be uncovered in such a way that the human is gathered toward it, is aletheia legain. It is not bringing forth as such, therefore, that constitutes the manner of knowing obtaining to poiesis, rather, it is bringing forth, i.e., revealing, in accordance with what emerges from out of itself. However, thinking in such a way would mean that we would still, and in an unfortunate way, misunderstand the Greek essence of poiesis and the Greek essence of knowing. For, understood in this way, the same thing would be said twice in the saying of Heraclitus. In a way, this is true, in another way, it is not. It would say the same insofar as legain, as the gathering preserving of the unconcealed, and poiein, as the bringing forth from out of emerging, both show the fundamental feature of the human comportment through and in which the human allows what emerges into unconcealment to come to presence. However, it would not say the same insofar as legain only preserves the unconcealed in a manner that gathers, be it that which emerges from out of itself or be it something that has been brought forth and placed forth, and which is thereby present. For, in that case, poiein katafsin, which is named as secondary, would more forcefully and authentically emphasize the moment of praxis in distinction to legain, the latter of which corresponds to theorein, i.e., pure looking at and considering. Even though this distinction between theoretical and practical comportment originates in the metaphysics founded by the ancient Greeks, we should not superimpose it back onto Greek thinking, and certainly not in its post-Greek and contemporary iterations. Above all, even if this differentiation seems patently obvious, we should not superimpose it back onto inceptual thinking, a state of affairs that appears to be the case following the conventional translation of saying 112. For, it is the case that for Greek thought, poiein itself as poiein is primarily a knowing, 369, and not only because a certain knowledge and expertise belong to any bringing forth and placing forth. Rather, it is precisely because this knowledge, when experienced in a Greek way, constitutes the essential and authentic relation of poiesis to being, i.e., to physis. Furthermore, it is precisely because poiein is most definitely not an effectuating making, but is, understood literally, a bringing forth, a placing forth and placing there, that is, a gathering of the unconcealed as such. The Greek concept and word for what we call art, and this means art in the highest sense, is tini, and this is a concept of cognition. Such cognizing means to grasp according to the essence of knowing as the uncovering of the unconcealed. Art in its highest sense is poiesis poesi, and it is a knowing which, as knowing, is the gathering of the unconcealed and self-gathering to it. However, the unconcealed forgathers the corresponding self-gathering toward itself only when the unconcealed, as itself, has emerged from out of itself and stands within unconcealment in its own proper standing. Self-gathering toward originary forgathering does not dissolve within this forgathering. When experienced in a Greek way, the originary relation to being is not an indistinct dissolution into the infinite in the sense of the indeterminate. Rather, self-gathering toward being brings the latter into unconcealment, and in such a way that this gathering each time allows being to emerge as gathered into emerging beings. In other words, being is immediately defined in its scope, paras, telos, thereby bringing forth being in such a way, i.e., into the unconcealed, and thereby not, and, indeed, never, making being. This bringing forth is the revealing of the concealed into the unconcealed. And bringing forth is a giving that allows something to be known, and is this knowing itself. Bringing forth in light of emerging poiein katafsin belongs to the full essence of knowing. When Heraclitus differentiates between legain and poiein, he thinks both in their originary oneness as the essential feature of knowing. And when we take note of this difference and hold fast to it, it is worth considering that it is prior 370 to the differentiation between the theoretical and the practical. The ka that stands between legain and poiein does not connect, as would a mere and, two essential pieces that comprise sofa, rather, the ka means something akin to, and at the same time this means. The bringing forth of emerging belongs to the full essence of legain as the gathering self-gathering. That is why this particular gathering, i.e., this legain, which gathers and foregathers in a more originary way than any other, is, in itself, poiesis, namely, gathering into the word and purely as the word, and thereby coming to language in thoughtful and poetic saying. Because the word gathers, i.e., harvests, the unconcealed as such in an originary and inceptually revealing way, the saying gathering thereby becomes legain in an exemplary sense, and this is why, even from early on, legain as gathering also means saying. Thinking and poeticizing are, although in fundamentally different ways, originarily, and to begin with, the same, they are the bringing forth of being into the word, a bringing forth that gathers itself in the word. It is here, in the essential realm just named, where we first begin to draw nearer to the wellspring from out of which arises the mysterious interaction between Greek poeticizing and thinking in harmony with that particular bringing forth that we know as building and creating, but which we are still far from knowing. Based on what was just said, I dare to make the assertion that still today, despite Winckelmann and Goethe, and indeed, precisely because of them, we misunderstand the entirety of Greek art, not to mention Greek poetry. However, the final determination of the essence of sofa named in the second sentence of the saying has not yet been elucidated. This determination comes at the end of the saying and brings what has been said about sofa into and together with something unsaid. The last word is epeontas. Ao means to waft back and forth, to draw out towards something, to draw in. Here one must not speak about the incipient essence of Ao. This is how we have determined the essence of thepsyche. The ep in epeontas properly means towards something. We have come to experience, through saying 50, that sofa, i.e., knowing, consists of the attentive listening to 371 the originary foregathering, i.e., to the logos. Therefore, in saying 112, we cannot determine the that toward which, i.e., the fo of aont, in any other way than to supplement with ep tulgoi. Epeontas does not mean to listen attentively to things, rather, it means to listen attentively to the logos. With this, the circle closes itself, and its circling center enters more originarily into its encircling ground. Legain, which is itself at the same time poiein, i.e., the bringing forth gathering self-gathering happens epeontas ep tulgoi, i.e., in the attentive drawing out toward the logos, toward the all-foregathering originary regioning presence. The logos is the same as that toward which legain moves according to saying 112, namely, aletheia, the unconcealed as the unconcealment that is grounded in concealment. However, unconcealment is the same as that toward which poiein moves, namely, physis, the emerging that goes back into itself. The logos, as the originary sheltering presence, is in itself the revealing that unfolds within concealing, the emerging that goes back into itself. Aletheia, physis, logos are the same, not, however, in the empty conformity of a collapsing together into the undifferentiated, but rather as the originary self foregathering into the differentiated one, Tn. The N, the originary uniting one and singular, is the logos as aletheia, as physis. To the one that is to be thought thusly, that is, to the logos there corresponds, in mologin and as mologin, that particular human legain that draws out and draws in, that is in itself at the same time poiein, i.e., bringing forth, but is both in the manner of a herkenning harvesting of the gathered self gathering toward the originary foregathering. The insight into the essence of Sofa that is granted by the second sentence of saying 112, namely, the insight into authentic knowing, is what first makes it possible for us to think after the first sentence of the saying, for it is only from out of the essence of knowing that we are able to recognize and experience what thinking authentically is, given that thinking is nothing other than the gathered gathering standing within knowing. Thinking 372 is the care of a concernful residing within knowing. Thinking is care, and therefore also often the failure of the gathering standing within in the self-revealing presence of being itself. What can still be said here, albeit at some distance, about the elucidation of saying 112 and thereby about the illumination of the originary logos and, in turn, in reference to being as experienced in an inceptually thoughtful way, is certainly not fit to be quickly and deftly assessed and then sold off as some new discovery regarding Heraclitus. We can surely leave the prior historiographical interpretation of early Greek thinking as it is, for, regarding merely scholastic judgments concerning its relative correctness, nothing can result which would have the least effect on us. The sole matter of concern here is that, instead of utilizing what has just been said for research, we should reflect upon it for ourselves and only in relation to ourselves, and should thereby become attentive in regard to our relation to being. However, this relation, a relation that is both thoughtful and tries to think the to be thought is thinking itself, which, within an originary logic, comes to stand within its own light, albeit not a light that it itself has made. We have heard that the human logos is a far-reaching one that has reached far. In thinking, the soul, i.e., the drawing in, drawing out from out of the originary foregathering, is called to appearance by the originary foregathering. The regioning presence of being, i.e., of the logos, directs itself to thinking, i.e., to legain as mologin. From out of this originary demand to the human by the logos, all spiritedness, i.e., that which is innermost and most expansive in the disposition of the human, is directed toward being. The spiritedness that divines what regions from out of itself and rests within itself, as well as all that is inceptually sheltered and safeguarded, is found in authentic, essential thinking, presuming that such thinking will one day be granted to the human. That which originarily shelters all and conceals it back inside itself is the precious simpliciter. The knowing that unfolds within authentic thinking is the highest divining of that which is precious and noble. 373. That is why Heraclitus words the first sentence of saying 112 in the following way, T phronian arit megsti. Phronesis/phronian/phrin is thinking in the sense of the inexhaustible meaning of our German word sinnen, to reflect on something, to reflect after it, and in this far-reaching reflecting to direct oneself toward a demand, and at the same time to mindfully consider, and in such considering enter into one's own proper essence, the own most characteristic of which consists precisely in a belonging to that toward which all attentive hearkening is turned. In reflecting lies the abiding drawing out of what is also meant by the Greek word phronian, which can best be translated as reflective thinking. We can therefore express the first sentence of the saying in the following way: reflective thinking is the highest nobility. Upon this follows the ka, which not only joins the sentence about Sofa onto the sentence about phronian, but which connects it in such a way that the ka says, and this is so because Sofa, which concerns itself with phronian, has the essence that is now to be stated. Phronian is concern for Sofa, it is concernfulness philatis Sophas. It is philosophy in the originary, pre-metaphysical sense. Only when we have once again learned to intuit the essential, authentic essence of knowing, i.e., Sofa, in a way that experiences it, will we also understand at least a little about the concernfulness for this knowing. Only then will we come to realize what is at stake in this thoughtful concern for authentic knowing, and thus what is at stake in philatis Sophas, philosophy. Philosophy is not a discipline, nor an academic major or minor, rather, it is a joint in which being joins itself to the thinking human, presuming that being is the jointure that operates as this joint amongst humans. The unspoken meaning of saying 112, which is nevertheless essential for us to speak out loud, reads thusly. T phronian arithmegsti, ka sophia lithia legain kapoiin katofsin epeontas, tulgoi. Reflective thinking is the highest nobility, because knowing is the gathering of what is unconcealed, from out of its concealment, 374 within its own bringing forth that corresponds to emerging, all of this indeed, in the attentive hearkening to the originary forgathering. Supplement 391. What follows is a first draft of a continuation of the text on German page 282, which picks up from the last line, that toward which its logos, as such, ed. In its legain, is related. However, this legain is mologin, namely, that harvesting in which the soul of the human, i.e., its drawing in drawing out, has its fundamental feature insofar as it, by way of harvesting, gathers itself toward the logos. The depth of the logos that the human essence has determines itself from out of the expanse and concealment of the logos, to which it belongs and to which it listens in a hearkening way. A hearkening and belonging to that occurs even when it is not expressly and continually listening to the logos. The logos of the psyche reaches toward the logos, i.e., it reaches out so far toward it that the soul, itself a self-opening emerging, does not find on its course the outermost extremities. Moreover, it does not reach these outermost extremities when the soul embarks on its wandering solely from out of itself, wandering along its ways and paths only on its own accord and according to its own measure. However, this is how the soul usually proceeds. Nevertheless, its goings and wanderings are still a manner of legain, of gathering and drawing in, which does not, however, proceed from out of its own far-reaching logos. For this can only be what it is, namely, a mologin, when the soul, instead of going down its path and ways solely on its own accord, listens to the logos in a hearkening way. If the soul is able to do this, and is in fact to do this at all, then surely the logos must be perceptible, and perceptible before all else. This is indeed the case, according to various statements of Heraclitus's. The logos to which mologin must listen in a hearkening way is even nearer and more perceptible than all else that is near, and all that is taken to be graspable and understandable. However, this extreme nearness of the logos, before which no human may remain concealed, see fragment 16, is precisely the strange nearness that brings him to turn away from the logos, ensuring that what is the most common for him and, indeed, what makes his days sacrosanct, remains foreign. The logos is that which is most perceptible, and yet it is perceived the least. It is instead 392 ignored in favor of other more pressing things. The logos is the originary gathering and the foregathering that rests within itself, yet which nevertheless comes up against a strange dispersal of the human essence. The manner in which the human soul has its logos, and through this remains in a relation to the logos, is estranging and counter to all expectation. However, the estranging is a sign of the extraordinary, to which the human must ceaselessly grow accustomed. This is stated in the saying that has been handed down as fragment 72. I malista di nikos melosi lgoitatoi diaphirantai, kaos kathimeran agarasi, tata adwazina fanatai. That to which they are most turned, carrying it out ceaselessly, i.e., the logos, and that which they encounter daily, appears foreign to them. The first part of the saying contains a wordplay that is nearly impossible to replicate, for the same word is used twice, but with opposing meanings, dinikos, diaphiro. In the first instance, i.e., in dinikos, dia means through, along, through time, to carry through, to bear out. However, in its second instance, dia means apart, diapharon means to carry apart / to bear apart, to divide into, although not, and never, to separate. Human calculating and machinating always sees the nearest and the near in what comes next, the next object toward which the will wills. Thereby, the authentically near is passed over by the wanderings of the human. Even if this wandering were to wander along all paths, it would never reach what is free and expansive, and it would never reach the extremities that lead to what the human, in a concealed way, remains gathered toward. On the contrary, this wandering would bump up against the confines and constraints of its self-made limitations. That is why, instead of a calm light, there ignites a burning and scorching flame within the emerging originary self-lightening clearing of the human essence, a blaze that burns and yearns to measure these paths autonomously and selfishly, a measuring that is always merely 393, a mismeasuring and, indeed, a presumptuous one, i.e., ibri. Heraclitus says the following about this in fragment 43. Ibrin kai ars ben amalan I pirkin. The presumptuous mismeasurement it is necessary to extinguish, even before the conflagration. The disastrous blazes that follow are all only the consequence of that burning and blazing of presumptuous mismeasurement. However, the extinguishing of the conflagration does not yet eradicate hubris, nor does it even hit upon it or consider it. The conflagration will only be extinguished through the hearkening listening to the logos. When this listening to comes about, there one finds authentic knowledge, i.e., t-soften, and with it, the to be known and the already known within it are manifest. It is of course difficult for the experienced and far-thinking human to recognize properly the singularity of authentic knowledge and the to be thought. About this, much is said, and much is discovered. In fragment 108, Heraclitus says the following about it. K sun lgois I koisa, odes afik nitai es toto, Saint Giniskain odi sofn esti pantan kiarizamanon. Of the many assertions I have, already, heard, none arrives at the recognition that authentic knowledge and what is to be known within it are something differentiated from all else. However, as we have heard, the to be known is what the logos says. And this is set apart in its own unique place. However, it is not something separate, on the contrary, it is the near in all nearness. However, as such, it is inimitably singular and incomparable, and is not reachable through any mediation, nor capable of being detected through any direct or indirect equating. In its state of difference, this soul to be known is only accessible when the soul follows its far-reaching logos, instead of its customary paths and ways. The logos of the soul, within which alone molagin comes about, is that drawing in drawing out that is oriented toward the free, it is authentic harvesting which, the more directly and purely 394 it adheres to itself, the more it gathers and the more it expands. That is why Heraclitus can claim the following in fragment 115. Cius esti logos ei ton axon. To the soul belongs a harvesting that enriches itself. It therefore does indeed appear as though the soul must build upon itself and follow its paths and ways in order to enrich itself. However, we must nevertheless consider that what is spoken of here is the logos of the soul, i.e., of that which draws out toward the logos. And it is this logos, and not the self-serving and self-absorbed soul, which, as logos, becomes richer through its legain, insofar as this constitutes molagin. To the extent that legain gathers itself toward the logos in a hearkening way by giving itself up to it and listening solely to it, it becomes richer. The soul must abandon its accustomed ways and paths and limit itself to its singular, bare, impoverished authentic hearkening listening, for it is then, and only then, that its logos is enriched. The enrichening of the self-gathering toward the logos consists in the fact that the former, in listening to the logos, is ceaselessly overtaken by it, thereby obediently joining itself ever more simply and in a more far-reaching way to precisely that which overtakes it. And all of this takes place within the soul-jointedness. One last saying of Heraclitus's regarding the soul should be mentioned now, so that we may gain a clear perspective regarding the constantly named relations between the logos of the soul and its molagin, in which soften consists. As long as the legain of the soul corresponds to the logos, authentic knowledge is. So, when and which soul is the knowing one? Is it the one that authentically and solely knows, the one that knows the most, in Greek psyche sophotity? Heraclitus tells us in fragment 118. Aipsy kai sophotitika arsti. The sober soul is the most knowing and also the most noble. Ai means dry. But, in this fragment it does not mean the dried out, the withered, or the lifeless, but rather the dry in 395 distinction to the wet in the sense of the moist, musty, bubbling, and merely inebriated. The sober soul is the one properly attuned to, and by, the voice of the Logos to which it listens. Once again we can glean from this saying in what way the Greeks understood the noble. It is grounded in knowledge and blooms from out of it. The nobility of the human is its originary relatedness to the one which, as the singular unifying, is all. That is why Heraclitus can say the following in fragment 49. Is imam rioi, in ristos tu. One counts more than 10,000, if he is a noble one. The disposition of the noble rests in the knowledge that a thinking, or rather, the thinking exists. Thinking is life, but what kind of thinking? Precisely that thinking that follows the far-reaching Logos in an abiding way, following it into its enrichment from out of its own depth. We have attempted to elucidate a few sayings of Heraclitus's that speak of Logos. Do we now know what Heraclitus thinks when he uses the word Logos? We know some things, and yet know nothing. Above all, what little knowledge we do have does not allow us to be able to take a glancing familiarity with the Logos of Heraclitus and then derive a definition and formula of it, as though such knowledge, namely, definitional knowledge, were the most stringent of all knowledge. Perhaps this kind of familiarity with a thing is not knowledge at all, in the very same way that imprecise guessing and searching in the dark are also not knowledge. If we look over what has been said about Heraclitus's Logos, then it seems we have remained in the same indeterminacy that faced us in the beginning of our encounter with this word. For, on the one hand, it clearly means saying, for it is related to hearing. Mologin is also a saying, a speaking, in the sense of a correspondence that is attentive to what is perceptible in the Logos, a correspondence that follows and accedes to what is perceptible in the Logos and that therefore corresponds to it. Therefore, legein stands together with poiein, see fragment 112, and does indeed mean saying in distinction to doing. On the other hand, however, 396 it is said of the authentic Logos, i.e., of the Logos in general, that to correspond to it amounts to the knowledge that one is all. The Logos is the one to and for the all, and is the one sole uniting unifier. Perhaps it is indeed of benefit to us if we follow this highest of directives, namely, to adhere to the authentic Logos, to the unity and unifying within it. The word legein itself also corresponds to it in its fundamental meaning of harvesting and gathering. Should we not finally, without reservations and sidelong glances, grasp and hold on to the fact that the Greeks in general, and the Greek thinkers before all others, whenever they thought in word and saying, and certainly whenever they wished to say the highest that is, when they wished to say en pantaina heard the word that corresponds purely to it, namely, legein/logos. Should we ourselves also not make the effort to think the other meaning of legein, i.e., saying, from out of the first meaning? However, to do this necessitates that we now think into all relations pointed to here, while at the same time eliminating from our thinking all that has been traditionally thought. We must attempt to think the Logos in the way that it is said, without at the same time allowing any notions of spirit, personhood, godhood, or providence, or similar such things, to creep into our thinking in such a way that we and our conventional thinking have an easier time quickly and effortlessly imagining something in regard to the Logos. Does such a thinking, as ubiquitous and long practiced as it is, amount to a serious thinking? Does it at all listen to what is said? To be sure, it is difficult for us to think something sufficiently concrete and reliable in relation to legein as harvesting, and in the Logos as harvest. For, first and foremost, the elucidation of harvesting, and the harvest as a gathering, easily leads to one grasping legein superficially in the sense of a careless snatching up and putting together of things that lie scattered about. In this way, legein and the Logos retain the fatal feature of a merely retroactive gathering together. How can something akin to that be operative as the essence of the Logos, through whose unity everything is to 397 remain determined? It is clearly decisive that we avoid taking harvesting and gathering too superficially, provisionally, or emptily. Harvesting in a narrow sense, namely, as the reading of a script and the reading of signs, is surely never a gathering together and arranging of letters. It is equally never a placing together of words to which is then, from who knows where and when, attributed a meaning. What is a reading in lesson, anyway? And, for example, what is a lecture for lesson? Is it the mere reading off of what is written down, that is, an ordinal gathering together of written signs? Or, is it rather a gathering that, by virtue of being gathered itself, brings us to the gathering, or, at least, attempts to do so? Lecture for lesson and lecture for lesson are not the same, and one who does not practice their difference will also never experience it, for it remains far easier for him to once again read out loud everything that he has read during the week, in order to then spew it out to the astonishment of the clueless. Lecture, reading, gathering, and then, when the school bell rings, dispersal ensues and leads one to the cinema. Even the most superficial taking up and grasping of a written sign is something completely different, and it would not be what it in truth is were there not already an experience of self-showing, and showing, provisionally available for us. This provisional self-showing, and showing, counsels us in our grasping of signs, and does so even when we do not understand the sign and stand before it helplessly and without provisions. Indeed, this is when its counsel is the most direct and unmediated. But how in all the world does this lack of provision come to us, this failure of vision and counsel, if some sort of vision and counsel do not already exist for us beforehand? Legain means to harvest, as in to harvest ears of corn, grapes, or wood. We will now go one step further in our thinking of harvesting, and in doing so, move beyond its superficial connection to the activity of the hands. We thereby leave aside for the moment the marvel that is the hand, and our focus is solely directed toward harvesting as a gathering in the sense of a drawing in and a bringing in. Such harvesting prepares a provision. Harvesting, in its ground, is concerned with the conserving of a provision, and this conserving is not something additional or subsequent. Proper 398 Harvesting, therefore, leaves nothing out and does not allow anything to wither away. Harvesting is thus a saving. Harvesting is a gathering, i.e., a drawing out that is already and everywhere accompanied and borne by a drawing in and bringing in. Harvesting is the saving of what shows itself, it is a saving and a bringing into the provision. It is toward this that all proper gathering is itself already gathered, within the unity of its constancy and care it is attuned to what belongs together, to what is gathered within it and from out of it. Gathering is a bringing together and holding together, but not in a superficial or subsequent way. The shepherd gathers the herd. The herd is not some random assemblage, and the shepherd is no policeman. To gather, how can one hold together and gather, when he himself does not remain gathered toward that which is gathered within him? And how would it even be possible for there to exist a pure and highest gathering, if there does not also exist a one that before all provisions has already gathered all gathering and harvesting toward itself in advance in a provisional way? If we think from these perspectives, harvesting and gathering lose their superficial and distorted character. The Greek thinkers speak of their thinking as being a sozion ta phainmena, a saving of what shows itself. What shows itself here means, that which presences from out of itself and which, as that which presences, emerges and has emerged into the unconcealed. This manner of saving, namely, that which is accomplished in and through thinking, means, to bring in the self-showing, to gather it into the unconcealed so that it may lay as a provision within the unconcealed. This saving is a gathering, a harvesting, legain, namely, legain ta aletheia, to bring the unconcealed into unconcealment. To harvest means, the saving bringing in of the self-showing, i.e., of signs, into the single unconcealment. Let us, for a moment, draw our attention to that saying of Heraclitus's in which he tells us of what the Sophie of authentic knowledge consists. Ka Sophie aletheia legain kapoyin katafsin epeontis. 1. 399 And therefore authentic knowledge consists in saying and doing the unconcealed from out of, and along with, a hearkening listening that accords with what shows itself by emerging from out of itself. Aletheia legein kapoion is thereby grasped as saying and doing, i.e., word and deed. Previously, we left it expressly undecided whether the translation of legein as to say hits upon what is most essential. Now we clearly recognize that it does not. Aletheia legein means to say and pronounce something more originary than merely the true, for it means to gather the unconcealed as such in a way that also brings it in, and thereby to gather oneself toward it. In short, it means to harvest in the sense that is now to be thought. It is only when the saying is thought in this way that it becomes a saying capable of telling what authentic knowledge and being knowledgeable consist in. To speak the true, as essential as that may seem, is always already something subsequent and additional, and is only possible because the true is already within knowledge. However, the true is only within knowledge when, and only when, what shows itself is saved in its unconcealedness, i.e., when it has become harvested and has thereby become the provision for all enunciating and accomplishing. Authentic knowledge, however, only comes about and exists in thinking. It is only now that we can think after the entirety of Heraclitus's saying and can be attentive to the words that precede what has been elucidated thus far. They read as follows: T phronian arit megsti, thinking is the highest ability. Thinking as such is meant here, and not in the sense of a logic that later develops itself, but understood as a pondering and a mindful consideration, i.e., as the self-gathering into the gathering, i.e., legein. Even Heraclitus already knew that bending back and returning belong to the essence of the human, because the human is the one who thinks, see fragment 116. Anthropoisipasi metesti geniskein eoitos kisophronian. To the human alone it is allotted to recognize himself, i.e., to think in a knowing way. To think, phronian, is here 400 not meant in the sense that came to be later developed by logic, for which legein came only to mean to assert and to recite. Now the word legein, translated as to harvest, has an entirely different valence. Logos is that harvesting which, in a manner that draws out, saves and brings in and shelters the provision that before all gives vision. For this provision is what originarily unites all, panta, in the sole oneness of what it, as the whole of beings, is. The logos is the originary harvesting that draws in within the harvest, because retained within it is all that has already been saved. Furthermore, this harvest saves and protects so that it may, for the first time and in its own time, be uncovered and be something unconcealed. However, the soul, i.e., the emerging of the human into the open and the unconcealed, has logos, for its emerging unfolds as a drawing out saving bringing in of that point to which the soul, on its path along its outermost extremities, reached while listening to the logos in a hearkening way, and with which the soul has become familiar through this harvesting. Perhaps we may now at least attempt to make reference to the two sayings of Heraclitus's which, as those numbered fragments 1 and 2, have been placed at the beginning of the fragments handed down to us. According to a comment of Aristotle's, Rhetoric 3:5, 1407b16, the first fragment contains the beginning of Heraclitus's treatise. According to the oldest version recorded by Aristotle, Ibid, along with another version recorded by Sextus Empiricus, who preserves the saying's second half, the first sentence, to whose elucidation we will limit ourselves, goes as follows. Tulgoi ta dentos ae axnatoin and ti anthropoica piersthan iacos aka acosans t proton. In relation to the logos, i.e., the only one thought here and which constantly presences, humans, on their own accord, in following their own fleeting and transitory paths, arrive at an inability to bring it together, not only before they have themselves 401 heard it, but even after they have already heard it. We will not go further into the divergent interpretations of this sentence. The conventional, albeit indefensible view is that the logos is the same as what Heraclitus himself says in the saying. Accordingly, one brings the ae together with the axnatoi, and thinks that Heraclitus begins his saying with the following observation: humans will always be too foolish to understand this particular lesson of mine. It is surely foolish to believe the interpreters who claim that a thinker, who according to the aforementioned fragment 50 expressly says that one must listen to the Logos and not what he himself says, would begin any writing with such a professorial leaving glorious sentence. Indeed, even a glancing acquaintance with Heraclitus's own way of thinking and saying suffices to show immediately that even just the first words name something opposite to how the Logos stands in relation to the comportment and faculties of solely self-interested humans. A.e., translated as constantly, belongs to entos, as the young Nietzsche already correctly surmised in his Basel lectures on the pre-Socratic philosophers, 172. However, it is certainly the case that this does not simply mean to remain, as Nietzsche suggests, but rather to presence, i.e., to give oneself in presencing over to harvesting as the harvest. The Logos thus constantly presences. By contrast, all the human being accomplishes, i.e., nentai, on his own and on his transient way is a witless, i.e., accinatoi, too missing of that activity that brings about synyin, i.e., the bringing together of what is in itself the originary gathering as the originary one and only harvest. To bring together / not to bring together the originary gathering of the harvest of the Logos with experiencing and hearkening following are, as possibilities, in opposition to one another. Even we are still familiar with the following expression, to not and to no longer be able to bring something together, i.e., not being able to understand or follow it. We must be attuned to the oppositional sounding that sways between the Logos and synyin, if we are 402 readily and precisely to grasp the enigmatic relation in which the Logos stands to the human, and the human to the Logos. For how can Heraclitus say that the human does not bring together the Logos, even before he has properly heard it? Is it even possible to posit and intuit a bringing together before hearing and having heard? To assume something like this is certainly senseless. To be sure, this is the case as long as one is mistaken about the Logos always already presencing for the human and constantly offering itself up to the human for harvest, and all of this even before the human himself has heard the Logos. However, according to fragment 72, the Logos is that with which the human is in conversation, and in a manner that constantly bears it, it is that which the human encounters every day, but does so without grasping and engaging it. But even when the Logos is heard expressly by the human, there is not even the slightest guarantee that he will then correspond to, and with, it there is no guarantee that he will bring the Logos together into his own proper gathering. Even when humans listen with their ears, it is not guaranteed that they have listened to what they have heard, and that they have gathered themselves toward it in a hearkening way. In no way does Heraclitus wish to proclaim that humans are too dumb for this thinking. He also does not wish to claim that the foolishness of the human excludes him from the Logos, i.e., from the Enpanta. He would rather like to say that the human, owing to his cleverness, self-interest, hasty solipsism, and self-centered stubbornness turns away from the Logos. By passing over the otherwise important additional sentences of the first fragment, we will now add on the second fragment, which states: Di di epistitoi xinoi tulgoi di antos xinosus in opolo s dan eontfernas in point 3. 1 see above, German page 359. 2 Translators note, we have supplied the word witless as a translation of accinatoi, which Heidegger himself leaves untranslated. 3 Translators note, the supplement does not contain Heidegger's translation of this fragment, i.e., fragment 2. 403 editors afterward. The 2 lecture courses delivered by Martin Heidegger at the University of Freiburg, The Inception of Occidental Thinking, Heraclitus, offered in the summer semester of 1943, and Logic, Heraclitus's Doctrine of the Logos, offered in the summer semester of 1944, appear here as volume 55, and as the 9th published installment, of the Gesamtausgabe which, beginning with the publication of volume 24 in 1975, began to make Heidegger's works widely available. The editor of the present volume was entrusted by Martin Heidegger himself with the editing of both lecture courses. The sudden death of the philosopher made the realization of a scheduled meeting with him regarding the present volume impossible. The editor had access to the handwritten manuscripts of both lecture courses, as well as typewritten transcripts. The handwritten originals consist of crosswise writing and are in folio format. The left half of the page contains the continuous text, while the right half contains interlaced interpolations that intersect one another. Heidegger himself indicated the points of contact between such interpolations and the text to which they refer. The reviews that appear throughout both lecture courses were drafted as separate manuscripts and were furnished with their own pagination. At the instruction of the author, they were incorporated into the text of the present volume and marked as reviews. However, Heidegger did not write such reviews for every lecture. Because neither the handwritten nor typewritten documents contain outlines of any kind, paragraph divisions, subdivisions, and the titles of these were left to the editor's discretion. In accordance with the author's wishes, an 404 extensive table of contents is provided in place of an index. The manuscript for the lecture course on the inception of Occidental thinking consists of 59 enumerated pages. Additionally, there are 5 incomplete outlined pages consisting of indications and preparations. They consist of 3 approaches for the beginning of the lecture course, the definitive version of which is published in the present volume. The manuscript for the brief reviews contains 20 pages, in addition to 2 crossed-out pages. The lecture course Logic Herclituss's Doctrine of the Logos consists of 48 pages, with 31 pages of reviews. In addition to the lectures and their reviews, the editor has included a supplement consisting of 7 manuscript pages that were found at the end of the separately composed manuscript of the reviews. Heidegger did not specify whether or not such a supplement should be included in the volume. The pages in question are a first draft for the continuation of the text from German page 282 onward, from the last line. These pages strike the editor as too valuable to withhold from the reader, and he bears the full responsibility for the inclusion of the supplement. While Martin Heidegger was still alive, the typewritten transcripts of the handwritten originals were produced by his brother Fritz under the former's own instruction, and subsequently collated by the two of them. The fact that these transcripts were authorized by Heidegger himself was of great help to the editor. Nevertheless, according to Heidegger's directives, the transcripts were twice collated to the manuscript originals. In addition to the above-mentioned supplement, a number of interpolations have been deciphered by the editor and, for the first time, added 405 to the text in those places where Heidegger indicated they belonged. Since no authorized afterword was provided by Heidegger, the reconstruction of an unfinished afterword was abandoned. 2. The present volume is of fundamental importance for understanding Heidegger's other 2 texts Logos, Heraclitus, Fragment 50, and Aletheia, Heraclitus, Fragment 16, both of which appear in Part 3 of Vorträge und Aufsätze, Gunther Nesk, Fulingen, 1954. It also provides indispensable insight into the Heraclitus seminar given by Heidegger and Eugen Fink at the University of Freiburg in the winter semester of 1966-67, which was published by Vittorio Klosterman in 1970. On the way back into the obscurity of the inception of thinking, a way which unfolds in all of the writings of Heidegger's just mentioned Heraclitus's Fragment 16, according to the ordering offered by Diels-Krantz, reveals itself as the first of what is to be thought inceptually. I would like to offer a word of gratitude regarding the assistance I received during the production of the present volume. I would like to thank Frau Sylvia Neuhauser, a PhD candidate in psychology, for her conscientious review of my typescript, and for her typographical editing of the Greek passages of the text. My thanks extends to Professor Dr. F. W. von Hermann for his indefatigable willingness to answer questions pertaining to Heidegger's estate, as well as his indispensable assistance in deciphering a number of words in the manuscript. I thank also Dr. Hartmut Tietjen for all of his help. Likewise, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Joachim W. Stork, Marbach, for further, invaluable information regarding questions pertaining to Heidegger's estate. I would also like to thank Professor 406 Dr. Bernhard Zeller from the German Literature Archive, Marbach, as well as Professor Dr. H.C. Fritz Schock and Mr. Kenneth Stickers for their undivided efforts concerning the verification of bibliographic matters. Last, but not least, the editor thanks DePaul University, Chicago, for generously providing a leave from my teaching duties during the production of this volume. Concluding remark regarding the second edition from the executor of Heidegger's estate. Errors and discrepancies belonging to the first edition were corrected for this second edition. Dr. Franz Karl Blust and Dr. Hartmut Tietjen supervised the production of this new edition with great care, for which I offer my sincere gratitude. Hermann Heidegger.